Anō, e tū tātou, ka waita tātou te waita whakataka te hau. E whakoki ana e au ki ngā paitoa ngā huru o Hawaii nu Hawaii ro Hawaii Paumamao. Kei reira ngā pū, ngā take, ngā wū, ngā wānanga, ngā tohunga. I tupu mai te Māori nui, te Māori ro, te Māori whakaia. Tēnā te whakaputa nā ngā pū, nā ngā take, nā ngā wū, nā ngā wānanga, nā ngā tohunga. Ka puta ki te whai au ki te ao marama. Tūturu whakapūmau kia tīnā. Tūnā. Haumi e hui e, ai ki e.
Tākiri mai te ata, tākiri mai te awatea. Whakaipupu ngā tai o te moana rau kawakawa tō ia mai tō waka i te au wā tāne ki ngā wai kare pare a rohe o te whanganui ātara. Ka titi ki utara ki te awa kairangi ko nuku tefa. Ko ia te hononga o te atia wa o runga i te rangi ki te pōmahi nārangi ki kiingi tūhaitia e noho maina i te hurewa tapu o na mātua tūpuna. Rire hau pai mariri. Ka titiro ki runga rā ko poke atua. Ko te whakatutuki tanga tērā o te kopu a tāhemi hēnare, ko te reo te Māori o te mana Māori. Tēnā tātou i tō tātou rangatira ia pēni a huni pēr ka hara mai i ngā miniti e tū mai nei, engari kei taku rangatira kai te minita, nau mai here mai. Ke tōia mai tō waka, kiuta ki konei, piki ake, kake ake, i te ara āhine, i te ara tāne, ki konei, ki te papatonga rewa, e tuake nei. Haere mai ki tēnei whare. Tēnei whare me ki pēnei, e tū wata mai nei ngā taonga o te motu, ākuni pē, he tohu rangatira. Haere mai kua tau, i runga i te mana whenua, o te atiawa o Ngāti Toa rangatira e taunei. Haere mai kua tau, me o kua tau mate. Tangihia ngā mate o te wā. Ai ngā wiki kua hipa ake nei, ko Jill Parata tērā. Tērā uri o te kākākura. Tērā uri o Ngāti Toa rangatira o te atiawa. E kui o ki o kira. Ai me tō tātou mōhio, rāke a waireti tait, kua hinga atu i te wiki nei, e kui hoki wairua mai. O tira, ko te ika nui tērā, ko kihi ngā tai o tauranga moana, ko hinga atu, tangihia o tātou mate. Ko tātou e nei, ko rātu anō hoki e nei, nō reira e kui mā, e koro mā, moi mai rā te po. Hoi no, e aku rangatira. Ko tau, ko haere mai, i tawhiti nui, i tawhiti roa, i tawhiti pāmama. Ko tau, ko haere mai, i rā wāhi, ko tau, ko haere mai, i tata, te nuku o tēnei whenua, Aotearoa, te Waipaunamu, Rekohu, te whare kauri, e kui mā, e koro mā. Tēnei te mihina te ngākau whakaiti a te papatonga rewa, kia kua tau ko tatu mai te rāne. Nō reira kua tau ngā tapuhei, ngā rata, tēnā tātou i tēnei wā. Tēnei wā o te mate uruta. Tēnei tangata i tuake nei mau te tihi koti, anō nei haere ki te pakanga tuatahi o te ao. Engari i tērā rautau, i hoki mai o tātou tīpuna, i Uropi, heha te koha i whakahokia mai. I ai ki ngā kōrero, ko te mate uruta tērā. Nā reira, kārehe rerekētanga o tērā wā ki tēnei wā. Ko tahi anake pe te rerekētanga, kua noho haumaru tātou i roto i tēnei whenua. Nā te aha, nā tō kōtau kaha ki te manaaki, ki te tiaki i a tatau. Nō reira, tēnei te mihi aroha ki a kōtau. Kōtau ngā kaitieki, tēnei mātau ngā kaitieki o ngā taonga o te motu. Ko kōtau ngā kaitieki o te tino taonga me ki pēnei ko te ora. Ko te oranga o te tangata. Nō reira, e kui mai koro mā. Nau mai, haere mai kōtau. Haere mai ki te whare taonga o te motu. Kāre kore, kai tēnā papa, he taonga e tū hono nei ki tēnā o kōtau. Ngā taonga o tēnei whare, wētahi i whānakohia, wētahi i hokona, wētahi i tukona mai. Koira te āhuatanga o te whare taonga. Nei rāke te kōrero a tētahi i roto i ngā wiki ko hipāke nei. Kāre he hononga o te pūtai ao ki te mātauranga Māori. Hekama, kei roto i wā kōtau mahi, kei roto i wā mātau mahi, mārama te kite i te hononga. Rāke te hi pōhehe. Nō reira, kia kaha tātou i roto i wēnei tū āhuatanga. Ara atua no te hi āhuatanga i konei, ina nahira, i poroporo aki tia e mātou te hi o mātou kaimahi. Ei ko rangi te kanawa tērā. Ei ko te moko puna tērā, o te rongo pāmamau. Ei o rangi mārie, hetet, ta māhine, a Indigenous te kanawa. Rāke te tātou i whakapapa. Me ki te aho tapu, o tira he kai tia ki taonga, ko hoki atu ki tōna iwi, ki ngā timania poto ki te nehe nui. Kāre mutungo tāna mahi. Tāna mahi tonu, he tia ki ngā taonga. Nō reire tēnei tā mātou. Mihi kia kōtau. Kōtau ngā kai tia ki o te taonga o te ora. Huri noi tō tātou whare, tēnā kōtau, tēnā tātou katoa. Āpiti hono, tātai hono. Rātau te hunga mate ki a rātau. Hoi no ia mātou e waiatana i tērā waiata ka hoki maharatu ki a hema. I o nara, nōna te reo rāhiri, te reo karanga, i roto i wēnei tu āhuatanga. Nōna te reo tohu i a mātou. I te rā nei, ko mātou, kai te kawe, i ngā waihotanga iho o tērā o mātou. Nō reira, āpiti hono tātou te hunga o re tau nei, a Kerry, kai te rangatira, kai te mihiaki. O tira, kai te tuakana Keelan, kai āwe, nō reira huri noi tō tātou whare, tēnā kua tau, tēnā tātou katoa.
Tuia te rangi e tui honei, tuia ko papatu anuku e takotoa ke nei. Tuia i runga, tuia i raro, tuia i roto, tuia i waho. Ka rongo te pō, ka rongo te ao. I te kōrero i te wā, nanga pua, taka pua, whio. Ka ahunuku te marama, ka ahurangi te marama, ka tako tō te hau otu. Tū te wini, tū te wana, tū whakaputa atu ki te whai ao, ki te ao marama. Tūturua whiti whakamaua kia tīnā. Hui e! Anō reira, tikana kia mihi ki aia kai te wāhingaro ko ia te timatanga o te whakaaro nui ko ia te whakamutunga o ngā mea tapu katoa. Nō reira, tēnei te mihi atu ki a koe e te pāpā hirawini. Nau i hoia te waka whakapono mō tātou i te ata nei ke tau mai tana manaakitanga ki runga ki a tātou. O tēnei te mihi atu. Tēnei te taunaki hoki i ngā mihi ki a rātou kua whetūrangi tia, rātou kua mene ki tū o te arau. Kia rātou e pīkaungia ana i tēnā o tātou. Kia tai atu rātou ki te kāhui kura, kia tai ki te pai o maumahara. Hoki rawa mai kia tātou, me ki ngā urupā o rātou mā, e aku nui, e aku rahi, e aku rangatira a ngā mihi o te ata kia tātou katoa. Nō reira, e mihi hoki au ki te whare e tū nei, te marae e hora nei, tēnei whare manaki nei i ngā taonga o tātou katoa, e pai nei. Nō reire, kore e mutu ngā mihi kia koe e paura, o tira, tō tira, e te pāpā hirawini. Mā koutou te whakatau mai tātou ki roto ki te whare nei. O tira, me mihi huki au ki te mana whenua te atiawa rawa ko Ngāti Tōranga tira. O tira, ka mihi huki ki ngā iwi e toru ki a Ngāti Raukawa te au ki te tonga. Ki ana te kōrero mai waitapu ki rangataua, mai miria te kākara ki whitireia, whakawhiti atu i te moana o Raukawa ki Wairau ki whakatu. Hoi anō, tēnei te mihi atu ki a tātou, kua tau mai nei, mātou i oho mōata i te ata nei, kia tai pai mai tātou ki tō tātou huihuinga. Hara mai, whakatau mai. Aotea kia koutou, e nei hunga kua tai no ngā hau e wha, e mihi kau atu ana, he tuatahi tēnei, mō tātou, aha ko te hara mai, te nuinga o te wā ki konei, ki te papa, kia whakatū enei o ngā hui, tēnā koutou e te tira Māori o te papa, mō tō koutou mahi, kia whakatau mai tātou. Hoi anō, kare au e pirangi kia kūmea tōro i ngā kōrero, nō reira me mutu au i runga i tēnei kōrero, hutia te rito o te harakeke, kai he te komako e ko, ki mai koe kia hau, heha te me nui o te ao, māku e ki atu, he tangata, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. Auri ora. Nō reira, tō tātou waiata, hei tautoko i hau, e hara i te mea. E hara i te mea, noi nai nei te aroha, no nā tupuna, tuku iho, e hara i te mea, noi nai Nō reira, tēnā koutou, hei mauri ora kia tātou katoa.
Hei whakakōpani i tēnei wahanga. I runga anō i te karakia. He ua i onunga waipuna riki waipuna e waipuhina aua i o te waiora. Whakaahu papatea te pūno atua ki te wai ukai pō, tuanuku whakaahurangi tea te pūno atua ki te mana waiora o tira tawhito. Ka tauha, ka whakatauha, ti hei wini, ti hei nako, ka tauha, whakatauha, tūturu whiti whakamaua kia tīna. Haungi e hui e! Mauri ora ki te whare.
Nō reira whānau, with that, I now declare the Indigenous Nurses Conference 2021 open. Now, as an MC, I was always told you need to have a couple of jokes up your sleeve. And my son said to me the other day, Papa, what do you call a door that's adorable? Oh. What do you call a door that's cute? Adorable. So I said to him, knock, knock. He said, who's there? I said, haunga oku. He said, haunga oku who? And I cracked up laughing and walked away. Anyway, whānau, ko Keelan Ransfield tōku ingoa, I'm your MC for today. I don't have too much to say except housekeeping for this morning. So, first thing on my list is air conditioning. Maybe adjusted by Te Papa staff. Toilets are located, maybe adjusted by Te Papa staff. So if any Te Papa staff are listening, can you please turn the heat down? Just a little, please. Our toilets are located in the Amokura gallery just over here to the left, on my left, your right. There are also toilets outside and downstairs. Please do not leave any personal belongings in the public areas. We can't be responsible for anything that's left outside our doors. In case of an emergency, Te Papa Museum Visitor Services team will take full charge of the evacuation and will ensure the building is fully evacuated. The assembly points are either in front of Te Papa Museum near Circa Theatre, you see that on the side here as you go out the front doors, next to the Waitangi Park. The visitors service team will advise all guests when the building has been cleared for re-entry. And one year we were here, we had a practice, so I think it was just a practice, and we went out that door down the side anyway. Te Papa is for all our Ngāti Kaipaipa people, and what's the other thing they do? Vaping. Te Papa is a non-smoking environment. Smoking is only permitted outside the confines of the building, away from the main entrance doors. All electronic devices are also not permitted. If you have a question, please go over to our registration desk and ask over there. If you are from Wellington and are using the car park at Te Papa, there is a special day function attendee rate of $12 per day for 12 hours. A car parking validator machine is available at the registration desk. You will need your car parking ticket to validate it and pass it through the machine. Then they will need to go to a pay station on departure, and the special function attendees rate will apply. Now this is an important one, whānau, because I've already seen whānau doing this. No food or drinks are to be taken outside of here when we have kai. And the opposite also is true. No takeaway coffees can be brought from the cafe or outside the coffee carts into Te Papa at all. Kei te pai? Kei te pai? Ka pai, just making sure everyone's taringas are on. Internet access, which we all love. Te Papa Museum offers a complimentary Wi-Fi internet service to all function attendees. To connect to Te Papa events on your device. A Te Papa internet page will pop up when you open your browser. simply type in the access code, events, and accept the terms and conditions. Now, I have to mention these people. These people are the reason why we could be here today. Our major sponsors, Whāmek, Massey University, Nursing Education and Research Foundation, NERF, and Whāmek. Now, sometimes, whānau, when we're listening to people talking up here and they say some amazing stuff, we all want to clap. And right at that time, it actually might be a little bit inappropriate. So what's more appropriate is tēnei. Te pakipaki o te taringa, ne? That's the death clap. So if you go hard like that, that means you're going really, really hard. And that's a little bit more appropriate than clapping sometimes. I want to also make special mention, and Paula alluded to that earlier, to our honorary ministers, Pēni Henare and Dr. Ashaya Virol, who should be here soon. A very special welcome to our Te Runanga honorary members, Kui Māori Noa, Maureen Allen, Leanne Lloyd, and Pareake Rogers. Ki ngā kaumātua huki o Te Runanga o Aotearoa, NZNO, Kui Ira, Nani Nola tēnā, and Henerau mō Te Apatu. O tira, kia koutou katoa e aku kuia, e aku kraua, tēnei te mihi mai o hā mai te ngākau iti rawa. Ko te wāru o te tangata ka kitea i ona mahi, ko koutou tērā rangatira te mahi, rangatira te kōrero nā, he rangatira hoki te tangata. Last few things, just a short mention. We are going live. There is a Twitter account, and you'll see it rolling on the sides. It's hashtag Indigenous Nurses 2021. There you go. And if you put anything up on there, it'll come on live, and you'll be able to see your post. A big mihi to our trade exhibitors, and our Māori entrepreneurs and Māori businesses are here so that we can promote their mahi and sell to our people. There is a first aider, our health nurses. Moana, can you put your hand up, please? Moana, Tina, Charlene. These three over here, whānau, are our first aiders if we need them. Don't forget, if you haven't been to the registration desk to pick up your hui bag and your conference handbooks, please do so. And just a special mention also to our Rongoa collective over here who have wairākau and taonga on available. And the second to last thing I'd like to say is that we have a staff member rolling around the room that will be taking photos. Now you have an option to say no. So if he comes around and pokes the photo, his camera in your face, just say, haere atu. Kei te pai. E nā hakoa he Pākehā ia, ai te marama ia tō tātou reo. And just a final mihi to Streamliner, our audio and visual people. They've done a great job so far in our setup. It looks awesome here. And just a special mention to Ruben. And you, a new daddy with a new pepe. And I know a lot of us here understand what you're going through. Hoi anō, e te iwi, tēnei ahau, e mihi kauatu ana ki a koutou. I hope you're not too tired from having to travel early from all the regions that you've come from. And just relax in this moment here. If you can just relax into our day. And we'll start off with a little bit of something new. Hoi anō, huri noa tō tātou whare, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa.
Hear my voice. Hear my words, hear my choice. Hear my voice.
Ina mana, ina reo, ina kārangatanga maha e te motu nei, tēnā koutou katoa. Te hunga mate, haere, haere, haere atu rā. Te hunga ora, tēnā koutou katoa. Tēnā koe e koroma, e koe mā. Tēnā tātou katoa, te whānau, nā whānau o tēnei hui, tōputanga tāpuhi kai te aki o Aotearoa. Kei te mihi, kei te mihi, kei te mihi. Ko waio e tuaki nei. Ko maunga haruru, ko taki te me te waka, ko Ngāti Kahaunumu te iwi, ko Ngāti Tū te hapu, ko Tangoia te marae, ko Keri Nuku toko wingawa, he kai whakahaere tōputanga tapuhi kaitiaki o Aotearoa, the New Zealand Nurses Organisation. It's an honour and a privilege, and I speak on behalf of Te Puari, to invite you all here today to share in our Indigenous Nurses Aotearoa Conference. A space where it's okay to be Māori, a space where it's okay to feel Māori. And that's something that each and every one of us working within the health system doesn't always get to feel when we go to do our mahi. The freedom to have a voice, the freedom to have a presence, the freedom just to be Māori is often not something that's afforded to us in a health system. So being with us over these next couple of days is about inspiring. It's about allowing you to stop and to take that breath and to whanaungatanga, to connect with other people throughout the entire motu. And I was privileged enough, along with Te Puari, to be part of the introduction to the tauira session yesterday. And it was inspiring for a number of things. Because back in the 1900s, when Sir Apiranganata said, we need to raise an army of Māori nurses to walk alongside our communities, to combat non-communicable diseases, and to help our people to live and be well. So yesterday was inspiring because some of that vision was coming true, a room of potential nurses, but not just wahine Māori, but an increased presence of male Māori men in the room. Something that we haven't seen for many, many years, and something that we were really proud of. But we have to stop for a moment and think that actually raising an army of Māori nurses, the call that went back out in the 1900s, is the same call that we're making today. We need to raise an army of Māori nurses, and we need to ensure that we have a sustainable workforce to work alongside our whānau, but to allow us to be Māori in the way that we look at healthcare, in the way that we look at hauora, in the way that we advocate, in the way that we live. So it shouldn't take over 100 years. We should have seen action by that time. So the purpose of this hui is about listening to some inspirational speakers, putting the fire in the belly, and see how we can all be the better advocates for our whānau, for our hapu, and for our iwi. Now, it's a privilege also that we're in this space, and even though Keelan did the elbow, I should have remembered that when we were all hugging each other at the door. Because COVID-19 was quite limiting. It stopped us from being Māori. We then had prescription around how we could engage, how we should engage. And yet if we had raised the army of Māori nurses back in the 1900s, one could say that we would have learnt a lot better in a healthcare system and not have such restrictive policies applied to how we practice and cope with pandemic. But the pandemic was hugely significant last year and continues to be significant on our whānau. So it's great to be back in the room. Last year at our hui, we had to do it via Zoom, and the only people that we got to see are ourselves. The only people we got to talk to and talk about how great we were ourselves. And we could only look at a TV screen and not connect with people. And every time we had an inspiring thought or comment being made, all that we could do is, as Keelan said, silence and raise our hands. The pandemic has restricted us in so many ways and also increased the pressure on the healthcare system, which we're all part of, which our whānau engage with. So we're here today and we welcome you to sit back, enjoy the hui, enjoy the whānau opportunity, and be inspired by the speakers as we are. And the great thing about these conferences is we have so many inspirational speakers that we often make notes and then they become our inspirational words to other people who haven't attended this hui. So we've been blessed and had some great people speaking, and the truly important thing about this is the speakers that you're going to connect with. We put out a karanga to them, and there was no hesitation into providing support and having a kōrero with our people. And that's truly, truly a blessing for us. It makes our life easier when we get speakers, but also shows the integrity of the people and their willingness to contribute and give back for us all to learn. Now, I just want to also do a shout out because there are a couple of nurses in the space today that may well hear whether or not their results of states and passing states. And we need to do a round of celebration because those nurses have passed their registration. So there's another Māori workforce coming, and we need to make sure that we tautoko everybody that is a tauira in the room, whether it's learning to become into the registered nursing space or whether it's going on to do higher academic qualifications. We will all be here to tautoko whatever that looks like. So on that note, I thank you. I offer you the opportunity to sit back, relax, enjoy and be inspired by the next couple of days that we've got to offer. Nō reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa. Kia ora. Now, I think at this time we're expecting Minister Penny Henare to be in this space. So we're just going to check the doors and see if he's... I'm sure he's not hiding because Matthew Tukaki is in the room. But so until he comes, I just wanted to do a build-up to the introduction. So as you know, this year has been an interesting year. Actually, it's been an interesting past couple of years. Not only because as Māori nurses, we were claimants or interested parties in the Y2575 Kaupapa Māori Health Inquiry that happened. And the reason why we initially took a claim against the Crown was because of what we believed was a breach of their commitment to Māori nurses and developing a Māori workforce. So this is not an easy task to do whenever you're in a system where you're processing or you're challenging the people that are the people that pay your pay packet. But what was not fair, and what often happens, is the power to resource, the power to decide does not sit in the hands of Māori, but sits in the hands of government that determine what that looks like for us. So we had been since 2008 saying to the government, it's not fair that nurses that work within Māori provider sector get paid up to 25% less than the colleagues that work within district health boards. And in actual fact, a petition of over 13,000 people said the same thing. So this document went to the Health Select Committee, the Māori Health Select Committee. And in actual fact, the Select Committee said it does look like there is a bigger issue that we need to look into. Except that we had a change of government, and at that time perhaps not the palate or appetite to actually do anything significant for Māori. But we had a change in government, and in that change of government, what we got told is that the recommendations from the Health Select Committee were vetoed. So it doesn't mean to say that they didn't acknowledge that there was a problem, just that they didn't any longer exist, or something that the government was going to turn its mind to. So that didn't mean to say that the problem went away. In actual fact, it just got silenced. So the waiata you heard this morning about Hear My Voice, we don't have the rights to it, and I can't even sing it, although I do lip sync pretty good to it. But the Hear My Voice is important because throughout those hearings, since 2008, our voices have not been heard as Māori. Our ability to influence when we're not invited to any table of power means that our voice is silenced. So our dream to believe is only permitted if the government decides it's important enough to listen. So since 2008, nobody listened. And in actual fact, when the earthquakes happened in Christchurch, we were told, well, we might have been going to pay you, but Christchurch recovery is important now, or do you think that the nurses are more important? So those blame things became part of the political tactics that we used on Māori nurses. So we had to unfortunately go outside of New Zealand to the United Nations and stake our claims back there to try to influence and put pressure on or shame on the government at home. Unfortunate thing is that we had to go back several years before we could get any action. So the moment that the Waitangi Tribunal gave us an opportunity to get in there, we were in there, and our nurses gave evidence about how significant the impact was for them going home to whānau when sometimes their pay packet is $600 less than what you have when you work within a district health board. You have the same skills, the same professional accountability, but intentionally you're paid less because of funding structures. So the Waitangi Tribunal gave us an opportunity, and many of our nurses got up there in front of the tribunal and told their story in front of the Crown and often in front of their employer, and some of these employers were Māori. Now the problem still exists, and if any of you work within the district health boards, you would have seen that there was a pay increase a few years ago, and we're actively campaigning for a pay increase now. But that just widens the gap between those that work in Māori and iwi provider groups and those that work in district health boards. So the gap's widening, but the professional expectations in both areas are the same. So we've been backwards and forwards and backwards and forwards, and one thing that the Runanga has become is a lot more politically astute of the environment. So inviting Minister Henare here today is about saying, this is an army of Māori nurses. This is what we can do. Let us do it. Let us be free to do it. Let us believe that we're worth doing it for. So, I'm sure he's been delayed in traffic. Because I'm sure that he was very keen to accept the invitation. Because the health reforms is part of the progress. What we've seen is the healthcare system at the moment isn't working for our people, and it isn't working for us. So perhaps the transformation into a health authority, a Māori health authority, and Health New Zealand might create better opportunities, but it is only dependent on if there are Māori sitting at the table that have no ulterior motives but to try and help Māori to have a health system that is about hauora, that is about well-being, that is equally resourced, that has power and teeth, not a gummy bear that has to be subservient to a government structure that doesn't understand us. So Minister Henare is important and part of that transformation, and it is important that he gets to be part of and see you here today. So I've just got people checking the room, and usually this is one of the times, we might invite, I'll just get somebody to check, otherwise we might invite Matthew up to speak. Oh, he's here. Okay, so when he does come in, I'll just do another introduction, but nowhere near as painfully long as this one. And then a big rousing applause, and then a big cheer when he gives us what we want. Yeah, we'll start off with 50% increase. And the funny thing is, I saw one of the ministers and said, all we need is 13 million, and that'll get us up to the DHB, and then we need another 13, and then we need to consistently be there, and then we're nearly done. You know, so no wonder I'm not on any of the health boards. So, now Lorraine Hetaraka, if you know Lorraine, is the chief nurse for the ministry, and she's here Māori. So we've got a great opportunity. And Lorraine and the minister's advisors will be with him, but Lorraine is one of those people that we can relate to how we work and can do what she can do within the confines of a government structure. But it's awesome to have Māori nurses, and remember she replaced Margarethe Brucorn, who was also Māori but gone back home. So, you know, we have got Māori talent out there. Now we need Māori influence. So we've got 10 minutes. I'll just invite Keelan to come up.
See, I told you, you need a couple of jokes up your sleeve just in case. So here goes Oh, now I've got to remember it. So, Johnny went to kura this particular day, and it was maths. And the teacher said, Johnny, there are 3 birds sitting on the fence. If I shoot one with my gun, how many birds are left? And Johnny thinks about it for a little minute, and he says, none, miss, because when you shot the first one, the others flew away from the sound the gun made. And the teacher says, Johnny, the answer is 2, but I like your thinking. Johnny says, I've got a question for you, miss. And she goes, rolls her eyes and says, okay, Johnny, what's your question? He says, there's 3 queers down at the local dairy eating ice creams. One queer is licking her ice cream around and around and around. The second queer is licking her ice cream in the same place. And the third queer was gobbling her ice cream from the top of the ice cream down to the cone. Johnny's question to the teacher was, which queer is married? The teacher says, the queer that's gobbling her ice cream from the top down to the cone. He says, no, miss, it's the queer wearing the wedding ring. But I like your thinking. Well, I won't be a sec, I'll just go and grab my guitar. Now, I've been dying to do this waiata for a long time. And this waiata, we always get it wrong. And as I was growing up, I'd rumble through it, just act like I knew the words. It's tūtira mai ngā iwi, ne? Tātou tātou e, tūtira mai ngā iwi, tātou tātou e, whaia te mātou ranga, me te aroha e ngā iwi, kia, and these are the words I was told by the whānau that read it, kia ko tapatahi, kia ko tahira. Kei te tika? Okay, let's have a go. Tūtira mai ngā iwi, tātou tātou e. Tūtira mai ngā iwi, tātou tātou e. Whaia te maramatanga, me te aroha e ngā iwi, kia ko tapatahi, kia ko tahira, tātou tātou. Oh, e tū koutou that know the actions. Tūtira mai ngā iwi, au e, tātou tātou. Ka pai ngā tika hungunu. Tūtira mai ngā iwi, tātou tātou e. Whaia te maramatanga, me te aro e ngā iwi, kia ko tapatahi, kia ko tahira, tātou tātou e. One more time, that looks cool. Tūtira mai ngā iwi, au e, tātou tātou e. Tūtira mai ngā iwi, au e, tātou tātou e. Whaia te maramatanga, me te aro e ngā iwi, kia ko tapatahi, kia ko tahira, tātou tātou e. Tātou, tātou, puruti aki ama, hi au e. Hey, tēnā koutou katoa. And yes, Ngāti Kahungunu, moe a mahinarangi kia tūrongo ka puta ki waho ko raukawa e mihi kaua tuana kia koutou nā whanaunga. So, I think I'm going to have to tell the minister's partner to sort him out. Because she comes from Raukawa. Okay, here's another try. Sorry you have to put up with these jokes. So where Johnny used to live, his dad built a wharepaku, a long job up on top of the little puke at their home. And behind the puke was a river. And Johnny always wondered if he could push the wharepaku building over, it would roll down into the awa. And his thinking was, I wonder if the building will float. Anyway, he went to the wharepaku and he was standing outside and he just happened to lean on it and it moved. So he leant on it a little bit more and it moved some more. So he pushed with all his might and down the back of the hill went the wharepaku and onto the river, and lo and behold, to his amazement, it floated. So off he goes to school. When Johnny comes home, Johnny's dad was standing at the gate waiting for him. And he gets to the gate and goes, hi Dad. And his dad says, Johnny, did you push the wharepaku over into the river? And he says, before you say anything, Johnny, let me tell you a story about George Washington. George Washington's dad grew trees. And he had a little boy who used to be quite mischief. And George Washington had bought a brand new axe. And George's son sat there and he thought, I wonder how many chops it'll take me to chop down this tree. And it was the first tree that George's dad had planted. He grabbed the axe, and with 3 blows, he knocked the tree over. When George's son, I've already got to the punchline in my head, sorry. George said to his son, did you cut the tree down? His son looked at him with big eyes and said, yes, I did, Dad. And he goes, because you were honest, I won't boot you up the bum. I won't give you a hiding. Thank you very, very much for being honest with me. Then Johnny's dad turns to him and says, now, I ask you, Johnny, did you push the wharepaku over into the river? Johnny looks at his dad and goes, yes, I did, Dad. And his dad goes, I'm going to give you the biggest hiding you've ever had. He said, yeah, but George didn't give his son a hiding. He goes, George wasn't sitting in the tree when his son cut the tree down. Sorry. Here's a good old Te Aute song. Sorry, I just want to say one thing. Keelan went to Hatupōura College. The man that stood up here and welcomed us into Te Papa this morning, Paura Tibble, was also a Hatupōura old boy. And I just wanted to point out that I haven't seen Te Aute sort out an annual holiday for the whole country in a long, long time. I don't think ever. But I just want to put a big shout out to Tākuta Rangi Matamua. Next year we have a Matariki holiday. And all thanks to those Hatupōura old boys. Oh, let's not go there. Well, where's the minister? Vitu vitu waru waru wekani kani e. Vitu vitu waru waru wekani kani e. Ara kotitiro kore maketu. Ara kotitiro kore maketu. Ara kotitiro kore maketu. Vitu vitu waru waru wekani kani e. Vitu vitu waru waru wekani kani e. Nuku nuku maira e inema. Nuku nuku maira e tamama. Nuku nuku maira e inema. Vitu vitu waru waru wekani kani e. Vitu vitu waru waru wekani kani e. This feels more like a concert than it does a conference. E te hoko! E te hoko vitu atu kakahara. Ka tira te inga inga ki rarora. Mana whakaro ke rungarawa. Hei arahi te ara e tika ai, whirina ki tatu katoa, kia kotahira. Nā mara e tuno nei, nā maunga e tuno nei, auera e ta mama, te mama e te pauri nui, e patu nei ia hawina, kia kotahira. Ngāri mu au e, ane o moko puna e, ruru tune ahi au e toko vitu atu ka kahara, ka tira te inga ki rarora, mana whakaro ke rungarawa, hei arahi te ara e tika ai, whirina ki tatu katoa, kia kotahira. Pamai tore aroha, ki te pai o Aotearoa, e ngā iwi o Aotearoa, haere maira, haere man, haere man. Titiro ki ngā hoea, tua wehe nei, au e te aroha me te mamai. Tai me te toru e tai te whare tapu te aporo titi haere mai, haere mai. And te. Maku koe katoe, mehe me ko koe, taku taku ma, pirirawa ki tēnei umae. Who else has got another one? Mehe mandurere, awe, 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 kuarere kito moenga. Ki te awhitoti, nana, awe, awe, te tautauri mai. Tahi ne taru kino, mahi whai a ipo, kei te wehenga, aroha ka ana, aere maera, ia hau neira, te aroha tino nui, haere mai. Titiro! Thank you.
So what we have is the minister is just about here, but we have a cup of tea and some hot stuff, so if you want to quickly grab a cup of tea, and then Keelan will do a karakia, and then come back to your seats. This is an unusual hui and an unusual start to a hui because we're running on time, so the minister is probably thought that we would be delayed. But if we can quickly get a cup of tea, the minister's walking in, and then you can go back to your tables and have your cup of tea.
He te atua whakapainga tēnā kai hei oranga mo mātou tīnana whangai hoki o mātou wairua ki te taro o te ora. Āmene. Amen. And did we tell them to turn the heat down?
So thank you everybody making your way back to your seats. Now we'll take two on this, and it is my great pleasure to introduce our next opening address from Minister Penny Henare, who came all the way from Wellington, and it's our apologies. It's our apologies that at this function that we were running ahead of time. We just want to not do the talking and just get straight to the action. But so our apologies that we're running ahead of time, but I hope everybody had some refreshments, some kai. I'd like to welcome the Minister to the stage, please.
A tupu Māori ora ki te whai au ki te ao maramati he wā Māori ora. E oku rangatira, e oku whanaunga. Koutou katoa kua haere mai tawhiti, koutou katoa kua haere mai tata. E mihi atu ana ki a koutou katoa kua mahu e nei te wā kāinga, kia tatu iho mai nei ki runga i te whanganui a tara, o tēnei kaupapa whakahirahira rawa atu. E mihi atu ana ki ngā aitua maha o te wā. Te hunga kua pīkauria mai e koutou, kia tāpai ake ki te tāhuhu kōrero o tō tātou whare e tūnei, ka tukuna atu rātou kia haere e moe. Ka whakahokia mai ngā rārangi kōrero kia tātou e oku rangatira, e oku whāia, e oku kuia, ana e oku ringa raupā. Te hunga i whakarite hia i tēnei huihuinga, hei wānanga, hei nohotahi, hei huitahi, mō tātou katoa, e mihi atu ana ki a koutou katoa, e te whae e keri, koutou ko tō rōpu, ko whakarite hia nei tēnei wahanga mōku, kia kōrero ki mua i te aroaro o te mininga kua tae mai e mihi atu ana ki a koe, kia koutou katoa tēnā koutou kia ora tātou katoa. Actually, I did expect the hui to run late. I remember speaking at the same hui in 2019 and it was running late then. So I thought, it must be true to form. But nonetheless, we're here and it is fantastic to be here. It's fantastic to be here amongst whānau, amongst friends, and amongst the heart of our community. And so I want to acknowledge each and every one of you, those who have travelled great distances, and those like the lovely lady I had just met from up the road here in Wellington. Can I say to each and every one of you, thank you. Thank you for the hard work that you do. I know, because as I said in 2019, my son is a nurse and he texts me every day moaning at his father. He's like, Dad, what the hell are you doing? But I want to acknowledge all of the hard work that you've done. If I reflect back at the time when I last spoke at this hui in 2019, lots has happened. And of course, with all of those happenings, the pressure has particularly been put on our health sector, and I want to acknowledge, put on you. Each and every one of you, whether you're working in DHBs, whether you're working in community organisations, the pressure has been put on you, and I'm here to also say to you, thank you for the work you're about to do. Why? Because we know we're not out of the woods. We know that there's lots more work to be done. So there's a couple of points I want to cover a little bit later in the kōrero, but for the mahi that you've done, first in response to COVID-19, not just on the front line, that's the alarm, must be time for me to finish. Not just on the front line, but because each of you have whānau. You come from a community, and I know that many of you will have supported your whānau, supported your community during what has been a particularly difficult time for our people with COVID-19. If we move forward, we come towards the vaccination. The vaccination rollout and process has been another particular challenge that we've asked yourselves and others to meet. And I can say, as somebody who has been both the face and also the kicking dummy for all of the matters relating to COVID vaccination, I want to say thank you. But we're not there yet. We know that the numbers, in particular with vaccination, sit stubbornly low. And despite support directly to Māori health providers, I know that many of the Māori health providers across this country are stretched. They actually can't do much more. We're delivering in marae, we're delivering in communities, we're delivering in homes for our people. And now it shouldn't be the basic assumption that if we're looking to drive more equity with the vaccination process, that the onus should only go on our Māori health providers and Māori health practitioners. Actually, what needs to happen is that the Pākehā mainstream system needs to change its way to be able to deliver equity for our people. The fact remains is over 80% of our people still access their healthcare through a mainstream provider. No, I don't know how many marae we can go to, how many small communities we can go to, how many kaumātua flats we can visit to talk about the COVID vaccine. Ultimately, we need the Pākehā institutions to change the way they're doing things to meet the equity challenge that we have. So, first challenge of the day, that's on all of us. I can do what I can do, but my plea to you all is to continue to challenge and push your leadership to make sure that they keep equity not at the forefront of their minds, but in absolutely everything they put their hand to. I'm sick of reading strategies. I'm sick of reading reports. I'm sick and tired of hearing a strategy that says they'll deliver equity in places like where I come from in Te Tai Tokerau, because they're not. So, my challenge and my request is where you see this in your organisation, in particular for the mainstream organisations, if you see this in your organisation, if you see this in your community, I want you to come straight to me. Because I don't know unless I know. I need you to be able to talk to me about this is what's happening in Whangārei, and this is what's not happening, and these are the people who are supposed to be making it happen. Once I get that information, we're able to move harder, more deliberately, and focused on that. The reason I wanted to spend that time talking about the vaccination process is because, whānau, we've still got a mountain to climb. The statistics say that we're still sitting at about 9% vaccination rate. I actually think that's, I'm using my mōtatau maths, 54 in School C Māori, School C maths. My maths is a little bit dubious. But what I do know is if it sits stubbornly at 9%, there are a lot of things that aren't going to happen as we look towards the future. The Prime Minister made it clear yesterday that we will be looking towards opening the borders. Now, while that might not seem too relevant to our kōrero here today, what it is relevant to our whānau and the people that you serve. Because when we want to do that, when we need to do that, our number one priority isn't opening the borders, it must be to continue to protect our whānau. And one of the main ways that we can do that, and the evidence was clear in the hui yesterday from all of the tohunga on the matter, there were Pākehā, Māori, Pacific. Vaccination is one of those things that will help us do it and do it safely. So as role models and as leaders in your community, my plea is that you continue to push the message around vaccination for our whānau. I know there are challenges out there, trust me. Death threats and insults, they're a pretty common job for a politician, but they're heightened when we talk about the vaccination. So, I know it's challenging, but my plea here today is to ask you to continue to champion all of those matters with respect to the COVID vaccine. I want to cover another few things. I think I've got about 20 minutes, so I'll take about half an hour. We've covered off a bit of the COVID vaccine. I want to come now to another thing that's affecting your people and your organisations, and that is the health reform. We know that there is significant health reform underway, and the horizon is drawing closer and closer every single day. In particular for this organisation, or for this whakaminenga, this gathering here today, it's important for us not just to be cognizant or aware of the changes and the developments in the establishment of a Māori health authority, which I'll get to very shortly, because I'm super excited about that. But also we've got to keep an eye on the other prize, which is Health New Zealand. If we just say that the Māori Health Authority is going to solve all of our problems, then we're misguided. But I am excited for the opportunity, and I'll talk about that shortly. Where most of you work and where most of our people work and where most of our people access their services is in Health New Zealand. And that's where we need to make sure, the equity kōrero that we had just not long ago must be throughout that entire organisation. And we've got a very awesome opportunity. Why? Because the health reform gives us a chance not to reset. Hei aha te reset. We've done resets in the past. What the health reform has allowed us to do is wipe the slate clean and actually start afresh. So, here's the process for the health reforms moving forward, and then I'm going to come back to the Māori Health Authority. Right now, the legislation's being drafted. Now, for most people, in particular, my whānau up north, legislation, they're like, well, what the hell does that mean? Is Nanny going to get her new hip? Or is Uncle going to get his new knee? My job, in particular with the legislation, is to make sure that it, one, doesn't just reflect te tiriti o Waitangi, but enables te tiriti o Waitangi. The first clause can't say give effect to the principles of the treaty like other legislation does. What we want to be able to do in this legislation is be far more explicit about what we mean when we talk about te tiriti o Waitangi and the provision of healthcare. For some, it means access. For some, it means equity. For others, it simply means the ability to live well as a Māori. And I'm not saying to be able to get your medicine on time, even though that's important. Oranga and well-being for us, as you all know, isn't a health clinic. It's our house, it's our whānau, it's our marae, and it's our community. This needs to be reflected in the legislation when we talk about te tiriti o Waitangi. So that's the first thing. The second part of the legislation is, okay, what does a Māori Health Authority look like? What became clear to us in the Y2575 Hauora claim was we needed a Māori Health Authority. But not just a Māori Health Authority that looks like a choice clinic or a whare somewhere. We need one that has the thing that all of our ancestors fought for, mana motu hake. Mana motu hake. Now, how do you do that when you put it into legislation or you're trying to have an entity that must still be responsible for the money that it receives, but more importantly, is accountable to the whānau that they serve? What we've come through is a series of settlements across iwi. Now, I'm wandering a little bit, which is why I said half an hour. Anyway, we've come from a settlement regime, ethos, and way of thinking. One that says, fight hard, get somewhere. What I'm hoping to achieve with the Māori Health Authority is actually not only fight hard and get somewhere, and not only should the Māori Health Authority hold the Crown to account, what I'd like to see too is a Māori Health Authority that holds itself to account to its whānau. Because I tell you why. It's easy to build an ivory tower in Wellington. We do it all the time, trust me. But it's harder to build a service in Moerewa, Kawakawa, Kaitaia, Ruatoki, wherever it might be, that allows whānau to hold that service to account. Which is why I'm excited. Why? Because we asked Sir Mason Jury not only to do the work on the recruitment of the leadership of this organisation, but on what does an accountability framework look like, because we know what it looks like between Māori and the Crown. We've been living it for 40 years in settlements. What we're not clear on is what does it look like where our whānau have the opportunity and the ability to hold services, in particular Māori and mainstream, to account. And Sir Mason Jury is leading that mahi for us, and I'm super excited for the opportunity. So, the legislation will deliver a structure of the Māori Health Authority as best we can to give mana motu hake. The next layer down is actually where the rubber meets the road. And this is about the ivory tower I talked about. If we wanted just a Māori Health Authority that looks like an ivory tower, we might as well have just built a Māori hospital. That's not how it works. My expectation is that at a regional and a local level, not at a national level, the solutions that are required for your whānau are empowered and, more importantly, executed. Well-being in Moerewa looks different to well-being in Manurewa. And that's okay. That's how it should be. So we need to be able to have a system that allows those opportunities to have bespoke solutions to those communities' challenges and empower them. And that's what the challenge is going to be at the next level down. More importantly, though, and it's back to my kōrero about accountability, is how do, at those community levels and at our whānau level, how do we make sure they have the opportunity to hold us all to account? Because at the moment, their voice is missing in the health conversation. I want to come now to talk about the what next. So, the legislation is currently being drafted. The expectation is that I had hoped it would have entered Parliament by the end of this month. We've been delayed slightly. It's now looking like the end of September. That's okay, because the kinas are fat at the end of September, so I'm okay with that. The expectation is that it will continue to go through its normal path through Parliament. That means that our whānau and yourselves will find yourselves being able to offer your voice on what those changes look like in legislation. In early September, when the kinas aren't so fat, we will be announcing who is going to be the lead governance body and the individuals on that body for both the Māori Health Authority and Health New Zealand. I'm excited, and I'll tell you why. Because you know how I talked about Sir Mason Jury? Most people in here, in particular the people in the front tables here, they know the process of appointment from the Crown. Names get given to a minister, we sit down at a table and it's sort of like playing checkers, and then we come up with who we think should lead the organisation and we make an appointment. The reason we got Sir Mason Jury to do this is because if we got an opportunity to do it right from the beginning for a Māori Health Authority, it should be done with the right tikanga, with the right perspective, and be built on the Māori kaupapa. So that means that we've entrusted them to lead a process to be able to appoint leadership to the Māori Health Authority, and I look forward to sharing that with you and the rest of the country at the beginning of September. All of this in aid of July 1. Mark it in your diary, July 1 next year. It's all systems go for the Māori Health Authority and Health New Zealand. But I will say this, because I know many of you work in our organisations like DHBs and in the community, because the question is, what does this mean for you? That's always the question. What does it mean for you? Yes, system change is difficult. Yes, system change takes time. For the most part in your roles, it won't seem too different. It won't seem too dissimilar to what you're doing now. However, my expectation is that through a Māori Health Authority, actually, we are going to find the opportunity to simply do things our way. And that's where I want to say to you, I am excited for the opportunity that will present itself to you in due time to be a part of what I think is going to be something special. And that is Māori Health Mana Motu Hake. Look out for the opportunity. It's coming. 20 minutes? Ka pai. No. Right. Now I'm getting the boot along. That's the health reform work. I want you all to find yourself engaged in that. So therefore, at the end of September, throughout October and November, myself and Andrew Little, Minister Little, will be hitting the road and we'll be coming to speak to you. And not a hui in Auckland alone, because that's easy. Haere mai ki Tāmaki or haere mai ki Pōneke. My expectation is that I will be there in Kaitaia all the way down to Murihiku. And to be able to engage with you all and explain and talk to and also hear from you, because we don't always have the answers. In fact, you have the answers to be able to push our kaupapa along. So look forward to catching up with you out and about towards the end of September, October and November. Right, now to all the real crunchy areas. Workforce. I know you're tired. I know it's been hard. And I know we're not out of it. We're not out of the woods yet. And I want to say thank you again. What does a workforce strategy look like moving forward? That's what I want to hear from you. I don't want to hear, oh no, you recruit more. Oh, well, kei te pai tēnā, we can do that anywhere. As the Minister of Defence, we recruit all the time for the Army, Navy and the Air Force. But what I want to hear is a very deliberate way of doing that. And I'll tell you what I mean. My auntie here, Mari, she knows. In 1992, I was 12. No, true story. We were called to a hui in Mōtatau, and Kevin Prime, some of you may know, Rob Cooper, my father Erima, and a whole number, Auntie Moy Milne, they grabbed 30 of us young people in Ngāti Hine, and they said, you will be a doctor, you will be a nurse, you will be a teacher, and that's what you're going to do, and we are going to do everything we can to get you there. Deliberate, clear, skin in the game. What are they going to do to support us to get there? That's what I want to hear. Not one that says, okay, we've got an immediate need, let's recruit. Yes, we do. But we need to be deliberate about what we're trying to achieve with a vision to 30 years and 50 years ahead of us. In 1992, who would have thought that in that time, Ngāti Hine would have grown 14 doctors, an army of nurses, an army of teachers, and one ratbag politician. But that's what I want to hear, and that's what we need to do. The opportunity to be able to look forward 30 and 50 years, not to the now and not to the 3, 5, or 10 years ahead of us. And we need to be deliberate about it. My offer to you is I'm here to help you do that too. We know that the Crown has a role to play in that, and I want to play my part. But only you know the pipeline, you know the people, you know the workforce, and you know what needs to be done. So I look forward to, and I offer this as an opportunity to sit down, to talk about what we can do to make sure that our workforce is deliberate, is purposeful, and is the dynamic workforce we need it to be in 30 and 50 years' time, where I'll still be about 30, 45. Anyway, the other one, final kaupapa here today, is I know there's a challenge with pay equity. I know that. And you know, it was funny because when I said that I was coming here to speak here today, some of my colleagues went, "Fu e hoa, kia tūpato." Are you sure you want to go? I said, of course. They're our whānau. They're our people. And it's important to front up to that. I spoke to Minister Little last night. You know, we've got to work hard and continue to push for the kind of pay parity and pay equity that you all deserve. And he said to me, he's up for it. He's keen. Let's keep doing it. And that's all I'll say on that. Kia kaha. Kia kaha. And I'll walk out facing you so I don't get the knife in the back. Front page tomorrow. Little says yes. Anyway, in conclusion, thank you for tolerating me. In conclusion, can I say to each and every one of you and to your families, because I know as I look at your faces now, I know behind you is mum, dad, nanny, partner, tamariki, mokopuna. A big thank you to each and every one of you. Because 1, the hard work that you do. 2, the hard work you're about to do. And 3, the kind of results we can achieve for our whānau across this country. I'm excited for the opportunities that we have. I'm excited for what the future holds for us. You know, I always think about my grandfather when I think of the future, which is interesting. Like Māori, we think about the past to think about the future. And he always said to me, you know, son, when my time comes and I meet my maker, and if my maker asks me, what's the one thing we want changed on this earth? He said, my thing is I want my mokopuna before my own tamariki. And at the time I thought, oh, that's special for me because I'm your mokopuna. But geez, that's ratchet for Dad. But what he's saying to us is, once again, we must continue to look towards 30 and 50 years ahead. Not to our immediate, not to our now. Because as we all know, we do this for our tamariki, for our mokopuna, and for a prosperous future. Nō reira, kia noho haumaru ai koutou ki roto I te roanga ake o tēnei huihuinga, taino atu ki tōna whakatutukitanga. Kia pai ai tō koutou hokinga atu ki te wā kāinga, kia tai pai ai koutou ki roto I ngā wā kāinga huri noa tēnā koutou. Kia ora tātou katoa. guitars, singers, fantastic.
Tēnā tātou katoa, e wāhi mihi tēnei, ki tēnei rangatira, a pene mō wana kōrero rangatira, ki te haere mai ki te api a mātou, I roto ngā mahi katoa, I mōhi o ngā mātou, nuia ngā mahi o tātou katoa. So I'd just like to take this opportunity to thank Pene for today, because it is true, I actually work at Ngāti Hene and I've been working there for over 2 decades, and you know, I worked under the leadership of his dad and of Bob Cooper, and you know, Gwen Tapania. You know, they're all great people and great leaders. So I want to say to you, Pene, you know, congratulations in all the mahi that you do. I know that you're in a very, very stressful job, and you know, and I know you're resilient. So, no reira, tēnā koe, tēnā
Anō reira e tātou mā, who would have thought, when Tata and I were sitting down having a beer writing that waiata, we'd be singing it here. Kia ora tātou.
Tēnā koutou, kei te mea hau ki a koutou. Ko waia hau e tuake nei, ko kōpu kairoa tōku maunga, ko waiteo tōku awa, ko waiteo, ko mā tātua tōku waka, ko ngaiterangi tōku iwi, ko ngā pōtiki tōku hapu, ko tau whakatiki tōku marae, ko Ana Maria Wātane tōku ingoa, ko take mahi I tēnei wā, ko te tiamana, ko te taira whiti, mai ngā kuri a whare ki Tihirau, mai Maketu ki Tongariro. Ko take mahi kei te hui pera o Tauranga Moana, ko te pau tāpui a hau, kei roto I te whare kaupapa, I te hawara a toi, te pare a toi, kei te hui pera o Tauranga Moana.
Nā mihi kia koutou katoa, ko wai au, ka tūara au I runa tōku mauna taiarahia. Ka titiro whakawaho o rere nei ko tōku awa ohine matoro. Kei rua toki tōku marae ko te rewarewa, kei raro te hapu o te māhurihure. Pakihiwi kaha o te huatahi o ko kāmutu. He rana hira ki te iwi o tūhoi, ko te pūrewa. Tūhoi maumau kai, maumau tauna, maumau tanata ki te pō e tuku. Kia ora, ko Tracy Black tōku inua, he tāpui au mai te hohi pera o whakatāne, ki roto I te whare o nā taitamariki. Ai, kia ora.
Tēnā tātou katoa no. I have the privilege of introducing our next speaker, who is an intelligent man of action, with little tolerance of incompetent governance that impacts negatively on the lives of those most in need of competent policy making and delivery of care. He will pound on the doors of the key decision makers in this country to ensure our voices are heard. In the 2020 Indigenous Nurses Conference, the theme being raising an army of Māori nurses, rise up, he made a shout out to our Māori nurses. He said he could not be prouder of the work our nurses do each and every day, but we need to do more than just thank them. We need to ensure that they are paid fairly and equitably, and support them in keeping their home fires burning. Mā te manaki I te tangata e tū ai te mana, it is by honouring and helping people that mana endures, and that must be the case with our Māori nurses right across Aotearoa. Hoi anō, nau mai hara mai, te hoi o te mautere o matakana, no Tauranga Moana, Matthew Tukaki.
Kia ora. Thank you. Morena. Well, I guess that I'm 10 minutes only, given what Penny rushed in here. Look, there he is. He's still there, waiting to see what old Tukaki says. Can I just say that man is a God blessing to us Māori people. He's a senior Māori minister, and we need to work him like a horse while he's up there. Morena, of course, my name is Matthew Tukaki. I come from the central po of the Te Ao Māori world. You fellas might have heard of it. Matakana Island. Hey, no, not Taitokorau. The last bastion of sovereignty in the Māori nation, or at least in Tauranga Moana, at least. Never tell those Hauraki fellas that, though, eh? Hey, kia ora morena again. I had a prepared speech because now these days I have to travel with officials. But I actually told officials I was talking at another conference down the road, so they're not here with me. I've just got my mate Brent, and so I just ripped up a speech. Because I want to have a talk to you about something that's going to occur on the 26th of August in the context of our Māori world, our Māori nation, and actually impacts each one of you in our communities right across the Motu. But I'm also going to frame it in a way that makes sense to me because, look, let's face it, no one approached me to be a doctor or a nurse or a teacher or even a politician. Hell, I didn't even pass School C English. So I'm not one of those academically inclined fellas. But I want to talk to you under the, through the lens of setting the waka forward, because actually I think that's where we need to be now. We can relitigate the past as much as we want to about the Māori health disparities in our country, and as chair of the Māori Health Monitoring Group of the Ministry of Health, I can tell you I know those disparities every single day. When I took the chair of the Māori Health Monitoring Group back at the beginning of this pandemic, I was worried about everything from cardiovascular disease. I mean, look at me, I'm a walking poster child for blood pressure medication. Hey? Although I have lost 16 kilos, it is coming down. But, thank you, kia ora. I'm still on the chopped chicken and the salad. But cardiovascular, high instances of diabetes, limb amputations, and in fact, when this pandemic began, one of my biggest concerns at the time was whether or not hospital waiting lists would blow out. And the reason that's important is because we know our people languish on hospital waiting lists. You see it every single day. And so what did those disparities look like back then? And given that the pandemic was upon us and we didn't know what was going to happen, what was going to be amplified, what do we need to shift resources in, but then also what could we learn as we move forward? Because I'm here to tell you, this pandemic is only at the start. We are nowhere near the midway point of this pandemic at the moment. It is the pandemic that keeps on giving every single day. And like we've seen in New South Wales with the Delta variant, Lambda, which is also one that's emerging out of South America, could be even more toxic and even more spreadable. So what was it that we learnt last year through the pandemic, which is partly what I want to share with you in terms of relitigating some of the lessons. Number one, our Māori health organisations, our Māori communities are grossly underfunded, but you already knew all that. Our Māori workforce was not only under pressure and not only expected to do more every single day with less, we expect them to do even more
for less, and also with no recognition at a time when politicians were bagging Māori communities out, saying somehow we were part of the problem, we were doing things the wrong way. No, we were doing things the Pākehā. We weren't doing the things the Pākehā way. And I need to be really clear about that, because if it's one thing the Spanish flu taught us, is that Māori looked after our own. And it was in those moments that not only we saw the growth of a Māori health workforce, but even since those times, those disparities of funding have existed. So we were expected to do more with less. And of course, when the Māori Health Authority came along and the changes to the DHBs, and let me be under no illusion, I have never been a fan of the DHBs. I haven't been a fan of the DHBs because the DHBs have done cock nothing for us. And I know I probably shouldn't have said it that way. My nan would probably shoot me. But actually, what have the DHBs done for Māori health? Actually, nothing more than hold us back than drive us forward. But what they do is they come up with these amazing strategies, as Penny always alludes to. So setting forth the waka for me is very much about understanding that these are new times. And in those times, we're going to be facing new challenges, not just the old ones, but importantly, we need to be focused on creating now what these new opportunities look like. And it's not just about workforce, it's not just about standing something up, it's also about the infrastructure required to drive our health forward, our health system forward in our communities. So setting the waka forward is firstly and primarily about those three things, and focusing importantly around opportunities. In doing this, we're going to face some pretty stormy seas. Some pretty stormy seas. As somebody who comes from Matakana Island, I can vouch for the barge only going intermittently when the tide is rough. But those stormy seas include things that Penny has talked about, and we actively talk about every single day over at the Māori Health Monitoring Group, but also in my role of Oranga Tamariki, which I will touch on briefly in a moment. And that's workforce pressure, working conditions, pay parity, and pay equity. The truth is that as we start emerging midway through this pandemic and into the future, we're going to be facing a workforce who is tired. We're going to be faced with a workforce who isn't only still under pressure, but where the numbers will continue to deplete for no other reason than often attrition. And so what we need is actually a workforce plan that's not only fit for the future, but also encompasses all the other things that Māori nurses in particular do. They're not just nurses. They're community development officers. They're social workers in some respects. They're mothers, they're fathers, they're grandparents, they're brothers, they're sisters, and that's actually where we need to recalibrate and re-understand the job description. It's about whānau-centred approaches. And I don't just mean whānau order as a framework. I mean actually we need to get back to the heart and soul of what communities do and how they ran. We also need to understand that our changing environment comes with ever-changing operating environments. Penny is right. Yes, the Māori Health Authority is a great aspiration. Kapai, I'm all favour of that. Hell, I'm the first one at the barricades to get it. But actually the main prize is Health New Zealand. And what we need to do, and this is one of the jobs that I have, is to ensure that there's equity and balance in the governance structure of Health New Zealand, and that ensures that Māori voice isn't just another brown box ticking table. A whole lot of people invited to come along for the karakia, but don't stay for the meeting. We're no longer there in those times. These are new times. And more importantly, we need to understand that this pandemic, while we're not even midway through it, at some point we do need to start planning for our future, and Penny alluded to it as well, and I do agree with him. Where are we going to be in 20, 30, 40 and 50 years' time? Now, we have to face those things in stormy seas in order to get to calmer seas and calmer waters. And there are so many things going on around the public service at the moment. And by the way, I hate to say it if there's any public servants in the room, I'm not fully trusting of public servants either. In fact, hell, I'm still surprised they keep appointing me to stuff. But that includes and it does include an action plan, and this is coming to the point. The Māori Health Action Plan goes to 2025. In 2022, towards the end, we'll start developing a new Māori Health Action Plan. But my steer to the Ministry of Health and to the Deputy Director General and to Penny is that critically and importantly, our Māori nurses not only should be playing a role or having a seat at the table, they actually need to be leading it. And the reason I keep on saying this is I'm also a product of nurses. I think some of you know one of my aunties, Sue Wihari. I mean, my goodness, she was on the phone to me this morning. Have you got your talking points? Yes, auntie, yes. Ruth Berry on my mum's side, on my Pākehā side. I come from a well-honed army of nurses, both at home and even just north of here in Upper Hutt. So that action plan is critical. And importantly, I do note that the Workforce Development Council and the new tertiary education reforms does not have a presence of a Māori nurse representative. As a member of that council, I find that quite offensive. And so I'm going to have a discussion with the Minister. In fact, I'll send him one of my traditional sort of matukaki emails and say, actually, Minister, I'm willing to cede my role on that board in place of a Māori nurse. And I think that's important. If that's the one thing I can do today and step aside in place of a Māori nurse voice on that Workforce Development Council, then kapai, you're deserving of it and you should have been there in the first place. The final thing I want to address is then, you know, we've reached our calmer waters, but at some point we need to make our landfall. We need to make land. And that land looks like, what is it we're trying to achieve here? What is our ultimate aspiration, our ultimate hope that we're trying to seek through opportunity? And it must be nothing less than a complete reversal of all Māori health disparities. Every single one. From standing up an army of cancer support workers in our regions to ensuring that we've got dialysis equipment and infrastructure in our base hospitals and our regional hospitals where they need it. Making sure too that we've got cars and the ability to put petrol in those cars to get to those appointments. And we can't also miss out our Māori midwives and our Māori ancillary workforce that support everybody in the field. The days of forcing our whānau to go to Auckland, Wellington and Christchurch for cancer treatment, for example, that has to be over in our aspiration. In fact, we need to be doing more to prevent them from getting these diseases in the first place, which is why the Health Promotion Agency needs to be turned over to Māori interests and aspirations as well. But I'm going to say something that's even more critical, and this is why I think having the various roles that I've got is so important. Because the Ministry of Health and the health sector cannot do this alone. And in fact, everybody struggles to do things in isolation to somebody else down the road, te mea. It hasn't worked, it's never worked. When I took on the role as Chairman of the Ministry for Children, Oranga Tamariki, quite frankly, I was surprised that they asked me, but kapai them. I was faced with probably one of the most daunting tasks in social policy in recent history. And I learnt from John Rangiho and those who have gone before him in a system that goes back to 1893. This is not new. This wasn't magicked up over the last few years through Oranga Tamariki or SIFs. This has been something writ large since baby farming was a thing and Minnie Dean was executed for it back in 1896. That's how the system emerged. So faced with that, I made the conscious decision to move quickly and to move at pace. Because let me share with you some numbers. 70,000 of our tamariki and our mokopuna come into the state care system through notifications every single year. More than 40,000 of them turn into a report of concern. More than 8,000 family group conferences occur across this country, and that leads to just over 5,400 children in care. As of the 31st of March 2021, 67% of them were Māori. That is the wall we have to climb. But see, we have for so long been focused on intervention and intensive intervention when these children already arrive into the system as 5,400. We do little and do nothing to focus on prevention in the 70,000 children sitting up here. And on the 26th of August, I will be announcing with the Minister and with the government the forward direction of Oranga Tamariki, and I will swear to God we will be focused on prevention. And why is that important? Because a third of those numbers of notifications come from the health system. They come from our GP practices and our hauora, and in fact what we do is we channel them down without preventing them from coming down in the first place. And critically, I will tell you that I see great positive opportunity in the standing up of a Māori Health Authority to also be the interagency and intersection for Māori social services as well. But we're not going to stop there. Oh, I'm not going to stop there. Hell, I'm not even a politician. We're not going to stop there, because at the same time as we address what's going on in primary health and in social services with Oranga Tamariki, we must focus our time and attention too on the intersection between mental health and suicide prevention. Now, I've been involved in suicide prevention and mental health for a very long time. I know the numbers. I've chaired the Federal Coronial Commission over there in that other place called Australia. And let me tell you that even when I sit down, and I have read thousands of coronial reports in my time, I see what happened in the lead up to somebody's passing. And again, I say it's because our agencies were never working together. You know, our whānau, when they face their darkest moments in their toughest times, they expect to turn to somebody, at least, to guide them into the light. They're not there to be guided by bureaucrats to go over here or here or here, only creating more trauma and more grief and more mamai. And so over the next couple of months, we're going to be working really hard to find that intersection, and then once again also bring organisations like our Māori nurses into the play. I'm going to leave it there because I could ramble on for days and days and weeks and weeks and months. Don't follow me on TikTok, no. But more importantly, my message today is threefold. Number one, I've never before been as proud to be Māori today as I was when I first left the loins of my mother at the Elderslie Hospital in Upper Hutt. There is a renaissance in Māoridom here, right now, not down the track, it's here. I get to see it every single day in the eyes of our young people in particular, even though I still think I'm rangatahi adjacent, probably more kaumātua adjacent these days. Yesterday afternoon, myself and Dame Miritana, we were sitting at a marae in Hawke's Bay speaking to young men who were members of the mongrel mob. Now, I don't get into the criminality side of things, but you know what? My first opening words to them is, be proud to be Māori, and by the way, I don't see you as gang members, I see you as whānau. Whānau first. The second thing I want to say is simply this. Hear my words, which are the song that was played this morning. What a beautiful, beautiful song. Let us make a world our whānau can believe in is the second thing. And the final thing I want to say to all of you is raise the army. Raise the army of Māori nurses and let us get to work. Kia ora.
Kia ora, Matthew. Thank you for your kōrero. A whakatauki came to mind when I was sitting listening to te toia, te haumātea. Nothing can be achieved without a plan, a workforce, and a way of doing things. And I thank you for always pushing the boundaries, shaking the trees. I look forward tonight to listening to Cut It Out every Friday whānau. If you want to know what's going on in Matthew Tukaki's build, get on Pukumata on Facebook. He's always there and he's always telling us the truth about what's going on out there. Thank you for that.
Oh, really?
How far can you do that?
Hey, no, I'm not doing that. I've got a bung knee and a sore leg. I'll go get it. If I may just finish with another whakatauki, I'm going to lie and say it comes from Matakana Island, but I made it up. No, I didn't. It goes something like the kiddo grows fat with many berries. And as many of you probably know with those kiddo birds, and I love the kiddo they get up in those trees and they eat those berries and they gorge themselves on berries. And eventually those poor little kiddos, they fall out of those trees and they hit the ground. The problem is when they hit the ground, they can't get up and fly. And that's because they've gouged themselves on many berries. The point of the whakatauki, the point of what I'm trying to say, is often, sometimes, our own leadership can be gouging themselves on a feast of many berries. And sometimes, even people like me and our leaders need to get back to the ground and stop eating so many berries and get out into the community, because actually, sometimes we even get separated from what our people want and what our people need and what our people say. So keep us honest, always. I don't want you to think I'm just a big fat kiddo eating many berries.
Thank you for that, Matthew. So we're going to go into lunch very soon, but first I just want to mention our sponsors. It's Whāmek, Massey University, and NERF, the Nursing Education and Research Foundation. We're going to have some group photos ārohe. So can tai tokero, tamaki makoto, bai plenty tai rāwhiti, me nā kuia, me nā kraua. After we have karakia, can you come over and congregate on the left-hand side of this, well, your right-hand side of the stage, please, and we'll do our ārohe photos. Karakia mo te tina. Whakapaina i nei kai hei orana mo te tinana mo o mātou wairoa hoki ake amine. Kia ora whānau.
Okay, we're going to just get started again, and I'd like to introduce our next esteemed guest. We have Ripeka Evans. Ripeka hails from Taitokiro. She began her career with the Māori Economic Commission and then TVNZ. She began an arts and law degree in 1974. She has been a leading figure in Māori, feminist and human rights, one of those being the Springbok Tour. Now Ripeka is the director of Crown and Iwi Companies and Māori Development, and she's also the chair of North Tech Polytechnic. So I'd just like to introduce her now and bring her up to the stage.
Tēnā tātou. Tēnā tātou I rungi tā huatanga o te wā. Mea tūtahi tēnei wā, ka mihi ahau, kia koe te tūmaki keri, mō mahi pai, mō mahi aroha ki te tangata. Nō reira tēnei te mihi atu ki a koutou. Kia koutou, kia tātou kua wehe atu ki te pō, haere oki koutou. Kia tātou te hunga ora, ka hui mai tēnei rā, tēnei te mihi nui ki a koutou I tēnei wā. Ko Ripeka Evans ahau tētahi o ngā uri, no ngā puhi, Ngāti Porou, Ngāti Kahu, me te aupauri. Nō reira, tēnei te mihi atu ki a koe, ki a koutou I tēnei wā. I have instructions from my partner of 33 years that the first thing I've got to do this afternoon is give you all a big hug and say thank you. And I'll start from that point. The topic of my kōrero this afternoon is about a hine ahu one plan for 21-21. So I was tickled pink by the idea that the Indigenous Nurses Aotearoa, the Māori Nurses Association, had an agenda to create 1,000 or to build an army of 1,000 Māori nurses. One of the one of the kaupapa that I'm involved with is I'm a claimant with the Y2700, which is the Manawahine kaupapa inquiry to the Waitangi Tribunal. And I want to talk a bit about that, but I also want to talk a bit about that in the context of the kaupapa this afternoon. But I'll begin my kōrero this afternoon just by kind of reciting one of my favourite pepeha, which I hope I'll land on at the end of my kōrero as well. Mauri hikitia, mauri hapaingia, mauri ora ki te whai ao, ki te ao marama. Hikitia rā te hā, te wairua, te mana o hine ahuone. Anō hoki he wahine me papa e ora ai te tangata, ara mai i te wahine, te wharetapu o te tangata. Ka puta mai te tangata, te whānau, te hapu, te iwi, ngā iwi katoa. Me aro koe ki te hā o hine ahu o ne. Let our life force be raised and held high. Let our living force emerge into the light of day, into light itself, so that it is life, it is life. Pay heed to and uplift the dignity, the spirit and the power of woman. For through women and papa, humankind continues, and from women, the sacred house of humanity, have emerged the individual, the whānau, the hapu, the iwi, ngā tangata katoa. The moral of this story is simple. Without hine ahuone, there is no humans, and without papa, without a planet, humans don't have a home. I use the story to locate my kōrero today about a hine ahuone plan for 2021, and hopefully its relevance for Indigenous nurses, Aotearoa. The powers of the myths and stories of the prowess of Atua Wahine provide a blueprint for the way the human race organised itself, and they have potent messages about the role of women, which is the subject, of course, of the Manawahine kaupapa inquiry. And as Kuni Jenkins says, when Maui wanted to go fishing, he had to employ the cooperation of his grandmother. He possessed magical powers and knowledge that Maui needed. He persuades her to lend him his jawbone. Once out fishing, Maui chants the prayers and incantations that she has taught him, and he follows the instructions of making her nose bleed to have blood to smear on the jawbone hook. I'm sure all you nurses in the room are familiar with instructions and people that don't follow them. Thus, Maui is credited with having fished up the North Island. The moral to this story is, and the real story of this story is, the formula and the strategy belong to Grandma. I want to talk about the formula and strategy, but more a bit later around raising an army of 1,000 nurses, but more a bit later, but first some more about our women. In 1993, the Māori Women's Claim, what is still known as Y381, was filed with the Waitangi Tribunal, and in the centre of the photo above, or on the right-hand side, is of a group of us presenting that claim that day. And down the right-hand side of that picture is the original statement of claim that outlines many of those women that are in that picture. Myself, Papa Rangi Reid, and Donna Awatere, who's here today. Tēnei te mihi atu ki a koe, te tuahine Donna. The three individual claimants in that claim. And the claimants are, and I need to acknowledge them, because many of them have gone. In fact, I think 11 of the 16 original claimants have passed since we filed this claim. They include, of course, Dame Mirazasi, who's in that picture, Dame Whina Cooper, Lady Rose Henare, Mabel Waititi. There were 4 Ngāti Hine women, kuia, who also were the original claimants in Y381. Y381 is an important claim because it paved the way for the emergence of more than 25 years later, the Manawahine Kaupapa Inquiry. And the inquiry comprises some 160 allied claims that have been drawn together under one roof of the Manawahine Kaupapa Inquiry. A little bit about 381. It was prompted by the removal of Dame Mirazasi from the shortlist of appointees for the inaugural Treaty of Waitangi Fisheries Commission in 1993. Her displacement as the only woman evoked a groundswell of support as well as distress from across Tai Tokerau, Te Ao Māori, the Māori Women's Welfare League, and frankly across Te Ao Pākehā and the Crown as well. The key point here is that we were not so much baffled by, but which we had to confront, was that as if women of Dame Mira's status and mana were being trod on, then their mana was being trampled on. This case, and in this case, her mana was being trampled on by a Crown-controlled process system of appointment to post-settlement boards. That is a powerful metaphor for the claim because it says that Māori women's mana is being trampled on. And that is the essence of the claim, really, the essence of the breach of the claim. It's got a whole lot of stories that go with it about it, but that's the essential metaphor of the claim, that the story of breach of in the claim is that our mana is being trampled on by the Crown. So the story of the breach is the first essential part of the inquiry, and I want to say a little bit more about breach in the context of the women's signatories, which is the next slide up. But just to outline also that there are three parts to the claim. We're in the very early stages of the claim around framing how we want the Waitangi Tribunal to perceive te mana o te wahine i roto i te ao Māori. And that thinking will then go forward to frame up and to become the template through which, and the lens through which the Crown and the Waitangi Tribunal view what to do next. There are two further stages to the claim, and I'll talk about those a little bit. The second stage of the claim will be a formal kind of, a Western legal system thing, where once having proven breach, we will have to then outline in meticulous, boring, painful detail how the Crown breached. And we will have to talk then produce evidence, of course, around equity, breach of treaty partnerships, etc., so on and so forth. And the third stage, which underpins the first and second stage of the claim, is actually about remedies. And it's about remedies that I want to end up talking about this afternoon, because I see the kaupapa and the agenda around building an army of 1,000 nurses, an agenda that sits within the Hine Ahuone plan for 2021, for 21-21. Just a little bit about it. I can't help but doing this because there are a couple of favourite women who were mentors and that of mine, apart from Dame Mirazasi, Media Simpson. Now, there'll be some of Auntie Media's whanaunga from Mātātua in the room and that today, but she was an awesome person, and her claim to fame was many, but her claim to fame, which I ascribe to her, not to Claudia Orange, sorry, is discovering that we were the founding mothers of Aotearoa, that the 13 Māori women signatories to Te Treaty o Waitangi were, and still are, in my mind and my heart, the founding mothers of Aotearoa. Those 13 women who are there, their signatures are on the right-hand side there, who were signatories to the treaty. We talk about these, the Manawahine signatories to the treaty being the example of the first breach of the treaty by the Crown. because Hobson and his men, when they were taking the treaty around, said, no, you can't be rangatira. No, go right, get your men and that to sign it. And breach, boom, breach. And that is the story of the breach in that, and I want to share that, and I know that Kiri and others that have been coming to the Manawahine hearings and that would have heard that story, but the importance of it in terms of understanding our own rangatiratanga, and owning it. We own it. Is important to the story of not just the claim, but also what we want to do in terms of how we want to frame up the remedies that we want for all of this pain, for all of this trauma, for all of this colonisation. We want to be able to frame it up with that lens, asserting our right as signatories to the treaty, in our own right, as rangatira in our own right. Next thing. So I asked myself and I asked colleagues when I was putting this presentation together, where were we 100 years ago in terms of Māori nursing? And broadly, where were we? We had a two-track education system. Māori went into farming and into manual trades. Pākehā went into professions. We had the Spanish flu. We had the first of many pandemics to come. There was the Anglo-Boer War at the beginning in the early 1900s. We had the Native Settlements Act in 1905. You know that famous picture of Aotearoa where you see, the nibble, the bite, the swallow. The three pictures of the country where our land wars, alienation, decimation. Those three pictures, 1905 Settlement Act ramped it right up to totally violate all systems of Māori land ownership. So that was a picture 100 years ago. What happened? There was widespread tuberculosis in our communities. And of course, you will all know and be familiar with the story of Ākenehi Hei. But interesting to see how the thinking of that time, particularly from our political leaders at the time, and that, of course, 100 years later has shifted, and now we need to boom it. The picture on the bottom is the fire in the middle of the picture is my tūpuna. Ruiha Pōmare Kingi, and her band of merry women, and that in their Boer War uniforms were the makeshift nurses that also, as well as supporting New Zealand's war effort, Māori Battalion wasn't the first battalion to support our foreign war effort, supported that war effort, but they also supported our own communities in the north, and that to deal with not just the Spanish flu pandemic, epidemic, but also the tuberculosis epidemic. Now I want to talk about this next picture. What have we done? Where are my notes? What have we done since then in terms of Māori nursing? 1937, of course you all know the story of Te Rōpū Te Ora, the Women's Health League founded in Te Arawa. 1951, closely aligned with that, the establishment of Te Rōpū Wāhine Toko i Te Ora, the Māori Women's Welfare League, and then some other milestones, the establishment of the Rapu Ora program by the League in 1984. In 2002, the leading edge thinking and the disruption that was created with the thinking of the late Iri Hapiti Ramsden around what has now become the field of inquiry regarding cultural safety in the workforce. So the picture then is, you know, I've been involved, and Donna and Paparangi have been involved. Donna, for example, Donna and myself were involved in the creation of several social movements, political social movements. One of them was the Māori language movement in the early 1970s. You wouldn't have kura, and you wouldn't have language, and you wouldn't have had the renaissance that we now have in our communities and in our whānau if it wasn't for a brave woman by the name of Hannah Jackson, Hannah Te Hemara, who took a petition to Parliament in the early 1970s. Now that petition was a game changer. That was a game changer for the way not only that we protested, but also how we organised ourselves. So I have a question mark in my head at the moment about how the Māori workforce development, how the Māori workforce, nursing workforce, is organised to achieve building to get this army of 1,000 Māori workforces. And I just want to talk about a couple of other examples, of movements that have created change. Māori language, led by Māori women. Ngā Tamatoa. And Te Reo Māori Society to an extent here in Wellington. Te Kohanga Reo. How was Kohanga Reo established? It was established in 1982 at a time, and it established really off the backs of that Tū Tangata program when Kara Puketapu, of course, was a Secretary of Māori Affairs at that stage. And of course, Dame Edie Tana Tawhiwhirangi talks about that in Fire in the Belly, essential reading for any change agent. It established off the back of that program, and also the concern that was at heart at that time was there was concern around Te Reo becoming an endangered language, or it was at that stage an endangered language. So what they did do was methodically set about and said, look, we've got 10 districts, and we'll go from district to district with these policies. And I think they went to 10 districts and established something like 60, 80 or so whānau-centred branches to establish those first kohanga. Many of them popped up anyway, organically. So there's a bespoke community network of whānau-centric, self-determining organisations in our communities, and it's now 2-3 generations old. Then at the centre of it, the centrepiece of it, the ideology of Kohanga Reo was, of course, that fantastic quote there, and that from the first Kohanga Reo National Trust fashioned by Tahemi Henare. The other example I want to talk about is one a little closer to home in terms of location, Whakatupuranga Rua Mano. Now, I went to the launch last week of Whatarangi Winiata's book, The Survival of the Māori People, another piece of essential reading, and that as well. And he talks about Whakatupuranga Rua Mano, his vision that he came back from the United States with in 1975. I remember I was sitting at a marae in Tauranga, actually, and rang him up and asked him if he could come to this hui. We were planning a hikoi to Waitangi at that time, and I wanted some kind of motivation, inspirational speaker. We had Eva on the right hand. We needed somebody else in that as well. And Whata didn't come, but he provided his initial plan for Whakatupuranga Rua Mano, and it was building, not taking a deficit approach to building leadership, but it was taking an approach that was based on Māori values and what was important, what mattered to Māori. So in 1975, a bunch of the trustees from 25 or so marae across Te Atiawa, Raukawa and Tō Rangatira got together and started planning. And it was really, they were focused around looking at the poor educational achievement of tamariki and mokopuna, and they wanted to make a plan for the 21st century. So they came up with the plan, and the plan looked much like Whata's human capital accounting lectures around closing the gap in education. And they had two objectives: close the gap in educational achievement for their tamariki and mokopuna, and rejuvenate their marae. But there were four tikanga that underpin that. One, they had to start off first by identifying the army. So they identified, you know, the number of butchers, bakers, candlestick makers, etc. Then they set goals with rangatahi, that was for starters. Out of the first, those were the two high-level goals that they set. Then they agreed, consensus agreed, that there were four things that were absolutely non-negotiable. One, that people are our wealth. Two, that marae are their principal home. Three, that language revival is absolutely bottom line to this initiative. And four, that self-determination is the outcome, is the end goal, the end game as well. So those are two examples. I want to talk a little bit now sorry, I'm not watching the time. Okay, I'll try and wrap it up in 5 minutes. This last slide is, of course, where I see from Auntie Google, New Zealand nurses, the Runanga, where Māori nurses are at the moment. Keri informs me there's a 3,500 workforce of Māori nurses. Interesting, the number of male nurses. A couple of weeks ago, 6 weeks ago, had my first COVID shot. I had my second shot. I was pleasantly surprised to have a fantastic Māori male nurse from Porangahau, who was my nurse vaccinator. I want to talk a little bit about vaccination, because the vaccination program, because it's a program that I think that we're doing some initiatives with, and one of the hats I wear is chair of NorthTech. We're trying to do something different around pivoting from the opportunity from COVID, but also with vaccination to ramp up and build, upskill our Māori health workforce and social workforce in Taitokero. And we're up against it, but also we have an incredible opportunity at the moment because NorthTech, along with 15 other polytechs and a couple of hundred other ITOs and PTEs, are also part of the Te Pukenga whānau of vocational education and training organisations that are in an incredible process of transformation at the moment. And we're going for it. We're going for it to make sure that, yes, of course, equity and Te Tiriti partnerships are front and centre. They are relentlessly front and centre and part of our agenda for change. We've got a very short runway, so we're running fast. We disappear as entities on the 31st of December next year, and so we want to make a difference in the time that's available to us, but make sure that the system that replaces the system that we have, the operating model, the funding model for vocational education that potentially affects 350,000 akonga across Aotearoa, including akonga Māori, of course, and that is changed and embedded with those systemic changes around equity, around the antidote, around anti-racism training, all of that, the whole kit and caboodle. So I wanted to say, where do we start then in terms of the agenda to build an army of 1,000 workforce? Well, I just had an interview and on Radio New Zealand, I said, well, actually, I agree with Matt Tukaki. The big game is really with, the fact that 80% of our iwi and that go to get their health care delivery, in inverted commas, from mainstream healthcare and primary healthcare through primary healthcare systems. And I think, it's simple. I mean, why doesn't 80% of the primary healthcare budget, for example, and resources go to upskilling and to inskilling and to resourcing better delivery for Māori health outcomes? I mean, it'd be a fairly decent start, I would have thought of, to begin with. But I think that, we need to bring together all of this kind of bespoke activity and really kind of nail a plan, wrap our arms around the energy that is there. Look, there are great stories and that I've alluded to and that referred to this afternoon, but if we're going to build an army, my contention is we have to go to the grassroots. We have to go back into our communities, back into the to those 10-year-olds that are in kura and coming out of kohanga. We need to have a big focus around Māori STEM activity, starting from, to those kura, because they're teaching their mātauranga already. So they're at first base around their reo and identity. And getting them to first base. I mean, my colleague, my tuahine Mairano, Hilda, Helke Harawira, she's dormant in the north at the moment, looking for a measly $1.6 million to get 17 kura and that reset. I mean, that's not just 17 kura, that's 170 whānau. And that she has a potential, her plan is to restart those kura, because they're all crying out for everything from, the kitchen sink to psychological training to, to the Western kind of education stuff, and that is kind of necessary but not critical to your identity. So they're at first base with identity, but we need to embrace opportunities like that. And I think the stage that the Manawahine claim is at the moment is that it's an interesting process, because at the last hearing up in Whangārei, we invented a new way of looking at how we could potentially approach research. And my contention has always been that the research for the claim, we don't want to duplicate what the Crown is immensely resourced to do. But what we do want to do is we want to know what our women think, what they want. And they know what they want. I mean, Hilda knows what she wants, and she just told the tribunal straight up, I ain't coming back. I've told you what I want. I want a remedy that embraces the challenges that she's put down in front of it. So I think that that's a challenge for me. I take home from this kōrero this afternoon, I take home the challenge of thinking about, well, how then can the Manawahine claim leverage the process and the opportunity that it's got, because there's a huge momentum around the claim. There's huge expectations in that as well. But I think that the research needs to be action research that's oriented at landing remedies. As Matt says, you've got to land something. You've got to make landfall on not just having a powerful, beautifully worded, wonderfully researched critique of the society and the world as we know it, but you've also got to, absolutely, you've got to back those bespoke opportunities in our communities to support the Hildas and the Keris and the frontliners of the world. But I think that first and foremost, we've got to go back to our communities, to our people, to find out what they want with. Just a short word, I'm a gold carder as of the 5th of March this year. And so I think and I feel the baby boomers' stress of being in an ageing and aged workforce. COVID's only exposed that, even though we hauled a whole lot of nurses back to the front line at the end of during lockdown. But I think that what we have to do is think of how then that workforce can be upskilled and still retained as part of the work, part of the army and that we're building. I'm for, obviously, building an army, but I want to see of Māori nurses, but I want to see that embraced by the kaupapa, but also to look at the opportunities that are there within the changes to the Māori health funding system. The challenge to Minister Henare and to Minister Little is, yes, don't be just late for us, just expect the invoice to get bigger in terms of what we want out of the Māori health funding reforms. Not to pin all of our hopes and that on it, but have a plan that leverages the opportunities that are in front of us with the Māori health funding system and Māori health system and health system changes, so that we can, by 2021, have had 1, 2 and 3, 4 and 5 generations of Māori nurse workforce development changes that have made a real impact to those statistics that Matt Tukaki talked about this morning. Nō reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa. Cool.
I'd like to thank the rōpū for being noisy when they come up here. Anyway, thank you, Ripika, for sharing your basis of Te Hine Ahuoni plan, the plan of 2021. And I take to heed the comment about without Hine Ahuoni, there are no humans. It shows the importance of mana wahine. Myself and Tracy Haddon were two members who gave evidence at the mana wahine claims this year and in the first stage, and it was a moving place to be, it was. And I thank you for producing that opportunity for us to have those kōrero and to hold the government to account. Your presentation highlights the role of mana wahine being the catalyst and the drivers of solutions in response to epidemics and of disease in Aotearoa, such as the Anglo-Boer War Māori nurses. Thank you for bravely paving the way for important changes, especially for tamariki, for kohanga reo and the kore kaupapa, for bringing those things about. Had it not been for your bravery and those of others to bring that challenge, we would not have those things today. You know, they're important. They have brought back our culture into the mainstream and given it a face. As the Wedo is put out there demanding action for change from our government, we must continue to back those who bravely challenge on our behalf. So it's up to you guys to back them up. When you hear about these things, we bring these people here to speak because they're telling you what they've been doing. And it's up to us to back them up and follow those things through, because that's what I hear from this kōrero. We're in the position as nurses, as Māori nurses, to bring that change about and take up the wero and continue it. Thank you so much, Ripeka, for that inspiring kōrero.
Great program there. It has. It's always been my pin-up program.
Hey, tēnā koutou e te whānau. All right, just before the next person comes up to introduce our next speaker, let's do a little bit of mahi. I was sitting there watching everybody and I could see everyone going, so, anei ngā mahi e whitu. Tahi, rua, toru, whā, rima, ono, whitu ano. Tahi, rua, toru, whā, rima, with a paki. Tahi, rua, toru, whā, rima, ano. Tahi, rua, toru, whā, rima, ono, with a flick. Tahi, rua, toru, whā, rima, ono. He's been to the wānanga. Toru, whā, rima, ono, backwards. Tahi, rua, toru, whā, whitu. Tahi, rua, toru, whā, Ka pai. Hopefully that wakes some of yous up. I know, because it's after lunch. Just a small announcement. Somebody left their phone at the registration desk. 021 463811. Haramai, we're just over here. Kia ora.
Kia ora whānau. So if you don't want to claim that phone, I'll take it home for my mokos. They'll love it. So kia ora ko waio, ko Ruth tuku ingoa, nā te apatiwi, nā wara ki te hapu, rua pehu te maunga, kongoro te marae. And I am the Canterbury Waitaha rep. So that's who, kia ora ladies. So I've got the privilege of introducing to my right, Belinda and Hugo. So Belinda Tuari Tomo and Hugo Robinson. Belinda is our Māori policy analyst, and we've had the awesome pleasure of having her come to us this year. So another tick for us in the box for having another Māori staff member. And she will have a kōrero about herself, because it's a bit long for me to read, and I'm sure you've all got eyes. Hugo is of English and Scottish descent, born in Waikato, raised in Tairāwhiti, and currently lives in Pōneke. Should be in Ngāi Tahu area because it's beautiful down there. And he does communications, and he's with Tōpūtanga Tāpuhi Kaitiaki in Zirino. So with no further ado, would you please come up? See, I told you nice and short, eh? Just like me in stature.
Whoa, these lights. Oh, nau mai piki mai I ngā haue whā, I ngā maunga, I ngā iwi katoa, huri no puta no I te motu, tēnā koutou katoa. E mihi kauana ki a ngā rangatira, ngā kaumātua, ngā kaiwhakahaere, I ngā wahine toa te runanga. Kei te mihi, me ngā pukinga, tēnei te mihi mo te hare mai ki te kōrero I te kaupapa nei. I'm not crying, I've got light stuff. Okay, I'm crying. Tēnei te mihi ngā nehe Māori. Ai, me ngā manuhiri, karanga atu ngā rongoa whānau, mo te hara mai ki te tautoko, te kaupapa, mo te tautoko ki au e mihi mai oha. Me ngā kaimahi, me ngā ringawera, tēnā koutou katoa. Ko waiau, piki ake, kaki ake, ki taku maunga, ka hukurangi, ko tū paupau ana, rere ana ki taku waka ko Harauta. Ki runga I taku awa ko Waiapu. Tai ana ki taku iwi ko Ngāti Parau. Haka pōhiri ana aku marae ko Hene Manaia, rawa ko Materoa. Haka pōhiri ana ki aku hapu ngā te whānau rua taupare, rawa ko te aitinga mate. Nō reira tēnā koutou katoa, he uri no, he uri au ki ngā whenua Tairāwhiti, me uri au ki te whenua moimoe hoki. Ko Belinda Tuari Toma hau, he kaupapa kaitatiri, kaupapa here Māori o Tuputanga Tāpuhi Kaitiaki o Aotearoa. Ai, kia ora. Kia ora. Woo! I'm Belinda. I'm fairly new to NZNO, but not new to the whakapapa. I'm a mokopuna of the whakapapa o te ao Māori. I'm privileged and honoured to stand here with my e hoa, Hugo, who will introduce himself very shortly, but also privileged to be part of the Te Runanga whānau. Much respect for you, kai whakahaere and kaumātua and my wahine toa, for all the mahi you do. Thank you for giving me the job, kia ora, because I didn't have one. Just a big mahi to you, but also the privilege of introducing our beautiful taonga of our whakapapa of our Nihi Māori. Over the last year, Hugo and Te Runanga have been going around the motu and capturing beautiful pūrākau of our Nihi Māori, which you'll see very shortly, some short videos about them sharing their whakapapa. Standing up here makes me think of our Ngāti Porou, sort of one of our classic anthems, whaka iti iti mai, ko hikirangi te mainga, kia te wiwi Ngāti. Thrusting upwards is hikirangi with fierce independence, and as I stand up here, I can feel the fierce independence of all your mainga. And so the tono is that, for our Nihi Māori, is that you come and share your pūrākau so that some of us, tauira and all our whānau, can hear those pūrākau and be inspired, and also find a way that we can tautoko the kaupapa of building an army of 1,000 nurses. So nō reira, I'm going to hand it over to Hugo, who will talk about the beautiful whakapapa project that will be continuing into 2022. Kia ora.
Kia ora koutou, ngā mihi mahana ki a koutou, me ngā ropu whakahaere. Ko ai au, no Ingarangi me Kōkirani o Kutupuna, e noho ana au i te whanganui ātara, te takiwā o Ngāti Toa Rangatira me Te Atiawa. He kaimahi whakapā o tōputanga tāpuhi Kaitiaki o Aotearoa, ko Hugo Robinson toku ingoa. I want to mihi to our kuia in the front who are going to be up on the big screen soon. It was a real privilege to have the chance to kōrero with you both. Mihi to the kaiwhakahaere, to Te Runanga and to you all. You're amazing inspirations for myself and for a lot of the people that I know doing mahi to change the world. You're on the leading edge of that, for sure. I also want to mihi to my hoa, Belinda. You know, sometimes when you go into new mahi, it's not the easiest road in, but she's gone through a lot of adversity, and she's an amazing kaimahi with a lot of strength and a lot of heart, and we're really lucky to have her. Yeah. So a little whakapapa of the Whakapapa project. It began last year, and the idea was simply, you know, Māori nurses, the history of Māori activism and politics tries to get written out of history by the colonisers, and we don't want that to happen. And so this project is to collect the stories, the pūrākau, what Whaia Moemeong talked about, the tātai hono of our tapuhi Māori, to ensure that they are safe, that those taonga can be transmitted to future generations to keep the fires burning, as we raise an army of 1 million Māori nurses. And so shortly I'll just, let's see if it's working. It is working. So shortly I'm just going to show you a couple of 3 videos of the brief snippets of the kōrero that I got to have with. First I'll show Whaia Māori Noa, and then Whaia Ngāwatena, and then close off with Whaia Moemeong. So we'll just go straight into that.
Well, it's been really quite different, you know, way back then, as you traverse through those decades and those years. But in saying that, you know, we did work very hard back in those days as well. And we were very community-based, because, you know, I was working in outreach clinics and they were quite rural. And that was at the Hokianga Hospital. I don't know if anybody has heard of Hokianga Hospital. That's in Rawene in Hokianga, and that's South Hokianga. And my day of working there in those early days, we never even had an ambulance in South Hokianga. So we used to go and collect the patients on this van that we used to use for the laundry. And we just used to go up creeks and rivers and in these little remote areas to collect the sick, just using poles and canvases to transfer them into the van and then take them into the hospital. And antibiotics came from whangarei because there wasn't the chemist shop as well, you know, because there was no ambulance. So they came to Kaikohe, Baras Kaikohe, and then somebody from the hospital went and met all those medications and brought them back to us. You know, those are things that were really, really interesting. And, you know, I travelled by launch horseback to the outreach clinics. In the early days, it was known as the Nurses Association. So I joined that probably about the mid-70s. And as time's gone by, it's become the Runanga. So I've been part of that journey right from its inception, really, on the journey with the Runanga whānau. And yeah, they do some amazing things. They work really, really hard. They try very, very hard to support Māori, you know, Māori nurses. And most Māori, I think, you know, in the Māori working development workforce, over that period of time, we know and we're well aware, I think not only us, I think a lot of people are well aware of the inequalities and, you know, the equities around all of that sort of stuff. And, you know, a lot of Māori nurses aren't paid very well in Māori organisations, and that's one of the things they've been fighting for now. Kerry's done a great job. You know, those people that work in those particular areas, you know, the Runanga, they've been fighting well over a decade. Well over a decade. You know, I think we may be just beginning to make a little wee bit of a difference. I think there is a wee bit of movement in that, you know, in improving it or to be really heard so they can actually, you know, pay people correctly, really, for what they're due. We need to step up more too. It's come to that time for Māori and Māori nurses not to be afraid to do that. I think there's still a lot of us that's still afraid to do that. There's something that just puts a block there. When you're thinking all the way you're going along there and say, yeah, I'm going to do this today. And when you get there, you halt and you don't go beyond and hit it. You know.
What is that block?
Yeah.
What is that block?
What's that?
When you get to that block,
yes.
Can you name what that is?
Yeah, it's just, well, you just think, you know, like, you just give in, like, that's what I'm saying, that's where that weakness thing is, instead of actually getting over it and go boof, like, you know, face the challenge on, you know, that's what I find. I mean, that's my personal view. You know, I think we see a lot of that. Because we say we're going to do all these things. We do a lot of talking, but there's no action. You know, we don't action it, but do a lot of talking. So I think we need to do the talk and the action. You know, I think, you know, it's like a kaupapa, I guess, when you're on the kaupapa, be on the kaupapa and stay on the kaupapa until, you know, until its duration.
It was hard work. It was good getting together as a group with all the other delegates all around New Zealand to see what was happening and where Te Runanga was going. Because once it really took off, it was amazing. It grew, it blossomed. And you could always see, you could see the advancing, yes. And building the numbers up, you know, to what they are today within the New Zealand Nurses Organisation, that was incredible. Just seeing how our numbers were growing. and that people were seeing the benefit of it. They were going to get the benefit of it. And yeah, that was the best part of it. Trying to get your people to attend your meetings wasn't all that good. And that will always be that way, and I'm sure it still is today. People do not want to really give up their nighttime activities to go to a meeting, to listen to somebody jawing on. Yes. But yeah, I liked, that was the one thing I saw, the huge growth there from virtually its inception, going right through to where it is today. And to the position it holds today, both in its value, in what it can provide for the nurses, what it can show to New Zealand Nurses Organisation.
As a nurse and as a person who worked with Māori, knowing that what I was trained to do was actually not going to be of benefit. Now, I registered as a nurse in 1974.
Yeah, in the both aspects of nursing. It's been like Topsy, it's just grown. But it can only grow like that from good leadership. And we have had good leadership. And that's important. People who can see, like, beyond the windows. And if you're not seeing that, as a delegate, if you're not seeing that, and if you're not aspiring towards it, then why are you there? Because you have no use at all. All you're doing is occupying a seat if you can't make a difference. That's my philosophy. The whole inception of Te Runanga was to advance the health of Māori. Otherwise, there was no point. You had to have a vision. You had to have a goal that you're working towards. And if you're producing more Māori staff, or even more any ethnic staff who are willing to immerse themselves into the te reo, the whole tikanga, the whole Māori wellness, shall I say, because we all know what wellness should be. We all know what healthy people look like, irrespective of which ethnicity we are. So I'm sure there are others in other ethnicities who can come in and be fully immersed, but they have to be prepared to do that. And to understand the need of the people that they are nursing, the conditions, what they need, how to acquire it, then how to dispense it. And there's a difference in each of those levels. Can Te Runanga, can they bring this inception out? Well, I hope so. But who knows? There are always blocks in every corner, isn't there? There's roadblocks everywhere. But that was our original aim, was to be there for Māori. And I'm sure that's in all of their thoughts when they sit down and have their meetings as we used to. And to see which areas you can best make an improvement in, how you're going to do it, how you're going to resource it, who's got the resources, how can you grab them? I mean, yeah.
As a nurse and as a person who worked with Māori, knowing that what I was trained to do was actually not going to be of benefit. Now, I registered as a nurse in 1974, so it's a long time in the business. I did psychopedic nursing before that, and the same thing happened there, you know, with the mentally disabled children, and the same thing was happening there. The thing that was constant in all of this was that as soon as you met the other Maori nurse, we all got together, and we all got together to give pastoral care to each other, to make sure we're all going to survive in this business, that we were going to keep our well-being, our oranga together, but also to share tips on how to actually navigate through these systems that we've been trained into. You know, this is the question, you all got the same, everybody's treated the same, for goodness sake, you all get the same, but if you're going to get different outcomes, you've got to be different. So we used to all get together, and that's when the sort of first notion, if you like, because there was the nurses organisation, there's the midwives, all the different organisations, and that's when the first notions of the needs of Māori nurses were really quite different from the needs of nurses generally. And I think that's a really important part of the history that people don't talk too much about, because they've got to, you know, we're getting so blinking PC now that we don't want to talk about some of the little, and the hard stuff that hasn't stopped yet, which is annoying, but that was then, it was become necessary to form an organisation that would reflect the needs of Māori nurses. Yeah, and so I don't know who the personalities in that were around, because as the senior manager at the Area Health Board in that day, so I used to run hui. I used to bring all the nurses together, and then I thought, why are we doing this? We're actually still thinking not Māori about things. So I brought all the nurses together, and I brought everybody together, where there were support workers, nurses, radiologists, whoever was Māori in health. And it was really incredible, because the first hui I held in that role was in Otawa, and we had about 80 Māori workers attended from all parts of the organisation, and people were totally blown away that we could, because when you speak, when you have the conversation as Māori, there's a different dynamic that occurs. And so when we tried to, then I came back and thought, we've got to do this. So we formed kaupapa, but because I was in senior management, it was easy, or easier, it wasn't easy, but nobody would, people had difficulty challenging me about whether this was the right thing to do or not, because when I said it was right, that was it, it was going to happen. And I think if people want to make it wrong, they will come and tell me, because it was right that Māori meet, and we did that on a monthly basis to strengthen Māori. And so when I was then passing on to the Māori nurses about, you guys need to get together, and you need to, because you're the backbone of all health services, the nurses are. And it wasn't, actually was even 2 or 3 years at that point before, I think the Te Runanga was established in the 90s, early 90s. And I was working in, somewhere in the Area Health Board. And so it was sometime before the nurses in Taitokoro agreed to become involved. Yeah, and so I would go to support them. I would go sometimes as one of their speakers. I would be part of the clinical nursing development programs in Taitokoro, all that sort of thing, as a manager and as an advisor, and as somebody who, my interest is in, you know, helping change to occur. But it took a long time for the Māori nurses in Taitokoro to get the courage to stand independently as Māori, because it's pretty freaky when you're isolated in either a hospital or a community or whatever. It's pretty freaky when you're isolated in there to be able to say, excuse me, this is not the right thing to do for this Māori patient, consumer, whānau. Yeah, and so that was the beginning of my involvement, and I've continued to be involved over the years, commentating, doing things when I get asked, or not when I've got an opinion. When I got an opinion. And so, yeah, and so it was really interesting because when my daughter started being involved in, she's a nurse and midwife and all that sort of thing, and coming back and hearing the same stories. Now she is a whole generation younger than us, and still the same things are occurring, and that is totally unacceptable. You know, and blimmin' the whole nursing thing. So when you get into the whole nursing culture, they go, oh, we're caring and we're all doing all this. Yeah, so long as you know, don't have to deal with your racism and all that sort of stuff, we're all good, you know. But, and because I remember, you know, at one of the conferences, some of the, I think it was the midwives actually, accused me of not having a good standard, and I said to them, well, actually, when I graduated, I got the highest award of academic and practical, and we started off as general nurses, then went into you know, psychiatric nursing, and I said, I actually am a good practitioner, you know, and I am the type of person that you guys think is a really good nurse. My extra magic is that I'm Maori, and having a relationship with that Maori patient and their whānau is a necessary part of my practice. And so, you know, history going on, that's what I do training in now. I'm actually training organisations. I've got one of the largest NGOs delivering mental health addictions, corrections, disability services, all doing takarangi framework to become, the word people use is culturally competent. I don't. I actually use best practice. You're not a best practitioner if you don't know how to do cultural practice. Because clinical practice is actually cultural as well. It just happens to be not Māori culture. And Māori culture has some much greater things in it that enables oranga to occur.
Wow, kia ora. Wasn't that amazing? So that was a snippet of hours of interviews. So, so far they've interviewed 3 wahine. We're going to put the tono out there that come 2022, we would love to come to your whenua, your rohe, and sit down and have a kōrero with you to talk about your maunga, tying into heeding the call of the maunga, and also talk about your whānau, your journeys and your kaupapa. As you can see, the stories haven't changed about how you're working, just much respect to you. Obviously, 30 years later, we're still telling the same stories. So how about we put that into something so that everybody can see that it prepares the next generation coming through. Nō reira, thank you for having us up here to present this beautiful taonga. Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa.
I'm not standing by the mic because I've got a loud enough voice, and I've actually written something down because I'm not a public speaker. So kia ora kōrua mō tō mahi. Thank you so much for going around the country and everything that you do, for collecting all the stories and building a treasure trove for all the other generations to come and to watch and see where we've got so that none of our stories and things will be lost. Aha koe he iti te taunga mā kōrua. Tēnā kōrua.
E te tau e kakua te Haruru kau ana te rangatahi takatu nei e Ki te hapai ngā mahi e Ano e whakarongo ki te reo mahi e Ki te pako a te poi Ano e ki te tau mita o te reo a tāhua noi. Noi, noi, whakamari e. Noi, noi, whakapono moi. Noi, noi, tāku anoi. E te tau o taku ake. Tahi takatu nei e. Ki te hapai ngā mai e. Anoi e, whakarongo ki te reo Māori e. Ki te pako a te poe. Anoi e, ki te takari e tamama. Anoi e, ki te mita o te reo a tāhua noi. Whakamari e. Noi, noi, whakapono noi. Noi, noi, tāku anoi. A tāhua noi. Whakamari e. Whakapono noi.
Andy Crummers.
Oh, we've got to carry on with 8 minutes. Yeah, no, it's got a couple of announcements with those tickets. Kia ora whānau. For those who are local and they're worried about their ticket with their car park thing, just behind, at the back, there is a machine. You just pop in your ticket and it'll stamp it to what that $12 cost is instead of $30 per day. Still have this phone. My moko's looking good. I think it's a Samsung anyway, by the way, whānau. Kia ora.
O tēnā tātou katoa, ko waiau e tuaki nei, ko manga taitari me pani hora oku manga, ko pokai whenua me manga whiro oku awa, ko ngati ahuru me ngati te apunga oku hapu, ko manga karatu me paparamu oku marae, ko tainui toku waka, ko raukaua toku iwi, ko Tracy Morgan toku ingoa, he mahi ana hahau, he practice nurse manager Te Aho Medical Centre Rotorua, he mahi ana tuarua, Vice President, current Acting President for New Zealand Nurses Organisation, and he mahi tuatoru, Co-Chair for Midlands Tirunanga. Kia ora.
Nā mihi mai oha, kia tātou, ko waiau, ho kai tūtapu ai ki runa o nā taumata te maunga, whakahirahira o aku tipuna kua naro i te ao nei. Tau heke atu ki o hini mataroa, te wai kaukau o nā mātua tūpuna. Tū tangata whenua hau ki tōku marae ko tau arau. Te tari o te ora rani mahana tēnā koe, nā te rono taku mana, taku ihi. Ko tūhoi he pau whenua, he pau tanata. Tūhoi maumau kai, maumau taonga, maumau tangata i te pō nei. Tau ana. Ko Maria Tūtahi tōku ingoa, no rua toki ahau, te pito o te ao. He tāpui au ki te hohi pera o Waikato, ki te mahi au i te matiati. I'm Maria and I'm co-chair with Tracy for Midlands. Kia ora.
Kia ora. And our next speaker is no stranger to our hui here at Tōpūtanga Tapuhi, Kaitiaki o Aotearoa. And a few years ago, we were quite privileged to have her tama come and have a kōrero here at Hui on the restoration of their maunga, and how fitting it is for her, the theme that we've got, healing the call of the maunga. Hene Motu Douglas is a current nurse educator in mental health and addictions
Services Waikato, and we're so honoured to be having her to come and kōrero. Kia ora.
Now, don't ask me to operate these things, because I don't know. My mokos roll their eyes when I ask them how to use my phone. And that was my phone too, thank you. I don't know how I left it. Nerves, I think. So, kia ora koutou. Ko wai au. He uri au o te korowhiti rawa ko Edward Douglas. Oh, no, it's not. Sorry. So, ngauri au o te korowhiti rawa ko Edward Douglas. Te wireti te maunga, mangupuko rawa ko ahimate ngā awa. Ngā tihinerangi te hapu raukawa te iwi. Ingari I whānau mai ki te mautere o matakana, he pito o te o Aotearoa. That's the centre. Next to yours, Maria. We can share. So my kōrero today is around heeding the call of the maunga. And like what Tracy said, my son, Te Ao Te Rangi a Papa, who just graduated last year with a degree in psychology. And he studied environmental psychology, which talks about the effects of different mining and different processes that our whenua is subjected to. So he did a wonderful research and kōrero looking at the resource management consent and allowing companies to continue the desecration of our whenua. So that's what I'd like to kōrero to us about today. So you'll see at our marae, my marae, in the background is where our maunga sits, te wereti. So do I operate this myself? The green button? Oh, there we go. Awesome. Thank you for all your help. So this is te wereti. It sits along te kaukaro pātatere. And our maunga up there, it's like a rocky outcrop, but in there sits caves, and that's where some of our tūpuna, their kōiwi, their bones lie. So the cultural, I'll just talk a wee bit about the cultural and historical landscape of Te Wereti and how we lost our maunga, our whenua. So in the 70s, Te Wereti is named by the tangata whenua and becomes a urupa, or as you can see, a urupa. The kōiwi of Tuakere are placed in the rocky outcrop. Tuakere is one of our tūpuna. 1860, our maunga, Te Wereti, is confiscated under the New Zealand Settlements Act in 1863. And that's around a lot of raupatu when a lot of our lands and whenua were taken and confiscated. And it was acts made by the government of the time, by the Crown. In 1880s, a resident magistrate in Tauranga recognised the spiritual significance of tangata whenua have with Te Wereti, and ownership is returned to us of our land as recognition of that cultural importance. But in 1900s, the Native Land Court once again, rules were made by the Crown, laws were enacted, and our land was lost once again. The Native Land Court acquires Te Wereti through fraud, then the whenua is surveyed by government as unproductive land. Regardless of protests and petitioning by Te Korowhiti, our tūpuna, and founder of our marae of tangata. Te Wiriti is sold by the government to the new settlers, and some of you who come from that area around Waikato, Waharo, Morrinsville, would know this person, J.C. Firth. So Firth acquired the majority of the township of Matamata and surrounding lands. So that soon left his ownership and was then taken up by, I think I can mention names, can't I? It's there, it's recorded, it's not a secret. So our whenua was then acquired by J. Swaps, who mined on our maunga. For over 80 years, he had the right. He was given the right, or the resource consent was granted by our council, Matamata Piako, and also Waikato Regional Council, who granted those consents. I'd just like to show us and part of my kōrero is around not one more stone. So that relates to our maunga. So you saw our beautiful maunga Te Wiriti in all her glory. And this is the effects, this is what we see and live with every day now. After 80 years of mining, that's what our tūpuna, maunga, our urupa upon Te Wiriti looks like now. You can see that little yellow thing. Those are some of the big trucks that are used to cart away the metal. So our maunga provides some of the best grade metal in all of Aotearoa. And our tūpuna has roaded or supplied that metal. And this is where we are looking at today. Matamata MMS, Metal Services, as they also go under. So J-Swaps have expanded, and now they also have Matamata Metal Supplies, which they work under as also. So they cart out billions of dollars worth of metal from our maunga. And when we went to present to the council around the cultural importance, around the effects that mining has on the people because of the chemicals that leach into our awa, and they came back with a few recommendations, but they haven't been upheld. Breaches are now sitting with a law group who has also heard our call and our plea for support in protecting our maunga in these high places, such as the courts, such as looking at the different acts that disenable us as Māori, as tangata whenua, as mana whenua over our lands, to have the ability to present in those high places. So a University of, what's that one in Wellington? Here? Victoria. So Victoria University, the tutor or lecturer of the law program contacted, because my son's still active in protecting and promoting fairness for us to get back our maunga. So she contacted him a couple of months ago and has offered their services to look at the breaches according to Te Tiriti o Waitangi and how her students can develop information that will be notable within that space, taking it to the Te Tiriti o Waitangi and claiming it back under breaches that have been not met by, firstly, Regional Council, Matamata Piako, Waikato Regional Council, who is the biggest, who is the heads of the councils that sit within our districts. And they've offered to get all this information together and submit it on our behalf to the Te Tiriti o Waitangi, to the treaty breaches and claims. So that's one. So it's quite sad when we have to face that every time we go back to our marae, when we look up to our maunga and we see that, and we were powerless to do anything about it until now, and through the building upon what our tūpuna already started. Our Nani Te Korowhiti went to court time after time to try and fight the unjust acts that were implemented around big companies able to continue this destruction of our whenua. And as we know as Māori, we are the mountains, we are the maunga, we are our awa. And when that is destroyed, it also takes a part of who we are. And we bring that into... I'm also a nurse. I work within mental health and drug and alcohol services. And our identity, because it sits so deep and rooted in our whenua, and as we know, as we feel, as we see the destruction of our lands and of our awa, we also feel that in here. And this is what we feel as ngā uri o te korowhiti, whenever we go back to our maunga. We see this, we see that destruction. I was told a story about one of the whānau who lives in Waihi. She was saying that her whānau there, because of the gold mining that happens in their town, part of the town is sinking, sorry. Thank you, my flash bottle isn't doing it. Just got a bit overheated. They say us mental health nurses talk too much, but I think that's a positive. It helps us to engage and develop our therapeutic relationships according to our nursing practice. So back to the destruction of our whenua. And with that, as nurses, wherever, as Māori, we know also the mental and physical impacts that destruction of our whenua and of our awa can have upon our health. Just a quick sideline, when my son was doing his research, and it was about horo whenua, and where our people from down there come from, Keelan and them. Keelan and them. And he did some research around Lake Horo Whenua and all the paru that was going into that lake. And part of his research led him to look at the effects it had on the people. And there was evidence to suggest that there was a majority of people with mental illness, and he was able to collate and bring together all of that evidence to show the destruction and what happens when we pollute and put all this paru into our waterways, and what happens with our whenua. And sorry, back to that story of Waihi. I kind of got a bit sidetracked by myself. And she was saying that the people in Waihi, because of the mining, the gold mining, the township is sinking. But the worst thing that happened, she was saying there is a hapu and an iwi there, their maunga no longer stands. It just collapsed, fell into that sinkhole. So when they share their whakapapa, when they share their pepeha, instead of looking up to our mountains, to our maunga, they bow their heads because it's no longer there. And the effects that that has on your wairua, on your health, is astronomical. I couldn't even imagine that. I couldn't imagine, though our maunga is being destroyed every day, when she finally is no longer there. And we're not going to let that happen. Ngā uri o te korowhiti, we are standing up and saying not one more stone. No matter who it is or who may come our way, we're going to stand up and say not one more stone. Just want to highlight a wee bit of some of the destruction. So along with metal mining, they also have overburden sites. And these overburden sites is where they put their paru, the metal that is not usable, and also the chemicals that they use to wash the metal contains arsenic, and these have been tested and these have been researched, and the evidence, we are able to provide the evidence that happens when the metal has been washed and then purposefully used. This is one of the overburden sites that was just newly developed without consent. It's an overburden site they call Site 2, and a couple of our environmental protectors, Kaitiaki, went up there undercover, because we've all been trespassed from our maunga. But we do have other routes that we can go up and monitor. So, yeah. So we don't use the roads that have been built by the companies that are destroying and taking our, ruining and desecrating our maunga. So this person went up, took footage, videos, and this is what was found in one of the overburden sites, a dead animal carcass. What left? Sorry, I can see. I've 2 minutes left. Okay. And so that leaches, all of that paru leaches into our maunga. And that one especially, that overburden site 2, is just starting to leach into the ahimate. That's one of our other awas that travel down from Te Wereti. So they've put the leaching overburden paru is going to start going into that awa. And in that awa we have a protected species. It's a luminous mollusk that is only found in 2 places within Aotearoa, and one of those is our awa. So that's going to be destroyed and eroded. So in that we have no confidence at all in the way things are going, in the resource consent management, in the councils that provide these rules and laws. Therefore, we continue to stand on our maunga and say, not one more stone. So, heeding the call of our maunga, there's 3 generations that stand on our maunga in that photo. To the left, my sister, she's older than me, so no, it's not me. She also heeded the call of our maunga after te korowhiti, after a lot of our people had tried to stand. So Mary provided a lot of evidence to the Regional City Council and to the Waikato Regional Council, and therefore with her evidence, with the evidence of other whānau that supported our call and heard the call of our maunga, we were able to stop quarrying for the swaps applied for 30 years we were able to get it to 15 years, but they still have a right of application after 15 years. So we are really moving forward, and we've got 3 generations. There's a help of 3 generations there, plus our tūpuna who rest in our maunga, and our tūpuna who watch over us on top of our maunga. And with that, I'd like to close with this lament. It was written by one of our my cousins, and he also wrote Waikato Te Awa. So he's got a lot of whakapapa, he's got wonderful ability to capture all of that, all of the people, and bring them into the present with a waiata. Thank you at the back. Ki runga pūtangi, ki te atura, huka huka mai ana ko te wairere. Ko te ki atua kere kaua ahau, ki runga wera e te ki arongo atura ngā tai haruru o pai ko whai. Me kau ia mai koe whakahua atura he uri tūpuna ahau no whakamau marangi kura me toko toko ki te riha matamurira ko tangata. He uri o tūwaiwai o ko Peru, ko ngā tihine rangi e tau nei. Kia ora koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa.
Thank you, Hinemotu, for your kōrero. It resonates, I'm sure, with all of us as tangata whenua of our own land. We hear your mamai, we feel your mamai. The heartbreak for your uri o weraiti maunga, ka oraho, ka aroha hoki, karawhiua. Waikato tani whārau, he piko he tani whā, he piko he tani whā.
Kia ora. Oh, thank you.
Here we go.
Start with my people. You don't want to hear my voice.
Ko te aroha no he wai, e pupu ake ana, he awa e mapuna mai ana, I roto I te whatu manawa.
Right. Kia ora koutou, ko tēnā tōku ingoa. It gives me great pleasure to introduce our next speaker, Donna, diligent, awa, amazing, or awa tere, sorry, apologies, amazing huata who is hearty. Anyone out there who has Googled Donna would agree with me when you see her pictures, she is staunch with grace. And with that, I hand her over to Donna awa tere huata.
Ai kia ora tātou everyone. And I am really glad to be here today. When you get to my age, which is 72, you don't do these sort of things, conferences and whatnot, because you've done hundreds in your life and you've figured out that they're a complete waste of time. No one takes any notice, really. You're here for a higher purpose, and that purpose is to bond with one another. You are the reason why you're here. You're here to share your wairua, to inspire one another, to organise, to unite your thinking, and you will go home refreshed, not because of anything anyone set up here, but because of how you connect together. That's real whakapapa in action. And so it really doesn't matter what I've got to say, other than I want to tell you why I'm here to say it. Firstly, I am here because when a rangatira says, will you do something, you just get on and do it. You don't give excuses and say, oh, I can't, I'm tired, I'm da-da-da-da. Kerry must have a reason why she's asked me to be here today. And so whatever it is, Kerry, here I am. And I'm here to honour you, our rangatira. When I finish today, I'm going to tell a story about another rangatira who impacted my life. And she also called on me to do something I didn't want to do, but I did it, and it was the right thing. And I'm here too to honour you, the nurses, Māori nurses of this country. Whether you work in the DHB or in the Pākehā system, which is a toxic place to be. No one knows better than you what you put up with every day. We've had reports, plethora of reports. They pour out, every year we have them. They talk about the racism that's in our mainstream health system. What they don't say is the toll it takes on those of us who work in that system. And that's a number of you in this room will be there. And you are the ones who are the buffer between that toxicity that our people experience and their whānau. You're it, and it takes its toll, I know. And so I'm here to say thank you from all of us for what you do in helping us get through a system that is not designed by us, it's not designed for us, nor with us, but it's what we've got, and we do the best we can with it. And without you in it, I don't know how well we would do, even worse. And for those of you who work for Māori providers, well, look, let's all get behind Kerry and push for pay equity. It's not an accident that you are paid less. Not only do you get the worst of our cases, and that's because those who are most humble, who are most intimidated by the system, will go to a Māori provider before they go to a Pākehā provider. And they're the ones that you have to deal with multiple complex problems, and you get the same money as everyone else. You have fewer resources to do it, and thank goodness you do it. And I'm here to thank you, those of you who work in the system and know that there's a lot happening. We all know what's happening. You're meant to be paid less and to be dispirited by it and to give less. But carry on doing what you're doing. There are layers. Anyway, we're in a particular time in our life, in our history, when it's time for a change, and change is coming. It's just very, very slow. Anyhow, there's a third reason why I'm here, and that's pure pleasure. It is the pleasure of being with Māori women like yourselves. Just being up here and being with you, this is a great thing for me, and I will rest easy tonight, knowing I've done my bit, even though I know you're going to take no notice at all. Now you say, yes, we will, Donna, we know you've been around a long time, we're going to listen, but in actual fact, you're carrying enough cope up on your own to take on anything that I've got to say. But it is, it's 58 years since I began as a girl, and I took my first steps to becoming an activist. And it was when I took on a summer job with my mother. She worked in egg distributors. And I noticed that, I learned that the men who were packing eggs beside my mother and her colleagues were very slow at it. They were hopeless, big fumbling hands, but they were paid a lot more than my mother. And I thought there was such an injustice. So I went to see the manager. I was 14 at the time, and pointed out this inequity to him. And instead of thanking me for the advice I'd given him, he barred me from Wellesley Egg Distributors. But it was a good lesson. I was naive. I actually thought that if you were aware of injustice, that you do something about it. Little did I know that injustice is built into the system to privilege certain people. In this case, it was to privilege men. There was an Act of Parliament came out not long after, in 1969, and it said it was the International United Nations Year for Women, and this bill would have, it said, guaranteed equal pay for equal work for women. But when I read it, I realised that it was all a stage show, that in actual fact, all employers had to do was to change the title of the job, and they would still be able to pay their men, those fumbling men, egg packers, more than the women who were deft, skilled at their jobs. And I joined then, I saw an ad in the paper, and it was, if you have concerns about the Equal Pay and Opportunity Bill, come to this address, which I did. And there I met a Pākehā chappie who was to have a profound influence on me, Bruce Jesson. And he was the first feminist I ever met, and he was a man, he was a Republican. And he was one of our great intellectuals, and alas, he died too soon. But what I learned from that is when you join together with people, it makes the journey a lot less difficult. And that's why you've all made the effort to get here today, because it's being together. This is what gives you the strength to carry on doing what you do every day in your lives, at work, and then knowing what you've got coming up ahead of you. The memory of this event is actually going to sustain you until you're able to get together again. Now, I was intrigued to hear our minister say that in 1982, he was born in 1982. Now, 1982 was 1 year after the Springbok tour. He was one, goodness me. You know, the Springbok tour, I'm just going to tell you this because Ripeka's there. One of the bravest women I know is Rebecca Evans. She won't tell you the story of how she led all of us quivering soldiers to do the things that we did. But one of the things she did was we decided to try and stop the Gisborne game. And of course, there are only a few of us. And so a decision was made that we will smash this glass and put it onto the field where they're going to play. Anyhow, we took straws, and I was hoping like hell it wasn't me. Because, you know, when I was young, I wasn't that as brave as I've become. And I was hoping my name wouldn't get called out anyway. Thank goodness it didn't. But Rebecca, Mediana Pittman, and another fella, Anyway, his father wrote Ask That Mountain. Can't remember his name. But anyway, out they went in the dead of the night, got the glass together, smashed it. And it was Picker that led that operation and put the glass on the... Just in case you think Picker's too elegant for that sort of thing. Anyway, that was right at the start, and it gave us hope. You know, if Picker and that little band, and anyway, and Miriana, she dropped her guts and wouldn't do it. So it was actually, and the funny thing is, Picker, she's 6'2", and Picker and I are barely 5 foot, but her and I did things that most men wouldn't even have attempted during that Springbok tour. But just to say, it reminded me when the minister said that this morning, I thought, goodness me, man, you weren't even born when the Springbok tour happened. And in 1982, I wrote Māori Sovereignty. Now, I called my talk to you today Sovereignty 240, because sovereignty, we all know what that is now. It is simply what was guaranteed to us in Te Tiriti o Waitangi, the treaty that our ancestors signed. And that was, it guaranteed to us the right to lead our own lives as we had for generations, to manage our own affairs, to make decisions for ourselves based on what we already had, which was our land, our waters, our forests. That's all it is. It's just that we would continue to do what we did before Cook got here, before the settlers got here. That's all it is. It's nothing radical. But in actual fact, when the book got published in 1984, it was published first in Broadsheet. It was a catastrophe. I was beaten up so much in pubs, and I loved to go to the pub, that I eventually stopped going. And I forgot, but someone reminded me, because I always say, oh, Pākehā men beat me up, but actually I got struck by a few wahine as well. And it was because I dared to challenge the idea that colonial government had no business being here and had no right to have a say over us. And that what we were on about was Te Tiriti o Waitangi, and it was about time that it got honoured. So looking at it today, what does it mean? Now I'll put my glasses on. One of the key influences on sovereignty, on me writing sovereignty, was a book that I read. It was by Hannah Arendt, and it was called The Origins of Totalitarianism. And it told the story of 2,000 years of Jewish history, 2,000 years of oppression. And she said what happened to the Jewish people happened in 3 stages. We were colonized in every country we went to, even in our own country. And there were 3 elements to colonization. The first one was the idea that some other people, a race, had the right to colonize you, that they were superior, that they, in our case, had the right of God on their side. And that is what the doctrine of, the doctrine of, It was really saying that colonization is a religion. It is given the imprimatur by the Pope, by Christianity, and therefore it is okay for you to do it. It's not a sin, it is a good thing that you do for your people. That is the idea of that they are superior, that their culture is superior, that their whiteness is superior, and that you are inferior and unworthy. And in that doctrine, it also says that any natives that get in your way, you may exterminate them. The second thing she says that's important for colonisation is force. Military might, police might, whatever the might be, it is force. And in our case, that force was brought in against the dictates of the treaty, and we were pummeled into what happened, losing our land, losing our mana, losing our rangatiratanga. But the third system that Arendt talked about that kept the Jews in slavery for 2,000 years was the bureaucracy. And she talked about how the bureaucracy was set up in order to enslave those that were colonised. And that's exactly what has happened to us. And while I wrote about it, I mentioned it in Māori Sovereignty in 1982, it really hasn't been until the last few years, since I took on the role of the Māori Climate Commissioner, that I have been face to face and up front with the reality of the power of the bureaucracy to assert the power of the powerful. And I have to say, you know, we can knock the Labour government because they're not doing everything, and certainly in their first term things didn't flow their way. But one thing I will give to them is that they have put into legislation a couple of things that are going to be very helpful for us in the years to come. When National gets back, they will slam us. The health authority that they're going to set up will be crushed. They will bring it down. The funding will go down. The Pākehā Health New Zealand will go back up. Oranga Tamariki, if it goes the same way, will be minimised down like this, just like they did with whānau ora. And we will be struggling to maintain the gains that we're going to make over the next few years. That is the reality, and if it's not this next election, it will be the one after. They're going to campaign on racial hatred. They're going to foment racial hatred to get their vote up. They're going to do a Trump on us, and they will build a whole group of, they're already there, they just have to be organised. They will unite those who want to make New Zealand great again, all those white rednecks who already are unhappy with Māoridom and what we've achieved. They think we have privileges, they hate our language, they cannot bear the fact that they say kia ora on Radio New Zealand, all of that. They will have a leadership, and it will be the National Party in ACT. Unfortunately, I'm not going to explain that today, that's a long story. But they will have political leadership, and therefore they will have power, and they will be in power, and that's what you've got to look forward to. So what Penny and them do now is very important, but what they have put in legislation that I doubt National will take out are two things. The first is in the Public Sector Act that came out last year. Section 14, all it says is that the agencies will give effect to the Treaty of Waitangi. You click on the treaty and it goes back to Te Tiriti o Waitangi. And this is important. This is a big shift from the 1987 State Sector Act because it gives us the leverage. We have a Crown law opinion which says that what Te Tiriti means is in the least co-design, and it could be co-governance, but it means a hell of a lot more than consultation. Now this is like the Trojan horse, because CEOs at the moment, and this is what I've observed, I've only been back in the bureaucracy 3 years since I took on the role of Māori Climate Commissioner. What they're doing is they're hiring principal advisors. Every government department's got a chief advisor, a principal advisor, a new rangatira team, new Māori boards, they're all over there, and they're effective as tits on a bull. And the least effective would have to be the longest serving, that was the police one. And all our rangatira, whom I love dearly, all our kahurangi sit on that. But name one thing that they have done. They couldn't even stop the Tūhoe raids. They're just there as a showpiece so that the CEOs can point to the work that they're doing, to include us, to consult with us, to bring in Māori stuff. You know, now, the problem with advisors is that's what they do. They can only advise. So they will advise the white person in the job what they should be doing, and whether they do it or not is up to the person in the job. And, you know, the fact of the matter is not much is going to change. You can have kāinga ora sitting there, and you've got this incredible low layer te kurutau over it, a huge, spending millions on an advisory body, and what's going to happen? Will more Māori houses be built? I don't know. So that's what we're up against. It is the bureaucracy, and we have to be smarter at it. The changes that are going to happen in health, just beware, but grab everything you can get and get your monitoring and evaluation system set up, because what you must do is pounce on everything that's happening that's not in accordance with te tiriti. You must build your case because, team, we have to go to court. That's the next step. And the fact that it's in legislation, it means the government's going to have to do a foreshore and seabed and actually change the legislation to get rid of our right to simply sit at the table and have a say. Yeah, so anyway, I'm just giving you that advice. If you remember one thing from this talk up here today, it was that I can speak with authority, and so can Peka, because 58 years ago, I did my first radical action, and I've had 58 years of failure, literally. Practically everything that I've done as an activist, I have failed to achieve. And everything that we did achieve got unravelled. I could tell you what they were, just a couple of them. One of them with Pauline Kingi, we brought in to Auckland legal aid. And it was great, you know, it went well for years, but then slowly it's been squeezed and crushed until now our people are once again barely represented when they go to court. You know, it didn't make a difference. I brought a claim with Tom Hemapo after I had been in prison and experienced it. I thought, prison is designed to humiliate you and to crush your spirit. We must do something about it. So we took a claim to the tribunal. It came out with brilliant recommendations. Not one of them has been implemented to this date. Even when Calvin brought in Te Pai Here Tia Te Muka Tangata and put all this money aside to help our young men avoid going back to prison, the bureaucrats got hold of it. And I mean, in this case, the brown bureaucrats in Te Puni Kōkiri. And they tried to recreate whānau ora. You know, where the lovely thing about whānau ora was a move towards communities having control. In actual fact, it has become bureaucratised and the spirit of our people has been crushed out of it. And that's what happened to Pai Here Te Muka Tangata. What a pity, what a pity. All that money could actually have done something to empower families, to empower communities, to work with their young men to keep them out of prison. You know, but he meant well, but the bureaucrats beat him. And when I heard Willie say that he was telling me the other day how great his head office was in Te Puni Kōkiri, I thought, oh. Darling Willie, who has our best interests at heart, if you can't see that it doesn't matter if you're Māori or Pākehā, if you're in the bureaucracy, you are part of the Crown. So, you know, it's become clear to me working in the climate space where everything I tried to do, I failed to achieve until just recently I got one win after 3 years of losing everything I tried to do. But that one win means a hell of a lot, and I was so thrilled. I was rejoicing. God damn, I went on TV, and I was saying, this is phenomenal, I said. I was so happy, I was joyful. And people thought that I meant that the Climate Change Commission report was joyful. No, it was dreadful. But what was great about it was that they put in a Chapter 19, a Treaty of Waitangi, Te Tiriti o Waitangi was in that report, and I know what that means. You know what that means. I'm saying to Ngāti Pro, I'm saying to Te Arawa, let's get ready for the court case, because that's what it's going to take. But once they understand when the court comes down with its ruling, then we're in. That's what it means. It means we're at the table, and that's all we want to be. We don't want to dominate Pākehās, although we should, given how stupid they are. We should. But we're just saying, let us at the table, then we at least have a chance. You know, who knows more about the environment than us? You know, we are the only ones in this country who whakapapa to the environment, who are intimately related to our environment. We are one with the environment. And, you know, when I heard Ngānako, and Peka was, I'm sure you were at this too, Peka, when Ngānako said for the first time, she said, I am the manuko and the manuko is me. When she said that, we all shivered because we know what that means to us. We are our environment, and therefore we will do what we need to do to protect it. And we have failed because the colonial powers brought in this idea. Descartesian dualism is the stupidest idea I ever heard, and that is the separation of humanity and man from the environment. the separation of spirituality from humanity. And that's led to the climate crisis that we have today. And it's why I keep saying to us, we've really got to step up and be a lot more forceful. And, stop apologising. Stop apologising. Stop being fearful. Don't care what they've got to say. You simply, have to just step out. No, Pika and, what's her name? Hilda Harawira, in my generation, well, they're younger than me, but the other thing, they were so brave, and I learnt a lot from them about physical courage. When Hilda took on those engineers, for 20 years we've been trying to get them to stop them doing their haka and mocking us and ridiculing us, but it took her inspiring her to-be husband to go in and bash the shit out of them that stopped them. And of course they went to court, and Peka and I went to court over the Springbok tour. My court charges, I was inspired, Peka, by Hone said at my husband's birthday on Saturday, he said, my court cases came to 119 years. And I thought, wow, that's a lot, but I got arrested more times than you, Hone. So I added it up. If I'd been found guilty on the charges, 196 years. That's what I faced. And these Pākehās decided that we had to defend ourselves. And I knew nothing about the law. I thought, shit, it's all right for these Pākehās. All of them only got one charge. I've got 196 years worth. But we did it, and, we did get off. But still, I'm just saying, people, we have to step it up a notch. That, you have to challenge and get a lot more direct. Start punching a few medics out. If they frustrate you, I said to my daughter, who just got her moko kauai, and in 1 week she was told these two Pākehā fellows said to her, "Why did you do that yourself? You're too beautiful to be wearing that." And instead of punching them, she tried to be reasonable. But in actual fact, and I said, look, and when they say, why did you push him over or punch him over, I said, tell them that he called you a nigger. Tell them they said something terrible. But it's time for direct action, because we've all gotten too complacent. There's nothing like being on $200,000 a year to ruin your sense of adventure. Now, I know you're on nothing like that, but that's why some of our best and brightest are hopeless, because they earn too much money and they've got too much to lose. Okay, people, well, I think I'm just about at my thing. What I might just end on is this, that you as nurses face a big challenge, and you're in the front line. And what I said at the beginning about congratulating you and trying to give you strength to carry on doing what you're doing, especially if you work in the Pākehā system, because that's hard. The microaggressions that you face when you are one amongst many Pākehā, and you just you suck it up, because you just got to put food on the table for your family, you've got to pay the mortgage, pay your rent, and you just put up with it. And for those of you who work in the Māori system, some of our people need decent governance training, eh? So, my sympathies, because we're not brilliant. Yeah, some of the worst governance I've ever seen have been Māori providers. And they mean well. We mean well. We're just doing the best we can, but it's simply not good enough. And you who are actually out there having to do work for the whānau are the ones who have to carry their incompetence with you every day. Anyway, I've got a note here which says, I'm to conclude on a happy note. Well, put it like this, I've been an activist all my life. I've been to prison on 3 occasions. I've been arrested 18 times. And during the Springbok tour, Muldoon, he put out a list of 21 subversives. And only because my name started with A, did I top the list. But you think I could persuade, the Ministry of was it Department of Education Psychological Services, for whom I worked as a senior psychologist in those times, that was the only reason I was at the top, and people like John Minter were way worse than me. And I had the writing was on the wall. I am the most suspended public servant in the history of this country. Yeah. I actually have 21 arrests. 21 is a big number with me. 21 suspensions. And on my 21st suspension, I resigned. And I don't talk about why I did that, but because I told you to start punching out medics who offend you, I'm going to tell you my story, which was that there was no bus service between Pakuranga, where I worked, my office was, and Otara, which was the area I serviced. And because the family couldn't get over to my office in Pakuranga, I had taken the office car, and driven over and assessed them. Now, the boy was about to be sent away to one of the homes, a Puni boys' home in South Island. And look, he was just a darling kid. My own children were a lot worse than him. He did not deserve to go away, but he was a mischief. That's all. A kid, you'd look at them and you think, my God, you are going to go somewhere, because you got some of our kids, they've got genius coming out of their eyeballs. They're so clever, they're annoying. And that's all he was. And I thought, I got to stop this kid going that path, and I went over. Anyway, that was my 21st suspension, was a misuse of the public service vehicle, which was contrary to the mode of functioning. See, I know this charge off by heart. And when he told me this, the look of satisfaction on my boss's face just got to me. And he was sitting over there, sitting back like that, thinking, I've been suspended again, and what do I think of this, blah, blah, blah. So I leaped across the desk and grabbed him by his hair and pulled him down on the floor, and then got the boot in a few times. Anyway, so the writing was on the wall. I mean, I couldn't talk my way out of that one. Yeah. Anyway, I left, and I formed a consultancy with the only other Māori psychologist at the time, Maria Marero. She'd just about finished. And we formed a company called Ihi Communications. And we came to Wellington. We worked with 33 government agencies to try and get them to be less harsh in their policies to Māori and to understand us better. Those 33 government agencies, we set up nearly 20 Māori advisory groups. We set up the marae to Treasury. We set up the Reserve Bank strategy. We did a lot of work. So I know what I'm talking about when I say that watch out for the bureaucracy, because in spite of all that work and the gains we made, within 5 years, all of those 20 budgets had been unpacked and had disappeared. And we had 3 deputy secretaries who had demoted down to executive level. Within 5 years, all the work that we had done had been unpicked. So I know what I'm talking about when I say that there is going to become the backlash, a white backlash, the like of which we have never witnessed. And it will be inspired by a worldwide movement that Trump is leading, that is urging white people to take back their rights. That's what we're up against. God, that's hardly good news. There was a good news. Well, I went from Parliament. I literally went from Parliament, where I'd sat for 7 years, doing the best I could to mute the racism of Act, into prison. I came out, I went and had my court case. 11 good Pākehā and 1 good Samoan found me guilty. And so I went inside, and that was the best thing that could happen to me. Actually, I was going to tell you, 2 great things happened to me that both were a result of the failure of the health system. The first was that I had rheumatic fever when I was 8, and I was a misdiagnosis. The doctor said I had the flu. And so by the time they got me into hospital, my heart was quite damaged, and I was immobile for a year, and I was on penicillin for many years. But the great thing about that is from the age of 8 until the age of 13, I didn't go to school. And I was sent up to Tokomaru Bay to live with my uncle, Potene Awatere, way in the back blocks. I didn't go to school there either. But what I did do was I was in contact with the descendants of Tuini Ngāwai and Auntie Ngoi Pewharangi. Now, how lucky was that, as a young girl, to be amongst these, the writer, the author of Te Mātauranga o Te Pākehā. You know, these people wrote it, they lived it, they understood it, and that gave me insight. When I finally got to school, they couldn't damage me because I already believed that I could do anything. I wasn't damaged. And that's what I learned, I know about education. They smash our kids' confidence. The best thing that ever happened to me was that I missed it. The second other thing that happened was Auntie Ngoi got me in her choir. And when we went down to Gisborne to sing, Kiri Tukana's mother sat next to my mother, and I had a loud voice. I was the bass section all on my own. And she said, "Who is that girl?" And my mother said, "That's my daughter." And then when Kiri came on, the mother said, "That's my daughter." And that's how come I went to learn singing with Dame Sister Mary Leo and had an incredible career in opera, just through the failure of that doctor to diagnose me with rheumatic fever. The second one I don't have time to tell you. But just to end by saying, yes, I've been to Parliament and I've been to prison, and I can tell you Parliament was a hell of a lot harder. So we've got to get behind our Labour MPs, they're up against it. They lose more battles than they win, but the very fact that they got Section 4 into the Education Training Act, Section 14 into the Public Service Act, that's enough. And the lawyers, Annette knows what to do. We're already preparing our court cases. And Māori nurses, Kerry, this is your angle in. But people, you must start getting a lot more strident than you are. Stop trying to be liked. Stop being nice and start punching people out. Kia ora tātou everyone.
These are our tauira we do too.
And I think on that note, Donna, you deserve a lightsaber. I think it is our honour to have you here, Donna, eloquently spoken. And heeding the call of our rangatira is scary, but you do it anyway, eh? Donna, you are a change master and a huge influence, and I'm sure on us all here today. Your kōrero conjures and awakens the activists within us. On that note, my best Donna Awatere Huata fact is, and YouTube told me this, YouTube told me that you picked up a megaphone and brought down a fence at the Springbok tour.
Yeah, only because someone else didn't. It wasn't my job.
And so I can relate to that because with the DHB strikes, we had a microphone on the speaker and it wasn't doing anything. So I picked up the speaker, picked up the mic and walked around with it. And of course, what do we say? What do we want? Okay, fair pay. When do we want it? And we walked around the hospital in Hastings. So, Donna, that's power you brought to the stage today. And again, it's awoken us all here. You are mana, you are wahine toa, you are a Jedi Master. And you continue to strike back all the time. So you need a lightsaber. Kia ora.
Ngai taira te mana nui a kiwa. E ia ie Whakarongo tautoko. E ia ie Kia maura Kia maura Kia maura Ki te mana motu ake me te aroha. Kia maura Kia maura I te mana motu hake me te aroha. E ia ie Whakarongo tautoko. E ia ie Wahine mā Wahine mā Wahine mā Maranga mai kia kaha. Wahine mā Maranga mai kia kaha. E ia ie Whakarongo tautoko. E ia ie E tane mā Tamatu, tamahora. E tane mā Tamatu, tamahora. E ia ie Whakarongo tautoko. E ia ie Whakamutunga. E ia ie
My bad. So, karakia mo te kai, tēnei te... Oh, okay. Tēnei te whakamoimiti mō ngā rangawera I whakaritia I ngā kai me te rangi, mai te whenua, mai te tai o Mauriora. Go get your kai.
No, just a small little tuku mihi. Anō ki ngā major sponsors, Whāmek, Massey University, Nerf Education and Research Foundation. Can I have a big paki up? Tēnā rātou. Hoi anō, ka tukuna te rākau ki te tuahine a Tracy, rāua ko Maria.
Tēnā tātou katoa. So in your books, you've got the bios of all the speakers. So this speaker, the next speaker, is an independent writer, director, board member and consultant. He was New Zealand's first Professor of Indigenous Studies. He is the current advisor for COVID-19 to the iwi leaders and the Office of the Kingitanga. He has written over 750 books, chapters, media, and so forth. It gives us great pleasure to honour and introduce Dr. Rawiri Taunui.
Just waiting for my PowerPoint to go up.
Is the PowerPoint ready to go? Yes.
Yes. Which one? This one? Yeah. This one. Yeah. Okay, that's good. Kia ora tātou. Aku nui aku rahi
ngā karangaranga maha o rongo i te motu i raro i ngā hau e wha. Mai i te tokatapu taina o atu ki te pongo o te waka a tēnā koutou. Tēnā koutou i raro i te kora wai o rangi nui. Rangi roa, tāwhiri rangi, te hau whakaora, te tau e pāngi ngā kiri o te tangata. Tēnā atu, tēnā koutou i rongo i te whāriki o te papatua noku, te papatua rangi, te papa e māroro ki te itinga, e māroro ki te otinga, te papa awhi ana i e tātou o ngā whakatupuranga. Tēnā koutou, i roto i te whare e tūnei, i roto i te whare e whakamāhana i a tātou, i roto i te māhana o tātou e rauika, e tūtaki ana i te ahi nei. Hoi anō, aho koe he toru, he ruarua aku nei ngā kupu, he nui ngā mihi kei roto. Tēnā tātou. Kia ora, thank you for inviting me to speak today. It's been interesting to be here for a number of reasons. I was formerly a professor. I'm now semi-retired. I'm a bit older than I look. And I work as an advisor and consultant, and I prefer to spend my time writing independently. So I'm doing a lot of work on COVID. I should clarify that kaore ahau he tāku te whakapai i te haki kei rongo i tō kiri. I'm not a medical doctor, so I can't fix any of your rashes. I'm more of an analytical doctor, and I do have the ability to diagnose and recommend treatment for racism, sort of ranging from the gentle educative kind of care to the more palliative lobotomizing of instances of extreme arrogance. So I'm part of, in addition to COVID and separate from my writing, I'm also part of some networks that track right-wing racism and white supremacists, and I have a range of online personas that I use to conduct that research. One of those personas, I am actually a racist, and I have a wide network of racist friends, but I do tend to try and avoid meeting face to face. And I haven't quite solved that. But as part of that, just as an example, your kai whakahaere was harassed by someone who has quite extreme racist views some years ago, and quite by accident that person came across my screen and ended up harassing me and my family, and that for something that actually I had nothing to do with, but which I admired quite a lot, but it was actually someone else that he was involved in. And anyway, after a bit of a process through NetSafe and things like that, we managed to get all his sites deplatformed. So he's no longer online, and he gets tracked by that, and there were good notifications to the police, and that's a little tick. I was really pleased to hear Donna and Deepeka speak earlier this afternoon. They were the part of the leadership group of the Waitangi Action Group, I think it was, a Waitangi Action Committee, and they were based in Auckland, and I was part of the Waitangi Action Alliance, which was based at this end of the Motu, with people like Penny Potu and Paul Barcham and things like that, and I was a bit younger and less sort of knowledgeable in those days, and I always really admired them, but I also found them quite scary, and so I like to admire them from afar. So after listening to them today, I was pleased to find that my respect and admiration for them was well placed, as was my judgment call to admire them from afar. So that was excellent. Anyway, so what I'm presenting today is about how racism is a virus, and mainly in the context of pandemic and epidemic events in Aotearoa, New Zealand, as they've affected Māori, and it's part of an article that I'm putting together and hopefully to have out in the not too distant future. So many of us would have seen this piece. It was Al Nisbet cartoon a few years ago when free school lunches came out, and it's got all the negative stereotypes in it and those sorts of things. You know, that we're all obese, we're lazy, we are irresponsible parents, and all those sorts of things. Now, what I like to do is understand the racism, see how it operates, so that you can kind of work out how to combat it. And one of the things that happens in there, you have this essentialisation of all these stereotypes, and when the racist looks at you, at us, all the bad things they think about humanity, they see in us. But the other side of it is that when they go home and look in the mirror, they see all good things in humanity, all the good in us and all the good in them, but in the mirror. And what that does over time is it creates this historical amnesia whereby when history moves on, they're unable to see the wrongs that were perpetrated in the past, because fundamentally they cannot get over the fact that they are good, helpful, superior, advanced. It's very, very difficult for them to do that. And we see this in social media these days. There's a strong narrative that says, we tried to help you, we civilised you. You were eating each other, you were heading to termination, but we came along and helped you. But you have failed to pick up on that help. You have failed once again. Ergo, brackets, your culture has always failed, and that's where they reside. Now, I see some people taking some snaps. There's no intellectual property over the PowerPoint. You can share that around as you please. So the progression of epidemic and pandemic events in Aotearoa for Māori, there's kind of three phases. At the beginning phase, we would all know this, European diseases were new to us, so our immune systems just weren't geared to deal with them. We were immunodeficient. The very first episode occurred in 1769 when James Cook visited Golden Bay and his crew were engaging in sexual relations with local women, and many of them had gonorrhea and syphilis, and that led to what is called the first rewa epidemic, and it was really severe in that area for several years after. Now, James Cook knew that was happening and knew that his men were sick, and he wrote in his journal that I tried to discourage it, but I am unable to prevent it, because his men wouldn't accept that. But of course, the question is, he probably could have prevented that if he had wanted to, simply by talking to local tribal leaders. Working out what the words were for penis and dirty, riri paru, something like that, and then saying don't let your woman go near our men because of A, B, C and D. Now his crew spread gonorrhea and syphilis all through Hawaii, Tahiti and so on and so forth, and that's our first disease event in this very first period. Now the record's really sketchy after that, particularly up to 1810, but roughly speaking there's about 20 epidemic events that affect our people up until the signing of the treaty. Now, one of the other aspects of the racism that occurs around this is the historical narrative. So sort of balancing a whole number of Pākehā historian reports, roughly the picture says something like this, that between 1769 and 1849, about 20% of the Māori population some are a bit higher, some are a bit lower, died, or there was a 20% decrease in population because of disease, but also, and this is important, but also because of the musket wars. And that's the bit in brackets that is your culture failed. And as time's gone on, this bit at the end has been more and more exaggerated. Now, researching back into that time, and this is just one example, there's a academic, Simon Chappell, who works at University of Victoria. So he's done some research on what's called the Refa epidemic, which occurred about 1808 to 1810. Now, multiple Māori sources and multiple Pākehā sources written years after this event all point to this being probably the major disease event in that early colonial history of Māori. So lots of testimony saying over half our village died. Other villages were completely vacated. You know, bodies weren't buried and so on and so forth. And really, in the main, most people say over half of the population or more died. And so Simon's he's a very, mainstream Pākehā academic, but he's really hinged on facts, and he's not swayed one way or the other. You know, he's a very pleasant person to deal with. So he estimates that the Refa event must have cost 100,000 lives. That's his judgment. So I've read his work, and it's very reasonable, and I think that he's probably right. So the conclusion you reach is that in that early formative period, the Māori population probably dropped by, so if there were 100,000 die in say 1810, then there must have been originally 200,000 people, and if you put deaths from other events on, then there were probably a bit more. So that the population dropped by about 70% in this first 70 years or so. Now that's reasonable, because that's roughly something like 70–90%, say, within the first 100 years of contact with Europeans, is the normal sort of mortality rate for pandemics or epidemics amongst our peoples, Indigenous peoples. So what that means is that Pākehā European historians have minimised the Māori population at contact and lessened the impact of their diseases, and exaggerated the impact of intertribal fighting, so that they can deny history, confront the past, deal with the past, and amplify our savagery, so that in turn justifies, exonerates, and sanitises their colonial civilising mission. And that's one of the big sort of racist historical interpretations of those early times. In this next period, say a bit after the treaty was signed, it's likely that Māori must have started to develop immunity to some of the European diseases. Obviously the one-off pandemics, like something like COVID, no one really could be prepared for that, but things like the flu and so on and so forth, they should have been. But those sorts of diseases continue to take a toll on our people in a really large way. And the key fulcrum pushing that forward at those times was that because of the loss of land, destruction of the culture, and particularly the movement of our people from living in pā but also having access to forests and so on and so forth, our people were being moved onto smaller and smaller pieces of land that were increasingly marginalised. So some of the reserves that were given after forced sales of Māori land in Canterbury, they were on bare rock. And I don't know if you've tried it, but you can't grow a cabbage on bare rock. In the Taranaki, when the Taranaki confiscations were completed, Māori were living in sand dunes on the coast. You just basically can't survive under those sorts of circumstances. And so just as some examples of that, so one little piece I came across last year Between 1924 and 1948, so a period of about 20 years, 50% of all Māori in the Uruweras aged under 30 died of a disease or a sickness. You know, so if we're a room full of people, say probably the proportion of adults is that side, those last two rows, and these are all the younger people, and we're talking about over just 2 decades, everyone that side of the room has passed away. And for you people, that's 5 or 6 young person tangies every year and a bit more. You know, it's huge. It's really huge. Oops. Other thing, I'll just check that I'm in the right place. So other things that occurred during these events was racism around vaccines as vaccines started coming into the system, and one of the most classic ones occurs in the 1913 smallpox epidemic. So basically an American missionary is travelling to New Zealand and he catches smallpox while he's on board a ship. The ship arrives in Auckland and he hops off and he's keen to missionise the Māori, and it just so happens they're having a national hui in Auckland at the time. So he goes along and he shakes hands with everyone who's there. After the hui, they all go home, and there's a mass outbreak across the country in multiple Māori communities. Now, the reaction of the government was quite swift. They put together over 700,000 vaccines, but then they mainly distributed them to Pākehā towns. And then in places like, for instance, the Waikato, what they did is they locked down the Māori communities. So if that's your community and there's smallpox in there, we put checkpoints on all roads with armed guards, and you all had to stay in there, the healthy and the sick. And there was no food, medical assistance or anything like that allowed in. Now, the government also sent the bulk of the vaccines to European towns and cities, and whatever was left over was distributed amongst Māori communities. But it led to these really odd things, like in a large part of the East Coast, 90 vaccines arrived for several hundred people. At Taupiri in the Waikato, 800 people were there, they got 300 vaccines, and they basically had to choose who got them and who didn't. In other areas, Māori didn't get them at all. And of course, one of the really big insults was that no Māori was allowed to administer a vaccine. And when you think about the fact that we were, you know, because we did sometimes eat people, and we were really good at dissection and all those sorts of things, at the end of the day, just sort of popping a needle into arms, not really that hard, eh? You know, and it's fundamentally quite racist for it to go that way. And alongside this, there's a whole history of, there's this racism around how the history is written. So already by the 1880s and 1890s, and many of us will be familiar with these things, there's articles being published and saying the Māori are dying out because they're the weaker race, and when they get sick, they simply give up. And there's the famous quote from a guy in government called Featherson, who says that our task is to smooth the pillow of the dying race. And in this 1913 event, what's really interesting is that some of the newspaper articles said the epidemic was caused by a dirty Māori priest. And a report to government says the disease began because Māori are dirty. And in Canterbury, I'm not sure what it was called, Regional Health Board at the time, the minutes of their meeting say the disease began because Māori are dirty, comma, and Māori women are dirty, when everyone knew that it was started by a Pākehā missionary who came into the country. During the 1918 flu, that's quite a well-known event, so I won't go on too much, but one of the differentials in there is that they had separate hospitals, a hospital over here for Pākehā, over there for Māori. Mainly over here they had doctors and nurses. In some cases they did in Māori settlements, but by and large you were lucky if you got a nurse. There's actually a really famous, two famous Pākehā nurses that I can think of who committed themselves to Māori communities to look after them during Spanish flu. And both of them contracted the flu and lost their lives, and you know, they are heroes. But in other places, it was just left to a community leader to look after the people. So Tau Henari's forebear, who was formerly in Parliament, him and his wife, by default, ended up being the doctor and nurse looking after a whole community, but they had no medical training. In the Manawatu, the person who looked after the Māori sick was a World War I veteran who came home, caught the flu, was looked after, recovered, went home, found there was no one looking after Māori, so he just did the things that were done to him and tried to look after the community. But this particular incident here is lots of communities got no help, and I like this quote because Waimamaku is just down the road from where I'm from. At Waimamaku in the Hokianga, a group of 14 was found, 12 had died. They included a woman and 4 of her children. Her husband and 2 other children had fallen to the typhoid epidemic in 1911. Their twin daughters were the only survivors. Some had died of starvation because no one came to help. You know, just a devastating and horrible history. This is another one. Pukekohe was a notoriously racist settlement in the 1950s. Pukekohe was actually part of the Māori agricultural effort to support Auckland when Auckland began growing as a city. After the Waikato War, the land was confiscated, it became owned by Pākehā. The Māori that used to live there went back there as labourers. The Pukekohe District Council introduced laws where it was against the law to rent a house to a Māori. You know, these are the people that had, like, Māori kids used to swim on Fridays, so they didn't dirty the pool while the Pākehā kids were swimming and so on and so forth. And I actually, last night when I was putting this together, I've misplaced my photos of the houses that they lived in at Pukekohe. But in 1950, the cost of it was evident in child mortality. So in 1952, there were 29 Māori deaths in Pukekohe and 28 of them were under 5 years old. And so I lost the photos of Pukekohe, but I've got this photo of my family mansion. This is my grandparents and my mum and her 14 brothers and sisters were raised in this. It's still there now, so they were raised there from the 1930s onwards, so there's no inside panelling on the walls and things like that, no running water, it's a dirt floor and so on, but we still keep it as our heritage building. So 15 brothers and sisters, six passed away before they were 30 years old. So my mother's grandfather, he lost his wife and his brother in the 1918 flu epidemic. My mother's mother, my grandmother, she lost 2 siblings to tuberculosis. Her husband, ko te hāhi mōmona ki tērā wāhi, her husband had 3 families running at the same time. That wasn't allowed outside of the Mormon church, if I could put it that way. But through the sicknesses and epidemics, in 2 of his families, they lost 2 children each out of about 6 kids. And in one family, his wife and all 6 children perished in 2018, and they were all buried in unmarked graves, which was typical of that time. So I'll quickly skip this. You know, by the 1950s, the health system's set up, and all these approaches and all these things just play out over and over again. And this is a short list of the further pandemic events to strike New Zealand and what the cost is to our people in terms of mortality rates and so on. COVID comes along. As soon as COVID comes along, it's announced early March, a COVID response group is formed in government. There are no Māori on it. You know, the Ministry of Health manages a $22 billion a year budget. I think there's about 300 people that work in headquarters in Wellington. At the time of the pandemic, any guesses how many Māori staff, how many Māori doctors they employed? You know, like Dr. Ashley Bloomfield's a doctor. Ian Town's a doctor. He's the chief scientific advisor. There's lots of them in all their groups and stuff. COVID strikes. How many Māori doctors do they employ? 5? 0. At the time, it was 0. I think it still is 0. I'm just trying to cover my bases. It's 0. In Australia, when COVID's announced worldwide as a pandemic, one of the first things the federal government puts together is an Aboriginal medical advisory group with all the top-notch Aboriginal medical experts, but not just as an advisory group, but as an action group. And one of the first things they recommend is that we should lock down all our remote communities, and Australia does it by the end of the first month. So, end of March, all of them are locked down. They're all given testing kits and so on and so forth, and those sorts of things. Checkpoints go up around those remote communities. In the United States and Canada, quite quickly, they do the same thing. So they, you know, we're talking about Trump, but in the Indian section of the federal government, they pass legislation and allow all reservations to put up checkpoints. In New Zealand, we don't do that, and so Māori go out and do it themselves. We move on to earlier this year, you know, when we had the Papatoetoe outbreak, and also that sort of funny located outbreak between Northland, Auckland and Hamilton. The government puts up checkpoints because checkpoints are a really effective way of stopping transmission. The Māori people groups that establish the checkpoints, they go along and offer to help out, and the police say, please go away. You know, so they stand across the road. But they're the people who know how to do it. You know, they did everything properly, all the gear and so on and so forth. And this is just one of my graphic tables. Is at the top there, all the DHB regions where Māori established checkpoints, and the bottom mainly red ones are where we didn't have checkpoints. Now the bars are the number of positive cases in each region, and the green ones are the average. So basically, in areas where there were Māori checkpoints, the number of positive cases is 50% of that in areas where there were no checkpoints at all, either Māori, Pākehā or government. You know, it's really effective. And the same thing plays out in Canada and in Australia and in the United States if they get them up in time. Most of you will maybe heard of the big tragedy that happened on the Navajo reservation. They got their checkpoints up very, very late, and it's a major transport hub goes through there, and there were already hundreds of cases before they got their checkpoint up, and they suffered really, really badly. This is one of my favourite pictures from that time, stay home eggs. And I put this picture up because really during COVID, we have the lowest cases per capita percentage-wise of our share of the demographic, our share of the population than any other ethnicity in the country. That's the first time in our history and our experience of epidemic, pandemic events. And the major reason for it is not government policy. The major reason for it is the strength and the resilience of our communities and how they can mobilise. Because now that we're into the 30 or 50-year renaissance, you know, the things kicked off by Donna and Ripeka and many others, we are in a stronger position than we have ever been to fight back against a pandemic, epidemic event. So overall we have the lowest cases, but we're still vulnerable. So we have our share of cases in ICU and deaths is higher than you would like. And if something like Delta got into our communities and we're still immunised at a very low level or a low level relative to Pākehā, things could still not go very good for us. Testing was another instance of racism in New Zealand. Early on this is testing for COVID, early on in the testing you could only get tested if you had symptoms and you had a referral from a doctor. Now one thing that began to appear is that Māori the figures you can access show that Māori were being declined. So they go to the doctor, they get a referral, but they go to the testing station and then they get declined and they go home, and the percentage is disproportionate, it's too high. The same thing happened with Pacifica. So I found one DHB, I won't name it, but it's Marlborough at the top of the South Island, and 80% of Pacific people referred by doctors going to the testing station were being turned away. You know, and we had all these things of DHBs obscuring information. So I received an email one day that this is when things improved, that the rate of Māori testing in the northern region, so Waitemata, Manukau and Northland, was higher than for Pākehā. And I immediately wrote back an email and said, could you tell me exactly what the number is for Northland? And the answer was silence. But I already knew that it had been started going really well in Auckland because of the efforts of Waiparaita Trust and Māori Pacific health providers in the Manukau, and in Northland it was still way behind. And so basically what happened is Māori health providers just decided to break the rules, test the community. Pacifica started doing the same. Tauranga has the highest rate at that time of testing of any ethnic group in the country, and it's Pacifica, and that's because the Tongan Church offered everyone a food package if they would go and get tested for COVID. And that's actually really smart, because the key thing in that time is to detect where it might be occurring. And of course, the outcome of that whole episode was, so John Tamahere was one of the first to break the rules, and he got exposed in the newspaper, but he just carried on. And within 2 weeks, all DHBs took the same approach. Go out to Māori communities and just test everyone you can lay your hands on. And by end of May, our testing had come up and was now sitting above average. It was really, really important at those times. I'll jump a bit here. Just as we stand at the moment, the big issue is vaccination. So I get lots of phone calls from people and they say, what's the latest vaccination figures? And I say, well, let's look. It's 45% for the whole population, 25% for Māori. In terms of being fully vaccinated, this is yesterday or the day before, 70% of the population fully vaccinated, only 9% for Māori, so we're running about 50%. And the first thing people ask me is, why is there so much vaccine hesitancy? And I say, well, I actually don't think there is that much from what I see. What I see is a strategy, a one-size-fits-all strategy that says over 65, over 50, over 40. I think we're there now or next week or something like that. rather than a strategy that says, hey, here are some priorities and here are some priority communities. This is the social and demographic and geographic profile of our community. Let's prioritise according to that. You know, and at the moment already some Māori health providers are breaking the rules essentially. So they're going out to, 3 examples I can think of on the East Coast, they're going out to communities with vaccines. They're getting the whole community together and just vaccinating everyone over 16 years old. And that's what you need to do in that community. You can't go to Wharikāhika, which is way out in the wops, and say, can the 65-year-olds please gather together? And then come back in 2 weeks' time and say the 50 to 64 and 364 days old people gather together. It just doesn't work. And if we look overseas, we see the difference. So Australia, for instance, they released their vaccination program. It went like this, just like us. Priority 1, frontline border workers. We did that, and also frontline health workers. But in their priority was frontline border workers and all remote Aboriginal communities in the first hit. Now, we've done really, really well in terms of, you know, where Māori are sitting in terms of number of positive cases. The approach in Australia has meant that, say, in a state like Queensland, the number of Indigenous cases, because of the way they're prioritising looking after them, is actually 2/3 lower than ours when made equal by population. You know, I mean, we think of Australia being more racist than us, but in this instance, what's happened with them is some years ago, they reached the point where they understood that in epidemics like the Spanish flu, swine flu in 2010, they didn't do the right thing and it cost the communities, and the federal government has accepted that and they're prepared to do things differently. In Canada, British Columbia, for instance, same thing. Priority 1, frontline border workers, remote Indigenous communities. And then the other thing they do is mainstream population. They started at over 80-year-olds. Over 80-year-olds mainstream, over 65 Indigenous peoples, over 65 years old mainstream, over 50 Indigenous peoples, over 50 years old mainstream, over 16 years old Indigenous peoples, because Indigenous peoples are more vulnerable. In the States, not quite like that. But what they did do is in New Zealand, if you're a Māori health provider, the vaccines come down through the government, the ministry, to the DHBs and then to the providers. That's the main approach. In the United States, the good thing they did was say, hey, here's an Indigenous priority. Things like in the Navajo Reservation have not gone good, or the Navajo Nation haven't gone good. So what we'll do is vaccines go straight from federal government to Indian health service providers, and you decide the priorities. And what they've done is just congregate people and do the whole community. Now, as we talk here today, First Nations, Indigenous, American Indian communities have the highest rates of Indigenous vaccination on the planet. You know, they're miles ahead. They're more than 4 times higher than us in terms of being fully vaccinated. And just to end, Delta's really dangerous, and we've got to get as many of our people vaccinated as possible. So in terms of the databases that I look at, things that concern me is Delta's driving what, in terms of worldwide terms, is a 5th wave, and that 5th wave is 5 times higher than the wave that we defeated in June last year. In the last 2 months, Delta's spread from being found in 62 countries to being found in 172 countries. And in terms of, this is not information that was released regularly to the New Zealand public. But in terms of the vaccines of concern, it's not the vaccine, sorry, the variants of concern and of interest, the really concerning ones, of which the list is, there's 4 main really concerning ones, and there's a list maybe of about 14 other that are, we think might become dangerous. In total, 13 of those have actually made it across our borders but been stopped in MIQ. And the last time I checked the percentages, which was last week, Delta was 97% of cases coming into MIQ across our border. And worldwide, the big issue that we have is the inequality between rich countries and poor countries. So rich countries are now moving to over 50% of their populations are vaccinated, but some poor countries, such as in Africa and islands in Indonesia and that, they're still in single digit figures. You know, some of them as low as 2 or 3%. And now Delta is like a 4th generation variant. And the inequality we have in the world is that without vaccination here, then that's going to be the incubator for more variants again. And if Delta comes to New Zealand, I think it probably will, we'll probably have an outbreak before the end of the year. We need as much protection as we can. Bearing in mind that the vaccine we are using is one of the top vaccines, but it was designed to fight the earlier strains of COVID. And even if you get immunised, you can still become infected. Your chances of surviving are much better. Your chances of being hospitalised or dying are much smaller, but you can spread it to other people. And it's a situation that's in balance. And my final comment on that, on Delta and the recent announcement of, how we might open up the borders is simply this, is we shouldn't open up our borders or be travelling overseas too much until we have at least 80% full immunisation. And we need to do as much as possible to get our Māori people right up there, because if it does come, then there's a risk that could really affect us. Anyway, I went off on a bit of a tangent there at the end. I'm really happy to be here. It's been such an impressive conference, and just all the setup and the people I've met, and I'm very grateful for that. Hoi anō, te whare pūtoi, te whare kiki, te whare kākā, huri noa i tō tātou nei whare, nā haku noa, ka mihi ka koa, nei rā i tuku atu te tae o ngā mihi ki a koutou, mihi atu anō, tēnā tātou katoa. Kia ora.
We would like to take this opportunity to thank Massey University as the sponsor for Dr. Taunui today. We'd like to thank you for your kōrero. I don't have a rash, but I probably do well in getting a repeat prescription for racism. I never considered myself a racist. But after hearing Dr. Taunui call himself a racist, then I think I'm one too. He is probably one of the most humble of racists I have ever had the pleasure of meeting. Unlike my tūhoi self, I'm more likely to do as our last speaker did and give somebody a punch. But hey, this is not about me. Kua tawhiti ke te haere mai. Kia kore e haere tonu, he nui rawa o mahi. Kia kore e mahi tonu. You come too far not to go further. You have done too much not to do more. Tā hemi he nare. Kia ora.
marama i roto, ka tia hoki wapo, e ka tia ki mauri ora e. Ka marama i roto, ka tia hoki wapo, e ka tia ki mauri ora e. He moe moea, he kaupapa, mauri ora ki te whanau hapu iwi. Mauri mana, tapu tikanga, wairua whakapapa e. Ka marama i roto, ka ti aho i waho. E ke iho i ngā atua, e nei kuku ki te tangata, e ka tiaki mo te ao huri huri nei. E ke iho i ngā atua, e nei kuku ki te tangata, e ka tiaki mo te ao huri huri nei. He moe moea, he kaupapa, mauri ora ki te whanau hapu iwi. Mauri mana, tapu tikanga, wairua whakapapa e. Wairua whakapapa e. Wairua whakapapa e.
Tēnā tātou, ko Waio, ko te whiria me puhunga tohoranga maunga, ko ngā toke mata whārua te waka, ko hokianga whakapaukara kia te moana, ko ngai tū ngā te ui ngā te pākau uku hapu, ko ngā puhi me tororoa taku he iwi, ko Tracy Henahau. Kia ora koutou, I'm Trace, I'm the Te Runanga Central Region's Chair. So he mihi mahana kia koutou. I have the pleasure of inviting Whaiahine Wirangi Kohu Morgan to the stage. She is a very passionate person, and in February I had the pleasure of being able to hear her present at the Manawahine Claims. I took my 14-year-old daughter up with us, and she came flying across the room because her kōrero was so passionate. It touched her and it touched everyone that was in the audience listening. So Whaia is a psychotherapist and works at Waikeria Prison. She uses her healing methods of taonga puoro to create change for our tāne, for our whānau. She is an artist, a poet, an activist, and is also a board member for the International Indian Treaty Council and is a representative for the Nuclear Free and Independent Pacific Movement. She teaches in New Zealand and abroad and conducts workshops in all aspects of Māori philosophy, of mental health, of physical and spiritual well-being, and her areas of expertise include traditional Māori parenting and healing using music. I'd like to invite you up to the stage, Whaia.
We stay friends and think, Tēnā koutou, e ngā iwi e, ko hene wirangi tōku ingoa. Ki te taha o tōku whaia, no ka hungunu iaia. Ko mau kai te manga tapu, ko nuhaka te awa. Ko rongo mai wahine, tōku tūpuna whaia, e tū ake au, i raro i tōna koro ai. Tēnā ra koutou, tēnā ra koutou katoa. Engari, ki te taha o tōku matua, ngā tauranga moana iaia. Ko mau au te manga tapu, ko tauranga te moana, ko tama te apokai whenua, tōku tūpuna matua, e tū ake au, i raro i tōna koro ai. Tēnā ra koutou, tēnā ra koutou katoa. Engari, this is my beautiful, beautiful koro, who raised me and my kuia, who raised me, and all of these stories are about me. Hey, but you know what? When I talk to you, I'm talking to the person that you are. We've heard about all of the other things today. Now this talks about you and challenges you, because you hold the power of change for everyone. And until we get rid of the rubbish, and we'll take you on this journey so that we can know, this should be up on your own PowerPoint because you're all rangatahi and you're all beautiful and you know. Ki te taha o tōku whaia, ara tōku karaua ko Sani Mataira, no kahungunu ia no nuhaka, ko rā kai pāka te hapu ko ngā te kahungunu te iwi. Ko nuhaka te awa, ai ko mau kai te maunga tapu. Ko tā ki timu te waka, anei ki taku kuia, ki tōku kuia, I'm named after her. I'm her first mokopuna, and so I'm named after my kuia. She had 15 children and I'm the first to be born of her moko. And I have many a story of Hinewirangi to talk to you about. Because this is what's important, what we don't have good enough, is our own stories recorded in such a way. Our babies need you. Our children need you. Yours need you. They need us to help and work together. And if you haven't got a PowerPoint and giving this for them for Christmas instead of a stupid toy, then we might get somewhere to have them hold on to something that's really tight. So this is all about you people, because we have many a story to tell in order to heal. If you want to heal our people, then begin here. Right with this person, because a lot of us carry, a very colonized Western paradigms that we work in all of the time, instead of looking at a Māori narrative to help us heal. And these are those Māori narratives, people. It's about being able to identify ko wai koe. These are all the kuia in my life, all the women in my life that make it possible for me. That little kuia up there in that left-hand corner was my nanny Tēti. Now, she used to take me walking. She used to take me fishing. We had to go through the Papakaina to go fishing. And then she would stop at a place right over here in the front of our whare and she'd say, "Taiho pepi, taiho." See, these are the stories I have that helped me to live. And she said, "Taiho." And she'd stand out the front of the whare and on the top of her voice she would go, "Ke te ata morena e, ka tangi mai te hei hei e tama maranga mai e taua maua e." And I would watch, and out would come my uncle. "I'm going to tell on you, uncle, I'm going to tell on you." And I did. I was the biggest whawhi in the marae, but they didn't give me a beating because the kuia will get them. So, then I don't know how she knew. She'd go down the road a little bit more and go, "Ke te ata mo morena e, ka tangi mai te hei hei e hine maranga ma, e taua mau e. And out would run my auntie, and I do the same thing. I tell on them. But that was that queer. I had stories to tell about all these grandmothers that I knew and that I was raised with on Papakainga. So they were the stories that would help my children hold on, and it helped me hold on. And all these queer, see, there's Maharaya Winiata down there. He was my uncle. He played a very important role with Tainui Waka. He worked at the side of Te Puia. She sent him to England, to their school. He came back, Dr. Maharaya Winiata. And he stayed at her side to help with. That's why Tainui is rich, eh? Because, my uncle helped that get rich early in the day. Even the Queen's children are named Maha. And my uncle is up in Te Puia Marae, right in his photo, is sitting up there with Te Puia on equal basis. I have stories to tell. It's these stories that saved my life. And if you don't know your stories, what stories help you save anyone's life, let alone your own? The challenge is to you. Look at this queer. This is my Ani O'Keefe. That's my Irish connection. From Tizara Karaua, that's Matinga Tukareaho who signed the Treaty of Waitangi. Who signed your treaty? Who was your paramount chief? Do you know? And if you don't know, then it's time to find out. Your Western paradigms are really up high. You're well trained, you're well schooled. But kei whea tō Māori paradigms here, down low, you haven't used them to be able to work with them and use those with our people, because we know academics are saying it don't work. So, so the stories is these. Know your stories. That's what's important for you, for your whānau, and for everyone else. His name was Mātenga Tukareahu. This is Ihaka Whanga, another karaua of mine. I have stories about all of these, and I could tell you thousands of stories, because that's that naughty down there, that's that naughty Halbert down there. Yeah, he was the one that was Scottish. That's my Scottish tupuna. He came off Mahia Peninsula, off the whaling boats, and he married my auntie, well, one of my nans, and he told her he had to go to sea for 6 months, and then he would disappear for 6 months, but he supplied a trading post. And all the kai and everything, so she had a job and she could feed the kids, she was taken well care of. And then off he'd go, but a few years ago, my father from Tauranga Moana said we had to go up to Manaia to a opening of the wharikai. So we did as a whānau, and I sat across after everything's over, sat across this, and I looked at this wahine, and she said, "Wah, you look just like me." And in the end, when we did our whakapapa, that 6 months that my koro was out at sea, he was entrepreneur. And I get my entrepreneur skills from him. But these are the stories that you need to hold. What koro, what kuia are you in the footsteps of? Because we can. And this is Te Hei Kōko Harrison Mataira, who started the Ātārangi Reo. And she used me because I was one of those, I'm 74. And I was one of those that got whacked at school. Well, just a little bit. No, well, nah, I was not. I was a naughty, rotten kid, so yeah. I think I got whacked for that reason, never mind about the reo. But she was the one that used us to help us start out. There's stories to tell people. Your stories, Wee Pere was one of those parliament people, with the Young Māori Party, with Sapirana, all my karaua. See, look at that. I'm connected. With all these fabulous people. On the side of my whānau, though, here, look, there's Mataira whānau. This whānau had all these kids. I have 23 siblings. So when anybody talks to me, how many kids you got in Wirangi? I say, oh, hang on, I've got 23 siblings. Oh, about 200. Oh, no, 2,000. And I might have about 3,000 mokopuna. Hey, I've got 23 siblings. I don't think, no, you. I don't think like you, like an individual. Hey, I think collectively. And how do we think? We need to decolonise people. And we need to do it properly and bring our Māori self into balance with your Pākehā self. Because it's not, and our people don't get you. Hey, we need to have touch base with all the stories that these ones live in America. I can't even go there. I don't want to go there anymore. Hey, those Americans are dumb. So I'm part of all this whānau. And if we haven't got all of this down for our family, what have we got? What have we got? Our men are the highest in, our future paipai is dying. I teach suicide prevention in the communities, and I get mostly wahine. Kai whia nā tāne, because our men between 15 to 24 are the highest in the world. And kai whia tāne, kai whia koutou. We need you in those spaces. Our babies need you. Our men, our young men need you. But it's us wahine, teaching suicide prevention, intervention and postvention. And kei whia koutou. So don't get romantic with our men. Hey, they need a slap every now and then. I'm sorry, Rawiri. I don't think punching Pākehā is any good. I just think clap your own men. But I have my mokopuna, These are all my mokopuna. There's tons of them. Look at this little mokopuna. He won and under 13s and he went to Canada to play for us. How proud am I? And I've got these two little pinkies too. I'll tell you a story about those little pinkies. This is my own. Here's these pinkies. Look. There's one. That's him when he's grown up. And that's their parents up there, my son. But here's the other pinky. I used to hold a Treaty of Waitangi activity with my pinkies all the time. And my moko. And this one year they said, in 2007, said, we've organised our Treaty of Waitangi activity. What is it? This is on the 4th. This is not on the 6th, it's on the 4th, thank goodness. And they said, we're going to write a treaty. A what? A treaty. Oh yeah, who between? Who are you writing? Between you, Nan. You, Nan, and us. And I said to them, well, you know, the treaty is written between two sovereign nations, don't you? Yes, we do. You're a sovereign Māori and we're a sovereign Pinky. Well, I couldn't argue with that one. I said, you know, Nan, it's got 3 articles, Nan? Yep. So the first one is Nan shall stop smoking immediately. Can you imagine what I felt like? And have a look at us. If you think suicide is just out there with our men hanging themselves and killing themselves, look at what you're doing. Suicide ideation. We drink, we smoke. We know it's going to kill us, but we continue. If you want to really nurse that, nurse yourself. Those of you that run out there down the road, that have a smoke, have a good look. I had to think about that in 2007. Thank goodness. Then I go, okay, so what's the next one? Nan shall stop eating all the foods that's killing her. I was 350 kgs. I'm now 105, and I'm getting there. But that was because those mokopuna, they said the 3rd article is Nan shall have 5 years to do it in. Phew! Today I'm a non-smoker, and I'm a legal non-smoker. How do I know? Because my insurance policies have gone down. People, we need to. But while we laugh and smile at this little girl has a story to tell. And the story, when she told it, she wasn't believed. She is only 6 years of age. Her story is one of incest. Her mother believed her, but it was triggered into her own rape, and the little girl believed that she had made her mother cry, and she decided never to talk to anyone again. Disconnecting. How many of our people are disconnecting at this age? People, this is me. I know this story. I know this story well. It keeps happening, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. By the time she's 15 years of age with no help, she decides it's time to cross the river. I didn't know suicide. I knew crossing the river to her nan. And knows that she has to leave her body somewhere. She begins trying to cross the river by jumping 3-story buildings. At Church College of New Zealand, I jumped off the David O. McKay several times. The people came in the morning and saw me jumping, but you know what? They didn't see my nan. Does that act make me crazy? Because they couldn't? The whare wānanga that would have been away in Papakainga would have had me in there learning about that gift. But they classify it as a mental health as delusional to myself and everyone else. And how do you classify that? Do you see the seer beyond the seeing? Do you hear the hearer beyond the hearing? Do you have special gifts given to you, but you just keep it silent because you dare not tell an adult person who doesn't believe you or thinking you're going crazy? Have a look at what we really know, because I went crying within, just totally lonely, hurt, this little girl never talking anymore. Even becoming a prostitute in Wellington, here, you know, in Cuba Street with Carmen, punishing men for what they did to me. I put them in all that position and I hated them. I even began to hate myself, and I lived in a world of bullshit and lies because the adult people in my life never believed me anyway. And I was on heroin, LSD and cocaine. I had hate male, I hated men. I hated what they did to me. Not knowing how to heal, suicidal, self-hate, because you know why? For once there in self-hate, I orgasmed and thought that I'd given him permission to do what he was doing anyway, and hated me for betrayal, self-betrayal. I hated me. How many of our people are walking like this? I come across a lot of women and men that are walking like this today, and we're not nursing them back into being because we can't even see it within ourselves. And the type of rape that we have, people, is a colonisation rape. Rape of our culture, rape of our wairua, rape of our traditions, rape of our reo, rape of all that makes us. It's a historical trauma, and it's around the rape of us from Papakaina. This is my big, at least I lost 100 here. This is me and 250, and still losing, still trying, angry as. I went to everywhere. I went everywhere looking for a counsellor. I've tried everybody, even the bishop, and the bishop said, if only I was, if they honoured the thing of Moses, I'd marry you and show you what a man was all about. I thought, well, fuck you, I'm out of here. I went everywhere, people. But they wanted, there's only 2 types of therapy. One is a type of therapy they tell you what's wrong with you, and the other is pilled. That's the only types of therapy that white medicine understands. What type of medicine do we are we just over there with those beautiful rongoa and no kawakawa, and it's all getting trendy right now? Do we live without rongoa forests? I do. At the back of my house, you have in the middle of Dinsdale, you can come and hug a Cody. But if you want to heal this wahine, start with understanding what this is about. It's about the rape of my tribal peoples. Where were they? Where was Huria Marae? Where was they? Because that's where it was happening. They have a beer after the tangihana. And we sleep in there, and who think those men come and sleep in far with all of us? They needed help. We have to help our own. You know, the rape of Hinengaro, the rape of my childhood. I never had one. I was forced into womanhood too early. I never even had a womanhood. I lost 3 children trying to birth when my cervix was so damaged. Te pai o tiki. It would never dilate and my babies died within. What do you think I feel like? Eh? But I gave birth to one finally, and I just really needed to do that. It gave me back my woman. I was raped of my mother, raped of my ability to love and be loved, raped of my tinana, raped of my traditions, my stories, my voice, my wairua, my ability to give birth. And each one of these I had to take one by one to heal, because there was no healer out there that would have the ability to heal me. What did I need? Well, first of all, I had this beautiful son, Libra, and he gave me those 2 pinkies. And they were the challenge of my life. But he said to me, it was a turning point, people. He was my turning point, the beginning of my reconnecting. I loved for the first time this little man that asked nothing of me, except to love him. But he said, Mama, I don't love you when you fly away. I was still using heroin, LSD, and cocaine. I had to do something. I couldn't lose him. And I worked hard. I had to figure out what it was that I needed to heal. I needed to heal what do I need to heal? What do I need? I found this pattern, what I needed to do. I need to find my heart, my soul, my life, my want to live. And so I began the journey. You see, I realized that I knew more about me than any counselor, than anyone outside of you. You know more about you than anyone else. Can you leave your story for them, for your babies? Can you leave your truth, the good, the bad, and the ugly for your babies? Because you know what? My babies are hearing it all from me, because I don't want anyone else to tell them. Because the story will not be right, or not even come from the right space. I needed my whare tangata, I needed my music, I needed my tika, and my pono. I needed to now get out of the land of bullshit, lies, and deceit that I was in order to become tika and pono. You know how easy that is, or how hard that is to do that on your own? Because there's no one out there that knows how to, because all of them are just as much as bullshit, deceit, and lies as I was. Have a look at it. Have a look at the dreams that we have. I needed my karanga. I needed that, and I did. I needed to karanga myself back into my body. I needed to karanga me back into Te Ao Marama. I needed to karanga myself back into my traditional Māori self. And where are you? Kai whea koe? Kei wahora? In that ao Pākehā, te ao o Keikona, in this ao Māori. Bring them up to balance. I'm not asking you to chuck one away. I'm asking you to bring them into balance. So get to know you. Know your karanga. Ko waikoe. Ko waikoe. And it's no use getting up here and saying you know it, because we don't know it all, and we still are trying to learn it. I needed my manaki for me, my mana aki. I needed my aroha. I needed to decolonize the kupu. Aroha does not mean love. Where in the hell did it come from? Aro means thought. Ha means the sacred breath. So where did love come from? Wairua does not mean spirituality. I had to learn all of this. Wai water, tu, rua. Duality, the dual nature between atua me tangata. Seek the knowledge. It's there in the front of us. But in the 1927, when the Tohunga Act came into being, our tupuna hit it right in the front of us. And it's beautiful. I had to learn all of that. I had to learn my pepeha, and it's not just learning about pepeha and being up there saying, ko mau te mau ngatapu, ko mau kai. You got to know the stories of them. The love stories. Moa was in love. He was going to commit suicide because he fell in love with Putaina. She was in love with Otane Wainuku, the greater Maunga. He called out to the Patupaire here to come and drag him down to the moana. But they got caught by the morning light. He hiki tuake ki rungara, fi tiki taua hei tamatu. Ku mea ki te uru, ku mea ki te tonga heki nuku hiki rangi, iarara. You learn those waiata that come with your stories so that you can leave your voice with your babies, with yours. What songs do you know? Sing your song. Hey, same as Momokai, you know, there's that Ngāpuhi coming down trying to have a fight with Kahunguni, but he doesn't know that Kahunguni is just as clever. In fact, we're cleverer than him. Hey, you know, Kahunguni gets up on that maunga, and every day him and his people threw down the kai, down to Pomare at the bottom, who's thinking he's going to wait till they die, and then or they're hungry and they'll come down and get him and he'll kill them. But they kept throwing the kai down, Momokai. Tēnā te kupu, Momokai. But Pomare recognised that, and they ate the clay. That's why down at Morere, all the way down there, they're called the people of the clay. They ate the clay. The clay had the nutrients, it had the water. Hey, what a story about Momokai. Hey, it's not good enough just to think, oh, well, hikurangi, you've got hikurangi over here in Ngāti Puro, you've got a hikurangi up in Whaongare, you've got a hikurangi across the Moana in Rarotonga. Hey, we belong to all of those maunga. Know your maunga stories, own them, your customs, your tikanga. Your tikanga as wahine, the sacred rituals of your moon time, of your ikura people, all of that time and the sacredness of the awa o te atua flowing. And do we have those now? Do we write our ori for our babies way before they're born? Do we know how to look at the pūtātara and welcome them into the world? And do we know our stories, wahine ma? We've been marginalised by Sir George Grey, by Alston Best, and you can name them, and by our own men who have brought us into colonisation and into patriarchy and tell us that, you know, I carve, I just bugger them up, I just carve. I don't. You're going to tell me to not carve? Well, tough, you can try. I teach whai kōrero in prison because kei whea koutou. I have to do it because our men need to stand and hold on to something. And we all need to hold on to something. You want to heal our people, then heal their souls. Heal you first. Sing their songs for them. You know, so all of the stuff I had to go through. Our stories of Wainui Ate, the sacred first wahine of Ranginui. The mother of all atua waters. All atua waters, water atua. That's the same as Papa Tuanuku. We think that Papa Tuanuku Ranginui gave birth to 71 sons. Well, that's a Pākehā concept for you. They didn't. They gave birth to 71 atua. So kei whea nā wahine, when you talk about tangaro, you need to be talking about Hine Moana, the goddess. She is the ocean itself. Why is it that we can't see that? Tanema? Why is it wahine ma? Because we don't know our stories, and it's just about learning. Ka wai. So I had to do a whole lot of things like dealing with my drugs just to help. So I went through, I knew what I had to do. One by one, I took those things and began the journey. I had this beautiful little girl. I had to begin a huge journey. That was first. I had to begin to take the pain out of myself, and I became a poet because it was easier to say things poetically than to say it in, you know, in my rotten English, which swears every 5 minutes. I don't know whose water that was, but it looks all right. That was yours, Aikui, or I can drink it then. So I had to learn, and I had these beautiful little people. I raised 18 children. Of course, I stole them because their parents didn't, you know, love them. They were busy decking and doing stuff like that. So I just went and stole them. But I began to carve, use my art. I'm a carver. I carve hue. I'm very much, and I'm, as an artist, I used to make masks. Masks were the ways to look at the many faces that I had that I needed to heal and take back, and they hang, you know, they hang. I needed to work way back in the day, and I began to play the music of my ancestors and understood the voice within. I understood my own voice, and began to hear the voices of tupuna, and in earnest I began to sing my soul back into being. And I learned to play all of these natural things with my papa, who was the greatest baritone. But these are taonga puoro. How many of us know how to use these puoro? Wahine mā, you are the kaitiaki of them. There are 3 atua wahine. Hine pū te hue, hine raukatauri, and goddess of all the flute music, pū te hue of all ngā hue, and hine moana the shell people. And why don't we know? We just have to learn. Just get a hold of horo moana. And I had to learn to love again. My soulmate Kaiana and his ohana in Hawaii. I had to learn to love. I hated sex. That is something that I could not bring myself to do. I have been celibate for 7 years. But I fell in love with Kaiana, but he fell in love with me in a different way. We learned to love without sex. He was a gay man. And he was beautiful and taught me to love and love me, and that I was beautiful. He gave me that permission to look at how beautiful I was. This is him, his whānau, and our children. Yeah. So I learned to love. And I had to do all of this, people, which is what we have to understand so much about the impact of colonization and marginalization and oppression of whānau ora. You have to know what was in place prior. The earliest contact with European was in the 1400s. Some say 1200s, they can go back 1200s. But we have to learn all of this. And then what happened? I can go through each one of what those were in place, but we don't have the time to do that. There's another time that we can do that. And this is what fell into place after the 1840s. And that's what's still there. We're forced. That's what's still there. All of that is still there. It hasn't changed, it's still there. What we've done is we're raped of our culture, our whenua, our wairua, our hinengaro. The qualitative information will tell you, a huge story of 66.5 million acres, and we're homeless as tangata whenua. And they're trying to dig up the north to put their dump on the, why can't they take a few acres off the cows? The cows, the sheep, and all of them have more whenua than we do. We're homeless as First Nations. Ask yourself. The qualitative information also incarcerates our men at 57% of the population, of the incarcerated population, and for our wahine, 60%. What is that telling us? What is that telling? We're the highest in mental institutions. In the health statistics, you know what that's saying. You're nurses, you know. So the qualitative information is telling us something. It's insidious. They're practicing the last piece of colonization right now, and it's called hegemony. There's a Pākehā word, hegemony. It only simply means teach these savages to kill themselves, and we don't have to do it anymore. And guess what? We're doing it. Have a look. We don't need to look at what Pākehā are doing. We've got to look at what we're doing. What we're doing to each other. Holding each other tight. We need to relearn papakainga. We need to relearn support systems that are Māori-based and format Māori. I'm sick of looking at us still taking Pākehā concepts over there into our Māori ao and trying to make it work. Academics are telling you it won't work. The likes of, of Linda Tuhiwai-Smith, of all of those Māori, beautiful Māori people are telling you. Why do we still continue without, first of all, educating ourselves? So we internalised a whole lot of bullshit, and we became victims in our own house and victims with our own people. But what we need to do is get over ourselves and have a look at how we can take back and reclaim our culture, our whānau, our whenua, our wairua, ngā atua. How can we do that? What does that mean? That's what we have to do. So here we go. We have to start decolonising, have a look at what the kaupapa of whānau is. We don't even know what kaupapa of whānau. We just think our siblings, our brothers, just what a Pākehā thinks our family is. It's not like that at all. The whānau is a whānau terito, like the harakeke, like the pāharakeke. It's surrounded by the whānui. Whānui is the hapu and the iwi. And let's not get romantic because they're useless. But we have to educate our hapu and our iwi. They're becoming little groups of corporates. And the people, they're not even interested in the people. But they're interested in making money. So let's really get down, how can we have them, hold them accountable? And when I think about that, they don't have the ability to account, let alone the ability to respond to the needs of people. So when we think they should have the responsibility, they don't have it. It's about teaching them again. That's all of those. And surrounding that whānui is our tupuna, dead and alive, and then the atua. Now that's the kaupapa of whānau people, and until we get that right and stop thinking in a very Pākehā term of family, then we might actually begin. We had to go in the hikoi ki waitangi. This is my whānau. Anaru Kohu took us on there. He is with my niece. That's me. I was on a house truck. I had to take all of the kai and everything up on the hikoi ki waitangi. But we walked as a family. We're fighting as Ngai Tamarawaho. For our whenua, the city of Tauranga sits on our whenua. So we had to walk. But then, all the while I'm trying to heal myself, I have this saboteur inside that says, that little voice that says, nah, don't do it. So I wrote this poem to the saboteur. But, at the end of this poem, it just says, hey, you know what you got to do. Cross over the river by yourself. You don't have to take me there anymore. This is because I know what I have got to do. And so people, I'm just going through really fast because I think I need to get to one other space. I love you, I weep for you, but you must cross that river alone. It's really so much easier for me to talk poetically in prose as well than to get into my very basic English stuff because I don't say it well. So I write a lot of poetry. And I learnt how sacred I was in this waiata written by John Rangihau and Ringi Ringi, Manawaiti, all of those wahine that taught the rākau, the reo. And it goes like, if join me. Ko tiro e moko puna koe na hine titama. Wae ana na karu titiro hangatu ki te whakairatanga e whakatongia ia no tua whakarere te mana o te tāne o te wahine tiakina mai kia kore ai e ngoe kore puritia mai kia kore ai e wai meha whangaetia he mimiti haere wahine ko tō mana he waka kawe uri karanga mai oho ana te awairua pupu ake tuaroha he ponara mata puna o te tangata, puna o te mātauranga, mana a wahine, mana a wahine, mana a wahine, te mana wahine. On that second verse, people, don't even clap, it's all right. On that second verse, you see, wahine, koto mana he waka kawe uri. That's talking about you in your moontime, your ikura, when that river flows. On that river is a sacred waka called he kawe uri, not kawe mate, kawe uri. Oh, you see, we have to whakahoki at the tapu kei roto. Bring the tapu back into the whare tangata. Stop calling our mother mother. That mother and father is not a Māori thing, it's a Pākehā concept. Hey, the Kuia Kroa raised us in those old times, because they knew. And that all those tapu things were held close. But anyway, we need to call our mother something like tōku whare tangata, tēnā koe. They might say, hey, you old lady, how are you? Hey, we have to whakatika and decolonise the reo that we're using. Stop calling my wife and my husband. Hika, how ownership is that? Hoa rangatira does a beautiful job. Stop calling father either, because he's not. He has the most sacred thing, the most sacred job, te ure tu. Te ure tu. It finishes like this. Nā kakano mai rangi atea. He carries 10 million seeds every ejaculation, people. And that's why I can tell my kids they're 1 in a million. Hey? Because they are. Hey, and I do. I tell them. Because they were the first little seed that went up that whare tangata and got to that ahuru mōwai with a mārei kura, and they won. And then, it's true though, and then when you have your moontime again, the rest of them travel out on te waka kawe uri. And whakahoki at te tapu kei roto i a papa tō anuku anō. But I know we all don't. We chuck it in the rubbish bin. With all the kai, you wonder why you stuff up premenstrual tension stuff? Because you're not obeying, the moon. I heard somebody thinking, Dr. Matamua, rangi Matamua, heka, we don't even know how to honour that within ourselves. Te whānau, te whānau marama kei roto i a koutou. So, it's about that learning we need to do, because it's those narratives that are going to give our people something to hold on to sing to. Where? What's your song? How do you do it? So, it's all of these. I began to teach it through drama. The whole colonised. We went everywhere through the world looking for the healing processes that we could help our people with. And rongoa, what's that? Don't be romantic. Get out there and plant a tree. Hey, take the roses out of your garden. Hey, they're beautiful and smelly, but they got a frickin' prickle. Those are those English things. Have a good look at what you can do to help heal. And these are the things that are mostly what works with our people. I know, I've been working out there. I'm 74 people and I'm doing my PhD. And it says, and the PhD title is Beyond Western Paradigms. So then you can get it and read it. You need all these healing methods. So you'll be learning all your life. Hey, that's why I say that. Is that that's why why didn't you build our Kuia Kroa's whare around the kohanga reo? Instead of sitting them where they are and they're getting abused left, right and centre. Hey, but that's us. It's got nothing to do with the Pākehā at the moment. It's what we've got to do. Hey, what each and every one of we've got to do with our Kuia Kroa. Hey, no, instead of putting them around the kohanga, they're building their whare all around the kohanga and then going over there in the morning and saying, okay, Koe, come on, koro, up, you've got to go to work. The babies need a cuddle. That's all they've got to do, but it gives them something to do outside of themselves instead of dying with nothing. Have a look. what you're doing for your kuia karaua. It's a whole new way of living. Now, this is where I wanted to come to. I wanted to come to this space to be able to tell you the reason why I am in a state of forgiveness. It's because I remembered Anarukohu, my father. He was the greatest baritone, the most romantic. He came home from the Second World War. Oh, no, from the Māori battalion. He came back from Italy and he would come and he'd be romantic. My mother wasn't the romantic of all persons at all. And he'd come and stand at the door every time he came home from the wharf in Tauranga, and he'd open the door like this great Māori o lancer and open the door and he would stand there. And we were all watching. We all waited for this to see where our mother was. And he would go, Bono no te mi amore. And he would raise it on top of his voice, screaming it out to you. And didn't you hear this voice going, shut up, Anaru. Hey. And we would have, come over here, sing by out, Papa, come over here by me. But it was him who taught that we had 4 oro, 4 voices, 4 whare, kei roto i te tinana, inside of us. The first one was in the puku. Put your hand on your puku. That's where your kuia karaua go. That's slow. The karaua slowed down in his whai kōrero. It's a different waiata. It's a different oro. And he might go, pāpaki tuana nā taiki mawao. He neke neke. He nuku nuku. He rere hui a te wahine ui te tai. Ki tai wi, ki tai ua, ki te whai ao te amarama, te hei mauri ora. Unlike the young ones, they going, pa paki tuana na taiki mawao, ha naka naka here, naku naku here. And they going side to side. I asked my karaua how could he tell a good whai kōrero man koro? And he said the male that is great goes straight to the whare. Straight up. Back he turns deliberately, straight to the side, back. Whereas the rest of them slap from side to side. Hey. So most rangatahi slap from side to side, that's okay. Hey. But you can have a look at your rangatahi and they're going. Wait, they're going. So I had to teach them how to carve rākau in the prison. So they would hold onto a rākau and be able to be still. Yeah? But, don't those te arawa get up their nose because I'm teaching whai kōrero. Where are you? Hey, that's all I tell them. But anyway, the kuia runs her karanga along the ground. That's the first voice of the oro in the puku. But you have to learn about that puku because that's where we all store our pain. That's where I stored the pain. Kei roti taku puku. The men store their pain lower in the prostrate. Why do you think we've got prostrate cancers? And we're the highest in that area. You know that as well as I do. So learn to know. Then I learned how to tangi, kei roto, to bring that outside of myself. And how did I learn that? Again, it's watching my kuia. At the tangihana, when there's nobody coming, they sit there playing kāri. They cheat like anything, And I'm sitting with them, because I'm raised by them. So, gee, you're cheating then. No, there's a shush mo. And they shush you. And then somebody pokes their head in and say, ko tae mai nā manu whiri. Ooh, next minute, they become very fraudulent. They stand up like, ready to. And then the person steps in the door and they go, come on, you heard the maid. Yeah, I vowed and declared, I used to think, how fraudulent that is. I'm never going to do that in my life, But the fact is, as I've grown in my life, I've realized that when they did that, it gave permission to the others who were coming in to let their tangi go. Let it be as they want. Who come all the way down here? Have you ever seen that? And they just leave it. I'm thinking, we could get a toilet paper and wipe your nose clean. But all of those sort of things were the ability to hold, right? So that was the first door. The second door is the door of the rangatahi, right here. It's in the manua. You know, and you know what? Your rangatahi, always don't ever do 2 things, 3 things for me in the next few years that you travel. Desexualise things, degenderise things, because you'll be in Te Ao Māori if you do, and decompartmentalise, because that's what we do. We chuck it in a corner of the world. But in the second door here, it's the manua. It's that place of love. You know, you're a rangatahi until someone says, tēnā koe e kui. And I went, we don't have ageism in tikana kawa Māori. There is such a thing. Tēnā koe e kui, and it's shit. Oh my God, are you talking to me? Eh? It frightened. It scared the living daylights out of me. I'd like to say another word, but it did. It scared me so totally, not because I was getting old, but because I had become, in their eyes, no longer a knowledge seeker, but I was now a knowledge carrier. And was I ready as a kui to be there at their beck and call when they wanted something? And let me tell you, this queer this month has only had 2 days off. I'm at their beck and call, just like that. And you know why? Because I have no right to say no. I'm no longer a rangatahi. Ka pai? Understand that? Good. Do you understand that, kui-kuis? There you go. That's you too. Hey, but that kui-kui, is that it's all in there. But, you know, but what, this heart, our people don't, a love song. What love song do you sing to your honey? Come on, think of the song you sing. Have a listen. I hated the song that my honey used to make me sing. I hated it. And I don't know how this Hawaiian knew, but he knew. He made me sing it. And one year, the Canon Wītatau Huata talked to us at his wānanga and told us that he had taken the New Zealand radio thing to court and won a lot of money because the use of the song they had used was their song. It was the song of his karaua, Wītatau Tomoana, had written this song. He had fallen in love with a wahine that was far too young to be wahine. But when he went to ask for her hand in marriage, the whānau said no, until she is ready, and you will not see her until then. And if you love her, you will wait. Of course, all the huata whānau come out of that song. And he went home and he wrote the song, and he went across the Waiapu and he sang it to her. It's a love song, people. We Māori sing songs so wrong because sometimes we sing a waiatatangi for a whakanahau song. Oh, But here we go. And that was the song that my honey loved the most. And it goes like this, and it's a love song. So when you sing it, make sure you sing it like a love song. I see it in your puka puka. And I'm singing to my honey, so watch out if I close my eyes. I don't want to look at you. Pokare kare ana, na wae o wae apu, whiti atu koe hine, nari na wana e hine. Maira ka mate aho moto aroha e kore te aroha I maroke I te ra he kukui tonu I akuro e mata e hine e hoki maira ka mai te aho mo taro hae. What love song do you have for yours? Hey, what beautiful song. Hey, if no, and so that's that door. But there's that naughty door down the bottom where the queer becomes the queer. She's still a rangatai, and she gets, my queer used to do this, hey. They were naughty as, but they come like this to me and go, the strings on your demos like a banjo, ding, ding. Do a kume kwe karongo kwe, twang, twang, twang. I vowed and declared I'd never sing it, of course, but here am I. But one thing was that it was desexualized. It was lovable, it was fun. They would stand in the front of the most handsomest of person, the old queer. And then you get 30 queers standing along the Waikato doing the, he mura mura, and they're going, he mura, oh, look here. Hey, and you watch every one of them, beautiful. Can you he mura mura? Hey, can you do that kopi kopi? Because you know what? You're going to have to one day. Hey, it's about learning. That's all it is, nothing else. Just decolonizing. The other voice that we have is the voice of the kaki, the voice of the throat, the voice of the oriori. It's that beautiful, innocent voice that sings an oriori. Yeah? Moi, moi, pepi, moi, moi, pepi, pepi, irotowi taku aroha moi moi pepi pepi. That voice. And the last voice is the voice of the uporo. Hey, it's that beautiful voice, and you're not allowed to slide up to it. Hey, my father had stayed down four houses down the road, and he wouldn't come back until he had heard us. But we weren't allowed to slide up to the notes. We had to hit it straight on. Have you ever tried doing that? You have to hit this high pitch, and you have to make sure you get it right. Have you? But my papa trained all of us girls to hit it like this. Had to hit it right on the top. Here's a question for you, and I want you to all do it. If you're singing to your honey, where would you sing to? From? Go, show me which part of your body will you sing from. One from puku, I can see pukus. I can see, yeah, you're right. I don't want to sing from here or any, I want them to have all of me. My love to have all of me. Hey, the whole lot of me. This song will demonstrate how you can use that voice to do that. Singing the soul back into being. Like this, and I'll point there. Learning to sing the soul back into being gave me my life back. It gave me the healing process that I use with our men and our women throughout the motu. And it's that healing process that you could know, because you hold it. You see, you're an atua having a human experience. Did you realise that? Or you're an atua given. You're atua given. Therefore, you should be atua driven. And it's not talking about that religious stuff and go to church and what have you. This is talking about what's inside of you. You're already given. And you don't have to find it. It's in you already. It depends on how you open your doors. And all I am is a door opener. I don't own anything that I know that belongs to tupuna. There's tupuna kōrero. I don't own anything. I reference tupuna all of the time. Even in the academic world, I said, well, how do you reference tupuna kōrero? They said, who told you? I said, my papa, my koro, what did name them? Because that's all I can do. I grew up with that. I grew up to sing my soul back into being, and then I began to know exactly who I was. I knew I was a mother, I knew I was a sister, I was a grandmother, I was an aunt, I was a lover, I was a teacher, great-grandmother. I'm a carver, I'm a taonga pūoro player, maker, carver. I'm a partner, I'm a friend, I'm a storyteller, I'm a poet. I'm a program writer, I'm a musician, I'm a chef, I'm a rongoā person, I'm a whare tangata, I am a techno, believe it or not. I'm a resource maker, and I am a fashion designer for fat women like me. Oh, and then some fat men too, because they really need some awhi. But people, I learned to find me in waiata in song, because I couldn't find, and that was the best healing program that I ever knew. And I want to leave this final song with you. And it was a song that my nan taught me in Nuhaka. She took me fishing out at Te Mahia. Oh, well, we went out to Te Mahia Peninsula, way out on the Nui Station. And there she told me, we were watching the bull kelp. And have you ever seen bull kelp dancing in the water? It's one of the beautiful dances ever. And I used to watch it with her. And then look at that one dancing. And she said, darling, you need to learn how to dance the dance of life. Watch that, because you are who you are. You are so beautiful and precious. People will want to hurt you. People will want to take that away from you. I became whole because for the first time I had my time with my rapist, with my incest person. I had my time, and I gave it to him. I told him. I screamed at him. I spat at him. I told him everything. I was 50 years old. He was a master cover that was at Rotorua. He lived on our marae. He was our own. I was never believed because he was a great carver, even at Huria. He was tuti tūkoko. He had hurt 150 other children when I took him to court for them, because by then I'd forgiven him. I had my time with him, and I told him what he did. And as I watched him, I saw him cowering in a corner, and I suddenly had beautiful snippets of memory that told me I loved him as a child. I used to sit on his turu and watch him carve for our marae, and I'd watch him carve little faces out of pou, the eyes come out of pou, and I was sure the eye winked at me. He was the one who taught my hands to carve, how to design alongside of my father. My mother with tukutuku, Ngāti Porou, all of those was him. I took him to court. He died a month later after he was being sentenced for raping several little girls, but I loved him when I sent him there. I gave him back all that he needed to take with him. I no longer carried it. I forgave him and understood the power of forgiveness, kei roto i au. And it's the song that helps me to remember that. The song that takes me into the dance of life. The song of the rimu, rimu. Rimu. Kei reira a koe e hine e tata riana mai e. Find yourselves, people. We need you. Kia ora koutou.
Tēnā koe whaia. On behalf of Te Runanga and our whānau here, I'd like to give you a tohu of our gratitude and thanks for sharing your story. There were so many pieces that I'm sitting there and I've got tears coming down my face and I'm having a laugh and I'm, you know, and some of your kōrero resonates with me as well. So thank you so much for coming to share your kōrero with us. Nā mihi.
Tēnā rā tātou e te whānau. I know time is getting on, but man, how can you stop that? I just have a little quick kōrero about Whahinewirangi, who she came to Ngāti Raukawa to work with some of us at Raukawa Whānau Ora. We had a young boy who he was only going to school in the mornings and he was being sent home in the afternoons. They said that he couldn't keep still, he wasn't listening, and he'd rather be outside playing. So they brought him down to this hui that whae Hinewirangi came to. And she had all her taonga puoro spread out on the table, and she also brought the big drum, which when the young man walked in, his eyes just lit up. And he went over to the table to go and grab the putatara, I think it was. And the kuia says, "Hey, Benoho, when I finish talking, then you can touch anything you want on the table." And everyone sort of, all the teachers that were around the young boy said, "Oh my God, he's not going to listen to her." He sat there for an hour and a half. He'd never seen taonga puoro before, but his eyes were stuck on the pukaia. And when the fire said to him, "Hey, moko, where you go, you can grab what you want and have a tutu," he grabbed this thing and just went, "Boo!" Now, the rest of us adults went, "Yeah," so we grabbed it too, and it was just amazing. And I just wanted to let the fire know that this young boy ended up at Hatupaura College. This year he's in the 7th form, and he is doing amazing. And that was the turning of his life, was when he met this kuia. Nō reira, tēnei te miha tu ki a koe e kui. Mō tō aroha I tukuna ki tērā tama tauarangi. Nā te ngā kau I tirawa. Hoi anō, I just want to say thank you to all of our kai kōrero today. Te kuia Hinewirangi, tākuta rāwiri taonui, Donna Awatere Huata, anō nei, Hine Motu Douglas e kui, kei te kanui te aroha ki a koe, me ngā kōrero mo tō maunga, Belinda Tuari Tōma, Hugo Robinson, Ripeka Evans, Matthew Tukaki, and the Honourable Minister of Whānau Ora Pēni Hinare. Now, the cell phone hasn't moved, nor has it rung. 021 463 811. Man, you know, most of us, if we lose our phone, kua ngaro tō tātou ao. Our lives are over when we lose our phone. So this person mustn't really care too much about their phone, but it's over here. Oh, it's yours. Oh, no, sorry. My last sort of kōrero for tonight before I hand it back to Kerry, and then I'll come back and finish off with karakia. Tonight's informal buffet dinner will be held at James Cook Grand Chancellor Hotel. Google it if you don't know where it is. There's a map in your bag if you're not sure. 147 The Terrace, level 16. In the Chancellor rooms, a cash bar facility will be available. I don't know why they put that on my notes. It's an 8-minute walk from West Plaza Hotel to James Cook Arcade, Lambton Quay, where a lift is available to take you to the James Cook Grand Chancellor Hotel. Please note, taxis will only be provided for kaumātua and members with accessibility needs. 2 more things to think about, whānau. Plan for your tomorrow. Plan for the following day. Please make sure that you know where you are and how to get here. While we're having tea, we will attempt to do our whanaungatanga process. I'm not sure how that will look. And just a quiet word to all of you who have never been to Wellington, or this may be a first time without mum and dad, or you know, you've been waiting to come to Wellington. So here's some kōrero. Please be safe if you go out to experience Wellington. Please move as a group. Please don't go out alone here in Wellington. Wellington is a lovely place, but can be scary at night. And here is the most important thing. If you go out, please don't be late pōpō. And the very, very biggest kaupapa is the only place that's out of bounds is Rainbow's End. I see all the old ones get it. Nō reira, anei a Kerry.
Kia ora anō. I just want the following people to stand up. Chantel Thompson, Brittany Renfrew. Actually, if you come to the front, because I can't see with the lights on. Keisha Kingy and Moi Fife. on stage. Big round of applause, whānau. Now we only need 9,906. These are nurses that have passed their state exam. And Rosie Morris, if you can come up too. Big round of applause. It takes a lot of time to get here.
We won't be late tomorrow.
And we'll do the roll call tomorrow and see if they're early. What a magnificent day. That's all I can truly say. To be embraced with energy in the room, truly, truly amazing. It's an honour for Te Puari, and every time the speakers got up, the power and the speeches were just fantastic and awesome. But sent the message, first of all, know who we are before we can care for anybody else. First of all, be happy with who we are and the journey that we're taking. And remember to be proud to be Māori first. I want you to close your eyes so that you can listen to me sing this time, Whaia. And we started off this morning with the waiata. And the reason why we chose the waiata is because it has a deeper meaning to it. And I'll tell you that tomorrow when I read up on Google what it is. But it's got some power words. And when we played this waiata this morning, the power words came true. It is about where is your voice, our dreams and our ability to believe who we are, but let's not forget where we've come from. So I'll just get the guys to dim the lights and play the tune. And if you can close your eyes and imagine me singing. I won't be.
Hear my voice, hear my dreams.
Ka ruku hia ko te rā kitua. Ko te ngutu o te pairangi o te pai whenua. He rangi ka mutu nei he pō ka hua mai. E moi e te ao e ara ko ngā haere pō. I te kānapatanga mai o Matariki o Tārewa o Rehua Kirunga, ko te tini o uru kahora. Ka kahutia rawa i te rangi, ka kahutia rawa i te whenua. Nā nui o te pō e ara e moi e te ira tāne e te ira wāhine. Ka ara ke he rā no tira te whitinga mai o te ao, he pō kauri, he pō katango, he pō kapo e tihei, mauri ora. Have a good evening, whānau. Mauri ora.